Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
A what now?
Oh, girl, baby girl.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't be creepy.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
Jesus, I say that.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect. Don't worry about
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Right now.
I see that you know your judo.
Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheeto. Awful. Weak.
China. I have to have my China. Follow the rich way.
Consequences.
That's hot.
So hot right now.
Welcome to the resistance.
Close up, just like my wife's vagina.
Illegal. Eddie Smith.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
He looks good, and he looks hard. Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
It's science.
It's a great day.
I got boxes full of Pepe.
Well, here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space. It's been an entire day since we've seen each other last. Probably more like 15 hours. Something like that. Still have a lot to talk about, so I suppose we better get right to it. Don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, space fams, as these flights through the void can have their dangers. Good to see everyone on this super secret late night FUNDAY morning night day stream. That's right. Super secret. No one but you knows about this stream. Say some shoutouts here. Duck first, Frizzla second, and Sue Fairy Dust B third. I also see Winnie Rose in the chat, D-Cypher, Captain Homer, Geodragon, Moanoip, Jojo, Nightbot's even here. I think that's everybody. Great job. Great job, me, doing shoutouts. Okay, Sun Monday FUNDAY. It's combined. Yesterday we had problems. We didn't finish until very late. And still didn't even finish all the content from yesterday, so we still have some bonus content from there. And then all the Sunday FUNDAY stuff is stuck in here. It's been a weird week. We've been having a lot of stream problems. Hopefully we will have less. Today I did more editing to the scenes, and hopefully that will solve our problems with lag. Fingers crossed. Alright, let's start it off. Donald Trump has been in office for 100 days. How's that make you feel? Well, these numbers might not make Donald Trump feel so good.
Tuesday marks President Trump's first 100 days in office. A CBS News poll finds his approval rating has dropped, while 6 in 10 Americans say he is fulfilling his campaign promises. Lisa Rosner has more on that and what the president said before boarding a plane in New Jersey.
Is that even a question? I'm sorry, but 6 in 10 Americans... Okay, wait. What do those numbers even mean? 6 in 10 Americans believe he's fulfilling his campaign promises. Doesn't mean that 6 in 10 Americans are happy with his job. Because how many Americans actually wanted those campaign promises to come to fruition to begin with? I mean, only like a fifth of the country even voted for this shit. Moanoip first on Twitch. Great job, Mo. Great job.
For the Pope's funeral, President Trump told reporters Sunday about his meeting there with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
He told me that he needs more weapons, but he's been saying that for 3 years.
It was their first in-person discussion since back in February when Zelensky left the White House after a contentious press conference. Secretary of State...
Okay, we don't have time for this. Let's just say Donald Trump's approval rating is not good. Here, I'll look it up way quicker. Way quicker than CBS is just giving a bunch of crap. Here's CNN. 16 hours ago, a little piece. CNN poll. Trump's approval at 100 days lower than any president in at least 7 decades. That's right, 70 years. Donald Trump has the lowest 3-month approval rating of all time. 41%. Lowest for any newly elected president at 100 days, dating back to at least Dwight Eisenhower, according to Jennifer and Ariel. Jennifer Agista and Ariel Edwards-Levy at CNN. There we go. You see 15 likes now, do you? So what does that mean? Does that mean you want an emotional support character already? Okay. All right, speaking of Donald Trump, here's something that usually presidents attend, which is happening, I think, sometime this week. Honestly, don't know. It's really not that important. We'll probably cover it, but the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
We begin with the annual gathering of journalists, government officials, and the occasional celebrity. A lot of those around. Well, it's happening tonight at the White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington, D.C. President Trump is not expected to attend the event, which has long been held at the Washington Hilton, a hotel not far from the White House that is filled with quite a bit of presidential history in its own right. CBS News Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett has more.
Major fucking
Inside
Garrett.
the kitchen at the Washington Hilton, dinner prep for 2,600.
That means 2,600 plates.
Not quite.
Executive Chef Daniel Bennett.
So if it's a 3-course, you multiply that by 3. We could walk away doing almost 10,000 plates in the kitchen as a whole.
The White House Correspondents' Dinner has been an annual tradition since 1921, bringing together presidential comedy.
I always look forward to these dinners where I'm supposed to be funny. Intentionally.
And the press corps. Hilton has been its home for 57 years.
Obama out.
It is also known for one of the darkest moments in presidential history.
Thank you very much.
President Ronald Reagan had just finished speaking at a union convention when he emerged from the hotel and was struck by a bullet from would-be assassin John Hinckley. Reagan survived and returned to the Hilton less than 6 months later.
Now there is a plaque that commemorates that attempted assassination. Shortly thereafter, this garage was constructed with a secure door so the presidential limousine
Why should we
enters,
commemorate a
the
failure?
president can exit with absolute security.
The garage entrance leads to a long hallway adorned with photos of each president and first lady.
And through this door, the president, when he attends the dinner,
Major is
makes
such a
his
weird
way
guy.
to the main ballroom stage here.
Am I the only person who thinks Major Garrett is just a majorly weird guy?
Every president since Lyndon Johnson has spoken here, often making several trips a year for fundraisers, conferences, and the National Prayer Breakfast.
This is a beautiful tradition.
It's a beautiful
President Nixon
tradition.
attended an inaugural
So
ball at the
great.
Hilton in 1969.
This is going to mean a lot to us, and we're not going to let you down. Thank you.
So did Barack Obama 40 years later.
Thanks for this honor. Thanks for this privilege.
When the hotel opened 60 years ago, its double arc design was an architectural anomaly in a staid capital city. A 30,000 square foot ballroom, one of the largest indoor
so
gathering spaces
fancy.
in town, was big enough to hold concerts, the Doors in 1967, Jimi Hendrix a year later. This year, the White House Correspondents' Dinner will look a bit different. No featured comedian, no president of the United States.
What?
Pretty much the day
What's the point?
the event ends, we're already planning for the next event.
What is the goddamn point? We're not gonna have the president or comedy. Those are the only two reasons to watch the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and they're now neither are gonna be there. That's good. I feel like the comedy thing was the White House Correspondents' Dinner trying to like entice Donald Trump to come to the dinner. They're like, look, there won't be any comedians making fun of you. And Trump is like, no, I don't like it. It's not a good dinner. Last time the lobster tasted fishy. That's sad. I guess we're not going to cover that. That sounds boring. Now, Melania Trump's birthday is coming up very soon. When is her birthday? It's like this week, isn't it? Melania, birthday, 1970, April 26th. Oh, it was over the weekend. It was Saturday. So this must have been right before it. This was on Saturday. Trump asked point blank, what's on tap for Melania's birthday? I'm sure he's a great husband. Let's hear the great plans of our supreme leader for his wife's birthday. I'm sure it was a beautiful day for her.
Everybody. What's on tap for Melania's birthday? Oh, she's gonna have a great birthday. she's got a working birthday. She's up front. I should send her back. You want to have somebody answer a question? I'll send her back into the lion's pit. Susie, let's send Melania back to the lion's pit.
Let's talk about the lion's pit. I like that. It's funny. It's fun. It's very funny. Do you think so? That's me talking about throwing my wife into a lion's pit. I always tell her at home.
By the way,
I might throw you to the lions. I'm the president now. I can't commit a crime. I genuinely feel like, this is one of those sort of telling moments. Like, Donald Trump said this in public, right? So if he's willing to say something like this in public, and granted he is joking, but I feel like you go back home and he starts saying some other stuff, like, it's probably a bit more problematic. But wow, yeah, Donald Trump, hold on.
I love that one. He's so innocent.
Throwing his wife to the lions.
Yeah, you can come up. We'll let them come up a little bit later, okay?
Are you taking Melania to dinner? Are you taking Mrs.
Will you be taking her to
We
dinner?
had time to get her a present. You've been very busy.
I'll take her for dinner on the Boeing.
I'll take her on the Boeing.
I'll take her for dinner on Air Force One.
Little McDonald's.
I haven't had much time to buy presents now.
Get her a baked apple pie and a Big Mac. Is that good for you, wifey? Is that good? Do you like that? Is this good for your birthday? I got you no present. I'm very sorry, but I don't really care. Donald Trump joking about throwing his wife to the lions multiple occasions and suggesting they're going to have McDonald's on the plane. That'll be a good birthday for her. I'm sure she's probably loving that. Sure, she's loving that. Now, I think this was the day before Melania's birthday, if I'm not mistaken. Donald Trump went to golf course again. This time, though, he didn't go to Trump National Golf Club to play 18. He went to go raise money. Because he held a political fundraiser at his golf course in Virginia. How much are these costing us exactly? How much are these trips costing us? Donald Trump's trips to his own golf courses where he is holding fundraisers to raise money for himself. It is insane. It is insane. Great job with the salute, buddy. Great job. I'm heading to my golf course now. We need some I need some figures. I need like a table of different costs for Trump's trips. Because they're putting together how much it's costing the American people for him to go to the golf course and things like that. Like a spreadsheet. Okay. Are we going to have a goal tonight? It just seems so late. I guess I'll start a goal. Goal. If only Aaron W. was here to see Cisco. It's true. Where is Aaron W.? He's been waiting for that Cisco to pop out for a while. Haven't been rolling a lot of dues. So yeah, Donald Trump seemed more focused on going to and coming back from the golf course than Melania's birthday. That seemed to take backseat to focusing on himself. This is Donald Trump returning. Great job. love how he salutes after he's passed the Marine, whatever that guy is. Like, he gets like a good 2 feet past him. And he's like, "Oh, all right, I forgot to salute. Sorry. I'll salute the air in front of me. Great job, air, for providing me with oxygen to my lungs." Now for some real athletic accomplishments, let's go to Hawaii. It is Sunday Fun Day, and one young man showing us how to achieve greatness.
Swimmer from Honolulu has a new claim to fame.
He's now the youngest person from Hawaii to swim across Kaiwi Channel. That's 16-year-old Kaiser High student and Kamehameha Swim Club member Tim Lorge, stumbling onto the shoreline at Sandy Beach in East Oahu just before 7 Saturday night. He'd been swimming for 15 hours and 27 minutes.
Okay, here we go. Just breathe it out, breathe it out. You got it, you got it, you got it.
Since about 3:30 that morning, when he dove in 34 miles away on Molokai.
And it was so long and honestly probably the hardest thing I've done in my life. But it was like that feeling of like, wow, I'm finally, like I did it, you know?
To get ready, Lorge trained up to 4 hours a day, 6 days a week, countless laps in the pool. But this was different.
It's like, it's really raw out there. It's not like, you're really by yourself. It was just crazy. I saw like sharks, I saw dolphins, but I was really just thinking about like what's around me and how like my body is feeling. I had like a whole bunch of throwing up and stuff.
You heard that right.
I had like a bunch of
I want to say
throwing
like
up
14
and stuff,
times
dude.
I threw up. I would swim and then I'd feel it. I would kind of like float on my back, throw up, and then I would, have to keep on swimming,
He also saw swarms of jellyfish and tried to avoid them.
Yeah, I got stung. That was the first time I
Jesus
saw
Christ, dude.
all those jellyfish, and I was like, wow, this could really mess me up right now.
Lorge says as soon as he finished, he scarfed down sushi, and he was surprised the next day when the pain from the jellyfish was replaced by pain everywhere.
Oh my
full
God.
body, everything was sore. I'd never been that sore in my life.
Lorge is hoping to someday complete the Ocean 7 challenge, crossing 7 of the world's most famous channels. Kaiwi is one of them. And Lorge is now the youngest Hawaii resident to swim Kaiwi, learning that his mind is even tougher than his body.
If you can push through that while you're out there in the middle of the ocean, you can do anything.
Dude just goes down.
So impressive. Congratulations.
Oh my God, I love that. He makes it all the way to the beach and he just can't go any further. It's like a marathon runner. just completely collapsing. What a champion. Great job, kid. Great job. Someone told me that Donald Trump is in great shape. Maybe he'll do that. Maybe he'll get on that. Who was it? Was it Caroline? I can't remember now. Another opportunity for you to get your athleticism in here in New York. News 8 WROC. Flower City Challenge, returning for 15th year on Sunday.
So much going on this weekend. We have that Lego Brick Universe event. We've got Imagine RIT. We also have this, the 2025 Flower City Challenge. Organizers say what began as a way for the community to get involved with fitness and outdoor activities has become a 15-year tradition. The event, run by Rochester Regional Health in partnership with Yellow Jacket Racing and Fleet Feet, will include a half marathon, a family 5K, and a kids half-mile run. It's all happening at Parcel 5. It's going to be this Sunday, the 27th. And organizers say, in addition to the kids zone and recovery zone, after the races are done,
It's so cute. Kids running a marathon. I don't know why. I don't know why it's so cute. Probably because I know that they can't, they probably can't, get close to doing an actual full marathon. It's just cute to see them in little signs and stuff. Okay. More fun stuff could be yours up in Canada, Alberta, where temporary skate parks are popping up around Edmonton.
There are nearly a dozen skate parks throughout the city, but nothing downtown until recently. The city rolled out a temporary skate space on Jasper Avenue. As CTV's Amanda Anderson explains, there's a reason you may not see people rushing to use it.
While driving downtown, Casey Heyman was drawn to this space for a quick skate.
It doesn't get used a whole bunch, but it does get used, and you do see people out here. And yeah, it's a good idea.
Late last summer, the city decided to install 5 temporary skate structures here at Jasper Avenue and 96th Street.
We're trying to activate some underutilized spaces in the downtown, which there are a lot of.
There are 11 permanent skate parks in the city, but none downtown. Jane Handa says the city was able to create this skate space overlooking the river valley at no cost.
These were ramps that we had already purchased a long time ago. They were sitting in storage.
This location it's remarkable.
This is, honestly, yeah, this is really sweet. Quite a little spot the city has decided to create here. Perfect, perhaps, for young skaters to, you know, get access to actual skate structures, I guess you might call them. All right. Other news in sports. NFL draft happened earlier in the week. CBS News Philadelphia holding a press conference with its first, with the Eagles' first round pick.
Congrats and welcome to Philadelphia.
Jihad Campbell.
Appreciate
Thank
it,
you
man. It's an honor. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to meet with our local media. We'll kick it off with Ed and then Jeff McClain.
Okay, is it just me or does Jihad look
Hey,
like
Jihad,
he is high as
congratulations.
shit right now? Yo, my guy. Should have waited until after the interview, dude.
Welcome back to Philadelphia. Yeah, I know you grew up a half an hour or so from here. Did you grow up? Did you grow up an Eagles fan? And secondly,
yeah,
how much?
come on, man. Definitely.
Okay, yeah, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
How much
Oh,
interaction
God.
did you have with the Eagles in the pre-draft process?
So I only spoke to him like once. I talked to Coach Washburn and, you know, just building that connection and that bond. You know, we was, you know, just talking together and, yeah, I only talked to him once, so.
Sweet insights, dude. I appreciate that. Sweet. Sweet. You know what? Not long ago, the WNBA draft happened. Let's go to that. Let's see if the ladies can do better press conferences. I believe in you. It's gonna go great.
All right, we'll begin question and answer right away. We're going to start page to your left in the second row center. Go ahead.
Maggie Benoni.
Go ahead.
Okay, Maggie Benoni, CT Insider. Paige, congratulations. You got emotional there talking about your teammates. How has the Husky teammates and UConn just prepared you for this moment and this next chapter?
Yeah, they mean everything to me. All that they've helped me get through, all the ups and downs, the highs and lows. They've seen every side of me, and it's the love there is unconditional.
100% of
So
100%.
just forever grateful for them. I want to cherish that relationship for the rest of my life, and I wouldn't be here without them. So I just want to show a state of gratitude to them.
Sweet.
Next question will come from the left toward the rear of the room in the blue.
Hey, Paige, Doug Feinberg, the AP. I'm sure you dreamed about this moment as a kid at some point. How does this compare in real life to what you would thought it would be like?
A lot faster than I thought. Just going up there, getting the jersey. but
100%.
super surreal. Just like I've been talking about, just so grateful to be here.
100% of 100%. 100%. Awesome. Sweet press conferences from both women's and men's sports. Oh, we have one more major sporting story here. Golfing news. Oh boy, big golfing news. Rory McIlroy has completed a career Grand Slam, winning the Masters at Augusta. He joins only 5 others in history to win all 4 major championships. Sweet. Great job, Rory. Great job. Can't remember where Rory... I think he's from... I want to say Scotland. Might be Ireland. I cannot remember. Don't pay attention to the golf or really the sports at all. Don't have a lot of time. Sunday Funday is when I get most of my sports stuff in, I feel like. Well, let's go to New York. See what's happening in Central Park. Some more sporting activities happening here this spring. These ones were star-studded.
Well, it was not your average ball game in Central Park. Guess who that is? George Clooney on the softball field and at bat. And there it goes, deep to left. He stepped up to the plate. Of course, Clooney gets a hit. Isn't he just so annoying? It was the Broadway show's league opening day. Clooney stars in Good Night and Good Luck, of course, and he's apparently pretty good at softball too.
Great, yeah, he was out in center field and he looked great. And then I saw one of his at bats and he popped out, but it looked good.
It looks like he loves the game of baseball. It looks like he's a great guy, and it's really great having a celebrity out here enjoying the Central Park softball.
You so out of breath.
We also
right
told
now.
Joe Jonas was also spotted on the field. He stars in the last 5 years on Broadway. But come on, it's Clooney. Clooney's the guy. Clooney's the guy. And of course, everything was perfect, and he looked great, as you heard. What a surprise! That's George for you. By the way,
I hear some jealousy coming out.
Jealousy? No. I just admiration. The guy does everything perfectly.
Hey, he popped out.
He popped.
She's right. I'm glad she called him on that. Do I hear a tinge of pure jealousy towards what's going on, man? Settle down. You weren't even kind of competing with George. I don't even know this guy's name. Yeah. Rethink some things. Okay, pal. We have 20 likes. Okay, yep, I'm gonna give you another support character. Wait, that's 2 2s in a row. That's too many 2s. All right. Now, maybe sports not your thing. So, I got some other ideas for you on fun here this Sunday. Let's go back to Hawaii, where we could get into a little festival action. A strange festival. It confuses me.
You headed to Spam Jam this Saturday? Get ready to look up for the first time ever. You headed to Spam Jam this Saturday? Get ready to look up for the first time ever. A drone show will light up the sky with spam-themed imagery and a few surprises in store. The event is teaming up with Sky Elements drones to bring the canned icon to life. Organizers say you'll get the best view from Waikiki Beach between the Duke Kahanamoku statue and Kapahulu Avenue. The show starts at 9 p.m. So then what's the weather like for Spam Jam?
For the early afternoon or late afternoon hours, around 4 to 5, high rain chances. But for the drone show, you should be okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Sweet. Well, now I see one thing I've never understood is where Hawaii got its
Hawaii's
love
biggest
of
street
Spam
festival
from.
returns this weekend to celebrate a staple we know and love, all while supporting a good cause.
That's right. It's the Waikiki Spam Jam 2025. Chris Lutronic joins us live with a taste. Good morning, Chris.
Dancing
hey, good
with a
morning to
giant
you, Sarah, Sam, and everybody on this Aloha Thursday.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, it's time for Spam Jam 2025, and we got Spammy right here, our lovable friend. You're going to see him throughout this weekend for Spam Jam, but of course, also our friend here, marketing director of the Spam Jam, Toby Tamaya. Good morning to you, brother. I love the shirt. Tell me a little bit about this event.
Psychedelic, man. All the stuff that you can find here at the Spam Jam on Saturday.
That's what it's all about. What time is it happening? When can people start parking and get ready for the whole kind of like whole outlet event?
4 o'clock. Our street opens for amazing 30 restaurants and 10 retail vendors, 3 entertainment stages. The entertainment stages start at 4:30 though, so go down to the retail booth, pick up some Spam gear, and then head over to get some Spam and watch some of the entertainment.
Yeah, so much entertainment. I know 3 stages. Yes. Also, drone show.
Drone show coming at 9 o'clock, and we also have so many restaurants. Today we're going to be featuring Maui Brewing on it, but I also want to talk a little bit about one of my favorites, going to be Hula Grill. They're doing a Spam truffle Simon.
What? Is that what we're seeing right here?
A Spam cake? This should be illegal.
Illegal?
That's what?
That's too much, man.
Grill. They're doing a Spam truffle Simon.
What? Is that what we're seeing right here?
And Kahlua pork nachos. So this is from Hula Grill. And if you want to learn more about it, stay a little bit after because the chef is going to be on Living 808 right after this.
There we go. Our sister shows. That's what it's all about. Okay, I'm going to go.
Wow. An entire festival dedicated to the love of Spam in Hawaii. So if you're a Spam fan, get out there, man. Haha. I've got the rhymes. All right. Now, a different festival is apparently going on simultaneously, something called the Merry Monarch Festival, which is named in honor of Hawaii's last king. At least I think I have that right.
In honor of the Merry Monarch Festival, Kamakapili shares the history of the king who inspired it all. Here's tonight's Aloha Authentic.
In the ahupua'a of Punahou, which lies in the moku of Hilo, here on the beautiful island of Hawaii, stands a roadway named in honor of the Merry Monarch. We're speaking of Kalakaua Street. David Kalakaua was elected king of the Hawaiian Kingdom in 1874, becoming its 7th ruling monarch. Serving for nearly 17 years until his passing in 1891, King Kalakaua is credited with both significant gains and losses. He was known for his parties and luau, for being a gracious host, for his love of entertainment, but also for his drinking. Robert Louis Stevenson wrote about the king's ability to drink several bottles of wine and then go on to attend official functions as if he didn't. Unfortunately, the king suffered from heart, kidney, and liver problems, passing away from Bright's disease while abroad. It was
No way, kidney and liver problems from the guy who would drink 2 bottles of wine in a night? That is unexpected. R.I.P. King Kalakaua. Don't know if I'm saying that right. Anyway, let's move on from talking about the history of Hawaii, talking about the history of New England, with a new play which opened on Broadway last week. Here's CBS New York from 13 days ago. Somehow we missed this one, so I decided to get it in here. Seems
a darkly funny new play officially opens tonight on Broadway. The cast includes Sadie Sink from...
Does it not? This seems like the perfect... I mean, I haven't seen the play yet, but the name is perfect for the time right now. People need to be reminded.
Darkly funny new play officially opens tonight on Broadway. The cast includes Sadie Sink from Stranger Things TV series. Dave Carlin covers arts and entertainment and takes us to the red carpet for John Proctor as the villain.
Fresh and smart, and especially appealing to high school and college students. It's John Proctor as the villain, starring Sadie Sink, and it's opening night. Popular young stars populate this play about high school students in an English class as they deep dive into Arthur Miller's classic play, The Crucible. They discover the Crucible, set during the Salem witch trials, closely parallels things happening in their own lives in current times.
You don't have to read The Crucible.
It stars Sadie Sink, perhaps best known for portraying Max Mayfield in the spooky series Stranger Things, and in Taylor Swift's All Too Well video.
John Proctor as the villain is a play about a generation making their own change and taking care of each other when the institutions around them won't.
We talked to the playwright, Kimberly Bellflower, about how the story turns the Crucible on its head and invites a new critique of the play's leading male character, John Proctor.
I reread The Crucible in the wake of the Me Too movement in the fall of 2017. Reading this text, I felt like I knew so well with the lens of that movement and the new vocabulary it gave to me and to a lot of women and people. Just really kind of made me experience the play as a new piece.
Sink made her Broadway debut when she was 10 years old in a revival of the musical Annie, and now she's back on Broadway in this Proctor play that packs up.
Well, there you go. A new play on Broadway based on The Crucible. This sounds woke. Yeah, it does sound woke in all the best ways. I couldn't find my copy of The Crucible. All I could find is a Break with Charity, which is basically, I mean, it's the same story. But it's not written in a version of a play. But yeah, this is about the Salem witch trials in New England. A time that is somewhat relevant, as parallels to the current timeline, if you will. Speaking of old plays, some actors have a new take on the Pirates of Penzance. Here's CBS New York once again from 3 days ago.
Anybody here from Penzance?
David Hyde Pierce stars in a new take on a classic musical. The Gilbert and Sullivan operetta The Pirates of Penzance has a new name, a new look, and a new sound.
The musical officially opens tomorrow. Dave Carlin covers arts and entertainment and interviewed the stars.
Pirates, the Penzance musical, stars David Hyde Pierce.
Yes, yes, he is a Major General.
He plays Major General Stanley and delivers this tongue-twisting classic song with undeniable charm.
I am the very model of a modern Major General. I've information, vegetable, animal, and mineral.
It's called a patter song. How did you go about getting it as fast as it needs to be?
That to me is the fun of it, is getting the technique down, but then getting to act the song as well and live in the world of the song.
The production moves the action from Penzance in Cornwall, England to New Orleans, and that changes the sound, the look, and some of the jokes.
It's finding more ways to jazz it up in every sense.
Helping modern audiences get on board with this old-timey Gilbert and Sullivan operetta means keeping the broad British silliness and mashing it up with some Mardi Gras madness.
Some Mardi Gras madness. That sounds fun to me. I can get into it. When is the new season of... Is there gonna be another season of... I don't know. I had to cancel my Netflix. Just to pay the galactic bills and the Earth bills. That was coming due. Alright, let's go to some more musical stuff. What's going on at the recently taken over Kennedy Center? The Trump Center. All right, come on, kids. Get it together.
Music has the power to evoke emotion, change your thinking, bring people together, and change your mood. Music change laws and stand for social justice causes. Music can send a message and remind us of the good in the world.
Sorry, kid, canceled. I heard the word social justice. That is a not allowed phrase anymore.
Illegal. Today at Sticks and Bars, we celebrate music for bringing us together to play for all these reasons and more. We are so pleased to share with you our love of marimba.
My kid's getting sent to the gulag.
Music has the power to celebrate one's freedom. Isu Taiapano is a freedom song from Zimbabwe, meaning we have arrived. It is sung in Shona, and its words celebrate the liberation of Zimbabwe back to its people.
Come on, kids. Keep it tight. Keep it tight. Well, there you go. Some woke social justice music at the Kennedy Center. This one must have gotten past Donald Trump. All right. Speaking of the kids, let's see how this art project down in Miami is helping students tap into their creativity. Here's CBS Miami from earlier this week.
Miami Proud is presented by FPL, working for you every single day. Learn more at fpl.com/value.
In this week's all-new Miami Proud, we are sharing the story of a former teacher who left the classroom on a quest to reach and teach more students than ever before.
Yeah, CBS News Miami's Chelsea Jones explains how the Art Prevails project is helping students find their voice.
Thank you. Darius Daughtry may look like a traditional classroom teacher, but he's not anymore.
When I was teaching, I saw this gap that existed in a lot of schools. I began to go around to different schools and see, like, okay, some schools had these arts programs, but other schools didn't have those. And I knew what it did for me.
So he left the classroom behind, sort of. He founded his nonprofit, taking his love for students and art, and created the Art Prevails project. It was birthed from his own experience as a child who needed an escape.
I realized that was a place I could go when I needed to just express myself. And over the years, the idea of expressing and writing and putting things on paper just became a place of refuge for me.
So he set out on a quest to make art accessible for every child. Art Prevails started in his car, but has blossomed into so much more. With signature programs like Speak Your Piece and Write It Out, Daughtry goes into schools helping students tap into creativity and learn life skills.
For our kids,
I think this is amazing. And what sucks is stuff like this, has been defunded at the school level in so many places. Arts, music, creativity, self-expression, stuff like that. It's really unfortunate, but it has been a trend of sort of, going to the creative classes and cutting those things before anything else. As if being able to express yourself in a multitude of ways is somehow not necessary for our students. This was a good one, I thought. Okay. Speaking of art, let's go to Canada. Actually, wait. I almost missed this one. I forgot about this one. Check out a brick universe. What does that even mean? Brick universe. It's very confusing. The entire universe is made of bricks. All the galaxies, and the planets. Very confused.
Welcome back. Well, before we take one final check of the forecast, today more than 60 exhibitors gathered at the Dome Arena for the second day of Brick Universe, a fan expo for Lego lovers of all ages. You too, Thad. The event has a hands-on.
Are you implying I'm a certain age? Is that what you're doing?
The event
I think she did just
for
imply
kids
that.
of all ages. There you go. The event has a hands-on building zone to let your imagination run free and plenty of shopping opportunities. More than 200 tables filled to the brim with Lego designs imagined up by featured artists and local Lego creators as well. One artist says he usually never follows instructions and creates whatever he wants. He says right. He says the creation he brought to the expo is inspired by his passion for Dungeons and Dragons. Just incredible, endless imagination on display.
Truly beautiful. A brick universe. All right, let's go to Montreal for some more artistic stuff.
The Montreal Museum of Fine Arts has welcomed a rare painting by Pablo Picasso. The Héter, also known as the courtesan with a jeweled collar, is an oil on canvas that dates back to 1901. The work will be displayed as part of a larger exhibit that spotlights the story of art dealer Berthe Weil. She was the first woman to showcase emerging artists in Paris.
Even though Berthe is relatively little known, she in fact was the first person to sell a work by Picasso in Paris. And so this work is extremely important in our exhibition because it was included in the very first exhibition that Berthe devoted to Picasso in April 1902. It's only been lent once outside of Italy in the last 20 years, so it's a unique opportunity to see this work, and other Picasso and his contemporaries will join us. So I hope that people.
Wow, people in Montreal getting a historic piece of art. Okay. Speaking of art, color, there has been a discovery in the world of the science of color. A new color discovered, and it's called Olo, and only a few people have seen it.
What you are seeing on your screen right now is a new color, at least as best as it can be represented. It's called Olo, and thanks to a groundbreaking experiment, 5 people have now witnessed it. Joining me to talk more about how this happened and what it all means is Dan Riskin, CTV science and technology expert. Dan, good to speak with you.
Yeah, I feel bad because we show this color and we're like, see, it's a new color. And you're like, nah, I've seen that one. Like, I've seen. There's probably somebody's kitchen looks like that. But what it approximates really is something spectacular that only 5 people have ever experienced.
Yeah, that color, like I said, is just, you know, the closest we can get to it, because
oh my God,
to
the video's
actually
so far
see
behind
this
the audio.
new color, we would have to have lasers beamed into our eyes. Help me out here. What is going on?
There you go. That's all we needed. I can't watch more of this. I just did not notice how far behind the video is from the audio. But here, I will explain it to you. So you technically haven't seen the color. I mean, you have and you haven't. This is supposedly Olo, okay? But you're not actually seeing it correctly. And what these scientists had to do was shoot lasers. They had to map out, they had to use some like newfangled technology to map out the what do you call them, the cones and the rods in your eyes and then blast laser beams into the subject's eyes to block out or to target only one of the receptors, the one that sees the color green. And then it's like this complicated like there's no way any of us are going to ever see it. Yes, friggin' laser beams. That's right. They shot laser beams into people's eyes. The only way to actually see that color. It's a very strange concept. Frickin' laser beams. Okay, let's go talk about something else that hasn't been seen. Where, oh where, is Republican Representative John James of Michigan? Well, Democratic lawmaker Rashida Tlaib held a town hall in his district, asking that question. Where, oh where, is John James?
Amazing. So we are one of the newly formed indivisible groups in Macomb County.
I think this is fantastic. This right here is amazing. Okay, this is so good. I mean, of all the props they could have brought out, a Where's Waldo with this dude's face cut out and put on top of it. Come on. That's amazing.
That's too much, man! And we have grown to just over 500 members in the last 13 weeks. We are outraged by what's happening in our country and the assault on our democracy.
Like, this is why I put it right next to the Olo thing. You can't actually see Olo, and you can't actually see John James either. That's my attempt at a segue.
And that is why we've decided to act. In those 13 weeks, we visited John James' office, and we got the police called on us.
Illegal.
Some troublemakers out there. We visited Gary Peters' office. We helped organize a Medicaid press conference where 60 people showed up. We organized the Where's John James protest where we had 300 attendees. And we helped organize the April 5th hands-off protest in Detroit where over 6...
Okay, I'm gonna go to Rashida. Sleep is going on and on a little bit here. I went too far.
Representative Tlaib.
Wow. What is this, in a stadium?
No, you are amazing. You know, fighting fascism takes 24/7 and it comes together, resistance, it builds courage and inspires again. This moment right now that we will not stand still and be paralyzed with the amount of fear and anxiety that many of you have. You're showing up, you're fighting back, and you're saying to the person that you elected or was elected for your community, again, you should show up. You have questions to be able that need answers. And so I'm really proud. When I met Katrina, we were just in, I saw that there was a protest in front of Congressman John James' district office, and I just showed up. I didn't tell anybody I was coming because I needed to do it too. Because there's 3 or 4 Republicans that we need. Only 3 or 4. And if Michigan could do something, we can organize our backyard to deliver at least one. And that could be Congressman John James. So thank you all again for your incredible...
I love this.
The 12th congressional district...
I love this. This is this is where I wanted to stop. Yeah, the audio is trash. The applause is wild. I mean, it is destroying the mic. It's just literally obliterating the mic, the amount of claps she's getting for this. But that one message needs... This is literally what I said the other day when we were talking about John Ossoff's response to that woman regarding the impeachment of Donald Trump, right? We only need a few Republicans to sign on to it. And all we need to do is pressure them over and over and over again. Shame them in their own districts. We need to pull out all the stops and start doing actual politics. Start doing things that actually put pressure on the other side of the aisle, if you will. And I thought this was a very effective town hall, and she was getting massive applause. I don't know, I couldn't say, there was no, they never turned the camera to show how many people were in this place. But it just looks like a regular, it looks like a college, like, lecture hall or something. You can't really tell. The applause is just massive for some of the things she says here. Okay. Alright, I've held you off long enough. It's Sunday Fun Day. Let's get into this situation. The title of the video, the thumbnail. That Bill Maher, Larry David feud, if you will. Larry David criticized Bill Maher's decision to go to Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago for dinner and then come out and tell us all about how great Donald Trump is when he's not sending the Gestapo after people. Hold on. Should have had this up already. Oh shit, I forgot about this. I forgot to do this. You motherfuckers. I really do hate you for this. Oh. Wow. I hate how the New York Times just... Oh. They're always... paywalling every single article. Does this work now? Does it work? Please tell me. Yes, nice. Okay, I did it. I've done it. Okay, here we go. To the New York Times. To the New York Times. Larry David. My dinner with Adolf. Imagine my surprise when in the spring of 1939 a letter arrived at my house, inviting me to dinner at the old chancellery, with the world's most reviled man, Adolf Hitler. I had been a vocal critic of his on the radio from the beginning, pretty much predicting everything he was going to do on the road to dictatorship. No one I knew encouraged me to go. He's Hitler. He's a monster. But eventually, I concluded that hate gets us nowhere. I knew I couldn't change his views, but we need to talk to the other side. Even if it has invaded and annexed other countries and committed unspeakable crimes against humanity. 2 weeks later, I found myself on the front steps of the old Chancellery and was led into an opulent living room where a few of the Führer's most vocal supporters had gathered. Himmler, Göring, Leni Riefenstahl, and the Duke of Windsor, formerly King Edward VIII. He talked about some of the beautiful art on the walls that had been taken from the homes of Jews. But our conversation ended abruptly when he heard loud footsteps coming down the hallway. Everyone stiffened as Hitler entered the room. He was wearing a tan suit with a swastika armband and gave me an enthusiastic greeting that caught me off guard. Frankly, it was a warmer greeting than I normally even got from my parents, and it was accompanied by a slap on the back. I found the whole thing quite disarming. I joked that I was surprised to see him in a tan suit because if he wore that out, I would be perceived as un-Führer-like. That amused him to no end, and I realized I'd never seen him laugh before. Suddenly, he seemed so human. Here I was, prepared to meet Hitler, the one I'd seen and heard, the public Hitler. But this private Hitler was a completely different animal. And oddly enough, this one seemed more authentic. Like this was the real Hitler. The whole thing had my head spinning. He said he was starving and led us into the dining room where he gestured for me to sit next to him. Göring immediately grabbed a slice of pumpernickel, whereupon Hitler turned to me and gave me an eye roll, then whispered, "Watch, he'll be done with his entire meal before you've taken 2 bites." That one really got me. Göring, with his mouth full, asked, "What was so funny?" And Hitler said, "I was just telling him about the time my dog had diarrhea in the Reichstag." Göring remembered. How could he forget? He loved that story, especially the part where Hitler shot the dog before it got back into the car. Then a beaming Hitler said, "Hey, if I can kill Jews, gypsies, and homosexuals, I can certainly kill a dog." That perhaps got the biggest laugh of the night. And believe me, there were plenty. But it wasn't just a one-way street with the Führer dominating the conversation. He was quite inquisitive and asked me a lot of questions about myself. I told him I had just gone through a brutal breakup with my girlfriend because every time I went someplace without her, she was always insistent that I tell her everything I talked about. I can't stand having to remember every detail of every conversation. Hitler said he could relate. He hated that too. What am I, his secretary? He advised me it was best not to have any more contact with her or else I'd be right back where I started, and eventually I'd have to go through the whole thing all over again. I said it must be easy for a dictator to go through a breakup. He said, "You'd be surprised. There are still feelings. There are still feelings that really resonated with me. We're not that different after all. I thought that if only one world could see the side of him, perhaps might have gotten a different opinion." 2 hours later, the dinner was over, and the Führer escorted me to the door. "I am so glad to have met you. I hope I'm no longer the monster you thought I was." "I must say, mein Führer, I'm so thankful I came. Although we disagree on many issues, it doesn't mean we have to hate each other." And with that, I gave him a Nazi salute and walked out into the night.
Illegal.
Well, that was the piece written in the New York Times. An op-ed by Larry David. Bill Maher took it very personally, as he felt this was an allusion to his recent meeting with Donald Trump. CNN decided to talk about this a couple of days ago. Let's see if they've managed to come to even one reasonable conclusion about this.
Nobody has been harder about and more prescient, I must say, about Donald Trump than me. I don't need to be lectured on who Donald Trump is. Just to use the Hitler thing, first of all, I just think it's kind of insulting.
Oh, it's insulting.
6 million dead Jews. You know,
all
like
of them.
That should kind of be in its own place in history.
Right.
And, you know, I know people can say, well, we're just comparing it in this way. Well,
yes, that's correct.
It's an argument you
it's an analogy
just to start it.
That's what you said a couple days ago, Dan.
Exactly.
Yeah, that just using the comparison, you lose people.
Oh, you lose people. You just
Batya,
lose them.
I want your take on how that comes across
Which
to
people?
you as you are Jewish.
Which people do we lose? They keep saying things like this all the time. What does that mean? You lose people? What, in the polls? What are we talking about here? Is that the only way we can perform politics? To be worried about whether or not we lose someone in a poll somewhere who's like, I did not like the comparison to Hitler.
And a Trump supporter at that. But what's your take?
And a person who half my family was murdered by the actual Hitler.
Oh, clutch and pearls.
You know, in addition to it being deeply offensive
Is
to
it offensive?
Jews,
Yeah, it's offensive.
to call Trump Hitler is to call over 80 million Americans, 35%.
Over 80 million? In which election did Donald Trump receive more than 80 million votes? I'm fairly certain he didn't receive more than 80 million in the 2024. I think it's like 78. So, but yeah, I mean, millions of Germans voted for the Nazis. That happened. Look it up. They received like a third of the vote. So what does that mean? You're saying... I'm confused.
Offensive to Jews.
Uh-huh.
To call Trump Hitler is to call over 80 million Americans.
Yes.
35% of Jewish Americans, 56%
Correct.
of Hispanic men,
Sure.
and the majority of Americans who make under $100,000 a year.
Oh, the majority of them.
Nazis, because
Yeah.
those are the people who gave Donald Trump his victory. And
Yeah, that's exactly what it says. And I'm sorry if that upsets you, Batya Unger Sargon. I have no idea who the fuck this woman is and where she came from, but I don't know if she personally voted for Trump. She feels offended that she is a Nazi, but you voted for him, okay? And so did the Germans. What's your point? I don't understand. So she's upset that some people are upset that their vote for the Nazi Party was for the Nazi Party, and the people are saying it was for the Nazi Party, and that it's not fair. It's not fair. And she's very upset.
just have a pro tip for any Democrats.
Oh, a pro tip.
who are
Oh,
thinking
God,
about
everybody
winning.
shut up. Okay, everybody shut your mouth. Okay, shut it. Pro tip from Batya.
And I just have a pro tip for any Democrats who are thinking about winning back the working class, those people who make under $100,000 a year,
Okay.
who a majority of whom voted for Trump.
What does that majority mean?
You should have a
She's using the word majority wrong. I'm fairly certain, perhaps in the case of people who voted, right? Perhaps she might be right about that in the group of people who voted, but I don't believe that the majority of people who made under $100,000 in the United States, because that's the majority of people in the United States. It's not checking out to me. There wasn't enough people to have voted for that to even be the case, right? There was like, what, 150 so million people? That's less than half the population of the United States to begin with. So I just don't know how that math works out when you have half of that, not half. The math ain't mathing, Batya. Are you sure about this number? Or are you just conflating two things?
disgust for someone like Larry David, who's worth
Oh,
$400
how dare Larry
million.
David, a rich man. How dare a rich man say that? What does that have to do with anything? How dare Larry David, a rich man, a rich Jew, I would point out, as she's been pulling out the identity politics here as a Jew, as she said. I mean, what about Larry David as a rich Jew? Why can't he say things like this? Huh? Why is Larry David an anti-Semite?
For someone like Larry David, who's worth $400 million.
How much are you worth? How much are you worth,
sitting
Batya?
there and sneering and smearing the hardest working Americans.
The sneering the
for
hardest
refusing
working
to
Americans.
co-sign their own disinheritance.
Oh.
That's effectively what they are doing when these millionaires come out
these
here and
millionaires.
call Trump
Oh.
Hitler. They are calling working class Americans Nazis because they chose the person.
How dare that millionaire Jewish comedian criticize the Fuhrer. I mean, the billionaire president, Donald Trump, the man who thinks he's the king. That's, okay, I get it now. Millionaires can't criticize billionaires, okay? Or the people who voted for them. That's not fair.
That's too much, man!
They thought would give their children back the future they were promised by this country. And it just has to stop. And you know
Where's
what?
the
Honestly,
future?
I don't care if the Democrats get this or don't, but they should get this because this is a big part of why they have lost. Because they are they have these rich people. He is so wealthy. I mean, how
he's so wealthy. Oh, the chutzpah. The chutzpah. Oh, God. Oh, the chutzpah. Oh, Jesus. Wow. Yes, the chutzpah. This incredibly wealthy man. Oh, how could he dare criticize an even wealthier man? And the people who voted for him.
Trump is a billionaire, and
wealthy.
Pardon the Camp Auschwitz guy. He had Nick Fuentes and Kanye West over for Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah.
He's not
Where's your outrage then? Where's your outrage then? Look at her. Look at her face. Look at her face. Where's your response, Batya? You were just so animated 2 seconds ago. You were screaming at all of us, telling us about your pro tips of not comparing people to Hitler and all that stuff. But where's your outrage? Did you not? You already knew that he's been hanging out with a bunch of people who are Nazis and who have been saying anti-Semitic stuff. But you're actually fine with that. I'm pretty sure she voted for Donald Trump. This is a very weird moment. I really wish that she had been forced to respond to this. What about them? What about them? Say something about that.
Over for Thanksgiving.
What do you have to say about Elon's Hitler salute?
Nazi-averse.
He's also the father-in-law and grandfather of Jewish children.
Oh, he's the father-in-law. His daughter chose to make. Oh, look, I love that. I love that, Arthur. I love that. Oh, he's a father-in-law to a Jewish son-in-law. Like, he chose him. Like, he went out and he found Jared Kushner. And he's like, Jared, I need you to marry my daughter because I love the Jews. You think that's what happened? I mean, his daughter Ivanka picked Jared Kushner. It doesn't make Donald Trump not an anti-Semite just because he happens to be Ivanka's dad. And it's not how that works. You know, it's like saying, I've got, you know, I know a black guy, so I can't be racist. What? You know, I lost my virginity to a Hispanic prostitute. You know, like, I can't be a racist. Like, this is one of the dumbest arguments I've ever heard.
He's got a long record of it. You know what? Actions speak louder than words. He may have said some stupid stuff in the past. What he's been doing, cracking down on Harvard with their anti-Semitic policies.
That is a lie. It's not
Oh my God.
You know it's not about anti-Semitism.
CNN has lost it.
Harvard has treated Alan Dershowitz, who was there for 50
Alan
years.
Dershowitz has punched his own ticket, my friend.
Seriously.
If Trump wants to root out anti-Semitism, he can go over to the Nazi chat room that Twitter has turned into.
Seriously.
The fact is, Hitler did a lot of awful things that were unrelated to the Shoah, and it is not unfair or inappropriate to compare the policies of this government to the policies of the right.
It's not.
No, it's not. Hitler banned abortion.
It isn't.
Hitler persecuted
It's
LGBTQ. Hitler hated immigrants.
I agree with Dan and Boccia. Hitler goes in his own little category.
I wish Hitler was more like Trump.
Arthur and John, just give me 1 second because I want to take what you're saying because this is an important point, I think, that gets lost in all of the yelling, to be frank.
I'm sorry for yelling.
There was a lot of Hitler talk by Democrats in the campaign. Trump is going to be, Trump is going to do, Trump is going to, right? But I think what they're saying now, Democrats, is a little bit different. Listen to Larry Tribe saying not what Trump has promised to do, but what Trump is doing or has done has historical parallels.
Nice little,
And just before we go to this, I just want to say thank you to the Anarchist for the gifted Galactic membership to Metajetta. I'm sure Metajetta will appreciate that generous gift. I'm going to count that as a half a super chat. For our goal, which I guess that's technically, I mean, I don't know if I can count that as breaking the ice. We have to get a 1 full 1 for the ice to truly be broken.
Has historical parallels.
Nice little university you have there. Be a shame if something happened to it.
That's what Hitler basically said, although it sounds different in the original German, when he said it to the university at Frankfurt and then took them over. That's what Orban has done in Hungary. That's what Erdogan has done in Turkey. It's a standard technique.
The comparisons to Hitler are a loser for the left. I mean,
I agree, but I'm not saying they're not fair.
Well, again, you
Yeah, exactly. Stop talking about this lose. Oh, we're losing people. Oh, Dan Abrams. Oh, we're losing them. Oh, we're losing people. Oh, we can't make this comparison, this incredibly accurate analogy. Can't do it because we lose people. I'm not going to define which people we lose. You know, Nazi lovers and whatever else. But yeah, we just can't do that. Oh, yeah, okay.
Threatened universities. I would have met my great grandparents. Like, come on.
It's very
Oh my God,
to
what?
draw that line to say,
I'm sorry. How old are your great grandparents, or would they be right now? You would have met your great grandparents. Shut up. Shut up.
The policies, yes.
I get it, but
If Hitler had only just threatened universities, I would have met my great grandparents.
Oh my God. No, where's this comment even coming? If Hitler had only threatened, is Donald Trump only threatening universities? No one's even saying that Hitler only threatened universities. It's just one of many comparisons that could be made to what's happening right now, to the Holocaust, to Hitler's reign, right? Like, oh, she's upset that there wasn't enough examples? Is that what it is?
It's very hard to draw that line to say, well, you know, I'm really just talking about some of the things that Hitler did.
Authoritarianism has patterns.
I got it, but there are other authoritarians to compare him to.
Oh, there's other ones.
But again, you won't get into much trouble as you
I
will with
agree
Hitler,
with you.
all
I
right?
agree. It's a third rate.
These people are just so slimy, garbage fucking pundits. It is gross to me. It is fucking gross to me. I don't know. I mean, this all genuinely plays into or is related back to fake anti-Semitism, right? That's all. This is what this is all. This is a continuation of it. CNN doesn't know what anti-Semitism is anymore, right? Making fun of Hitler, comparing someone to Hitler, isn't anti-Semitism. It just isn't, right? I mean, we're gonna get into reasons as we go through all of this. I mean, first off, the one thing I noticed is they're refusing to bring up the word anti-Semitism because they know that Larry David is a Jew. But that's what's happening here, right? They're conflating this with anti-Semitism, and it's clearly not. And it's disturbing to me that CNN seems to think that this is good. This is good messaging. This is something to put on television. This conversation where 5 out of 6 people here are basically just going, oh, you can't compare anything to Hitler because unless they've killed 6 million people, like, you have to wait. You have to wait and you have to wait and you have to wait. People have to be, you know, put into death camps, you know, have all of their constitutional rights taken away. And then you have to wait and wait and wait. You have to wait for, you know, that leader to start killing people, but you can't rush to anything, right? So once they cross over 6 million, then finally you'll have a chance. Finally you can make that comparison, you know. Like, what's the point of that? At that point, like, let's just play that out. Let's say we wait and wait until Donald Trump winds up killing 6 million people, right? I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen, but like, what if he winds up only killing 1 million, right? You know, what if he winds up, you know, like where's the line? When do we actually start to get to compare him to Hitler, right? And it's almost like these people have never seen a movie or I don't understand why in this moment they feel this necessity to come to the aid of Bill Maher. Like, what are we talking about here? Bill Maher is incredibly wealthy. You think Bill Maher is poor? You think he's like sleeping on the dirt floor or something? I mean, what are you talking about? He's a fucking millionaire. Just like, he might not be as rich as Larry. He's less successful. You know, he's, I would argue, less funny and insightful as well. So it might be a merit-based lack of money. But, you know, it's just so strange. Just very...
Right, it's a third rail for a
reason. For a reason.
Hitler was uniquely bad.
Uniquely bad.
And I think that,
uniquely evil. Can we make fun of... I don't know. I'm trying to think. Can we make fun of the Spanish Inquisition? I'm just wondering. I mean, there was debate around how many people actually died during the Spanish Inquisition. But during the Spanish Inquisition, the Catholic Church went around trying to force convert Jewish people and Muslim people. But there was a mass exodus of Jews from Europe, specifically from Spain, where... You know, they were being persecuted, tortured, killed, and or, you know, like, are we allowed to? Can we do that? I mean, some estimates have it over 1 million people, some have it way less. But of course, you know, the Romans, you know, the Roman Catholic Church, it's pretty powerful. So they could basically, you know, say whatever the fuck they want. They were literally writing history back then. So, you know, the numbers vary widely. Hey, but I just wondering, you know, is that enough? In 1400s, you know, can we wait 600 years after maybe 1 million people got killed? After certainly, you know, probably hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Jews were, you know, forced to leave their homes. Is that okay? Can we make fun of the Spanish Inquisition? I'm genuinely asking.
I think we should take seriously what Batya's point is about the true, pure evil of mass murder that Hitler engaged in, which you can talk about a lot of other authoritarians and authoritarian behavior. And
Other
it's
ones.
not that still.
Right. You can't. Right.
So I guess her question is fair. Why not just compare him to other authoritarians?
Because nobody knows who the fuck Mussolini is, Abby. You worthless wench. For the love of God. If you go down onto the streets and you polled, if you got 50% of Americans to respond to this, I'll bet you 10% of that 50% could tell you facts about Mussolini, right? And the fact is Mussolini was working hand in hand with Hitler. Why would it be better to make an analogy to Mussolini, right? I don't see why is that better. They don't present any actual counter arguments to anything during this entire discussion on CNN. All they do is naysay, right? They don't say, well, you could do this, right? She's saying just amorphously, and a different dictator. I mean, there's plenty of dictators with mass body counts on their hands. So I really wish that they would actually be more specific and say, hey, this is the dictator that you get to compare to, because they are literally dictating to us right now who we can compare people to. We cannot compare anybody to Hitler. Okay, can't do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
So who? And they're never gonna tell us. I promise you.
And there's nothing that this administration has done in either term that compares to what Hitler did to the Jews of Europe. But nothing compares to it. But there are other really crappy things Hitler did that are not unfair to put up.
But it doesn't mean that you can't say, for example, when Hitler was leading up to Czechoslovakia, right, and how he went about convincing Chamberlain.
That's why we compare Putin to Hitler.
That's what I'm saying.
And that's okay?
Talk about historically specific things Hitler did. Yeah.
Wait. So we can discuss Hitler. We can talk. I'm confused. This guy is making even less sense now. So we can talk about Hitler, but only in historical terms. We can't use some sort of fictional Hitler thing. We can't be creative with our Hitler references. Oh, that's too much.
Illegal.
What in the fuck are you talking about?
That were comparable to other, but what you can't do.
Oh wait, you can pick up comparable? Comparable? You're going to compare it? Excuse me, I was just told that's anti-Semitism.
Larry David was doing. Larry David is saying, when you're sitting down with this guy, And he didn't say it's like sitting down with Hitler, but that was the
Exactly.
point of the piece, right? Which was, in effect, it
an analogy.
Into trouble. I think you can draw a line and
we get into trouble. We get into trouble. We're in trouble.
When you're sitting down with this guy, and he didn't say it's like sitting down with Hitler, but that was the point of the piece, right? Which was in effect, it has the same impact, and that's where you get into trouble. I think you can.
So you get into trouble when you talk about fictional scenarios. That's his problem. You can compare things to Hitler as long as you use historical references. You can't use creativity or imagination to come up with some sort of fictional Hitler scenario. That's where we get into trouble. Oh, now I get it. Oh, that makes perfect sense. God, I've been so misled.
There's specific historical things you can talk about, but when you make the big picture comparison, that's when you get into some
real trouble. With who? Trouble with who?
All right.
Do you know how many letters to the editor they get all the time? They don't print.
I don't want to not to defend the New York.
Oh yeah, it's crazy for the New York Times to let incredibly famous Larry David send in an op-ed. They would never do something like that with a less important celebrity than Larry. Oh wait, you're telling me they do it all the time? Actually, if you have a culturally relevant piece and you're even slightly well known, the New York Times will genuinely consider it. Let alone Larry David. People love Larry. Okay, he created one of the most beloved shows before creating another one of the most beloved shows. Was Seinfeld, and then Curbed. And I love how nobody at any moment here brings up the fact that Larry David is a fucking Jew. I don't. Why is it so like? Nobody is. Why does she get to claim her Jewishness in this moment to say it's unacceptable? But no one rushes to the defense of Larry. He's like, Larry should be able to say whatever the fuck he wants about the Nazis, okay? I don't give a shit. What are we talking about here?
They did write a whole explanation about why they did it. They said callbacks to history can be offensive, imprecise, or in terrible taste, which some people might argue this is, when you are leveraging genocidal dictators to make a point. But Larry's piece is not equating Trump with Hitler. It is about seeing someone for who they really are and not losing sight of that.
Not since the New York Times published an op-ed from Tom Cotton has there been this much controversy at the New York Times.
I don't know what to say right now. I think we should be always talking about all of the history, because this is how we learn, this is how we grow, and it breaks my heart that we have a president who actually wants to erase a big part of what is my history as an African-American woman, as a mother who benefited, who is a white woman who benefited from affirmative action. Again, if we're going to have these tough conversations, let's have all of them. We're not going to say we're going to have this one and not that one. And you get to be at the table and you don't.
I should also point out that
seriously, and I think that point is perhaps the most cogent. And these people should be ashamed of themselves for what they're doing right now. You don't like they are playing the rights game. They are literally playing the rights game right now, right? And they're playing. I find it fascinating, because you think about the way the right wing is constantly talking about free speech and how the left doesn't allow free speech and all this other shit, right? And they're playing right into the hands of Republicans on this one, basically being just coming after someone for criticizing the Republicans. Right, for criticizing Republicans in a creative way, right? It wasn't like they said, it wasn't a direct comparison to Hitler, and it was meant to be interpreted. It was a opinion piece. It wasn't put out there as news like this very Nazi-looking man. I don't know if it's just me, but this dude over here with the black tie genuinely looks like he could be an extra in a film about the Nazis. But it's why they would choose in this moment to go after Larry David, to defend Bill Maher, and to basically go after free speech and say, hey, you lose everyone when you compare things. You can't do it. You're not allowed. Everybody, if you do it, you're going in timeout. We're going to cancel your social media. I mean, basically, they sound like the very thing the Republicans are always complaining about, right? About somebody complaining about the Republicans. It's just such a weird Twilight Zone-esque type of situation. It's so strange to me. It makes no sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. But, you know, like I was saying, Spanish Inquisition, that caused a mass exodus of Jews. Who knows exactly how many people died or were tortured during that? Are we allowed to make fun of that?
I didn't expect a kind of Spanish Inquisition. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Ah, no, not allowed to do it. Oh, no, you can't make fun of the Spanish Inquisition. It was uniquely terrible. We can't do it. Sorry, everyone. Free speech has been canceled. Sorry. How about Mel Brooks, a man who fought against the Nazis himself? Can he make fun of the Nazis and Hitler? Wow, these Nazis really have some moves.
Well, hi there, people. You know me. I used to run a little junk called Germany.
Yeah, there's Mel Brooks. I don't know if you know this, but Mel Brooks literally fought the Nazis in World War II. Is he allowed to do this? Is this anti-Semitism? Is this going too far to do this? When is it okay? It's just all very confusing to me.
This is amazing. I wasn't going to play this. I'd forgotten about it. I saw it at one point, and then I just, I think this happened during my vacation, so I didn't pay that much attention to it. I don't remember. And then Larry David wrote what I thought was actually a pretty funny piece in the New York Times.
He's a funny guy.
About his dinner with Hitler.
Yeah.
As if he was back in the 30s. Now look. Well, let's listen to Bill Maher first before we talk about it. I think he responded to, now the Larry David thing happened.
Yeah, we should give just a little bit of a timeline for people who aren't caught up on this. So Bill Maher had dinner with Trump, then talked about it on his show, like for, I guess, 15 minutes or something like that, about how he's actually like pretty funny behind the scenes and he's a really nice guy. And so then Larry David takes out an opinion piece in the New York Times called My Dinner with Adolf.
Can I just read the first couple lines?
Yes.
Imagine my surprise when in the spring of 1939 a letter arrived at my house.
Let's do this afterwards, okay?
Okay.
Because first we're going to do what Bill Maher did in announcing that he had done this.
Right.
And understand the tremendous whitewashing that's going on here of Donald Trump. Let's play this first.
Okay.
The guy I met is not the person who the night before the dinner shit-tweeted a bunch of nasty crap about how he thought this dinner was a bad idea and what a deranged asshole I was. I read it and thought, oh, what a lovely way to welcome someone to your house. got there, that guy wasn't living there. Now, does Trump want respect? Of course, who doesn't? My friend said to me, what are you going to wear to the White House? I said, I don't know, but I'm not going to dress like Zelensky, I'll tell you that.
One second. Here's the thing, and this is sort of inside baseball. But back in the day, I did a lot of live sitcom tapings. I've been to a lot of shows like Bill Maher.
Yeah.
As an audience member, sometimes I've worked on, I used to do little bits on Conan. That first person you hear laughing works on the show. And their job is to juice the laugh from the live audience because they don't want to use canned things.
It's like my job here.
And if you, exactly. But if you hear it, like, you do it well. This guy's going, ah! like it's just like, almost like it's probably, it could even be one of the writers just trying to push the stuff. But go back and listen. Just listen how forced the laughter is on this. This is Zelensky. I mean, it's just so, all right, but then go ahead. I know this is petty.
What are you going to wear to the White House? I said, I don't know, but I'm not going to dress like Zelensky, I'll tell you that. Just for starters, he laughs. I've never seen him laugh in public. But he does. But he does. Himself. Oh my God. It's not fake. Believe me, as a comedian of 40 years, I know a fake laugh when I hear it.
I feel like he looks directly at the producer who is laughing, doing the fake laughter. I know a fake laugh when I hear it. It's one right there. What I love about this is Bill Maher's understanding of politics. From the way he's talking about it seems to be that it doesn't matter what a president does, like as president. It just matters how he acts when he meets people, like in person. He's just hanging out, having drinks. That doesn't matter what his policies are. It doesn't matter what he says publicly on his own social media company. It doesn't matter how he treats people publicly. It's all about the behind the scenes stuff. It's all very ethereal. It's almost, it's amorphous. You can't grasp it with your hands. You can't even see it. You can only feel it deep down in your heart, when you hear the president laugh over a scotch, chortling, and you're like, wow, actually, this guy is totally normal. And that's how you determine whether or not somebody is good or bad. Not about how they treat people in everyday life. It's about how they treat their closest friends. That makes sense. For a president? Yeah, that checks out. Presidents don't have an effect on everyone. Just the guys who get invited to their mansions.
Okay, example. In the Oval Office, he was showing me the portraits of presidents, and he pointed to Reagan and said, in all seriousness, the best thing about him, his hair. I said, well, there was also that whole bringing down communism thing, waiting for the button next to the Diet Coke button to get pushed and I go through the trap door. But no, he laughed, he got it. I said to him at one point, Mr. President, the dog, that's unusual in the White House. He said, well, a lot of the presidents, they had a dog for political reasons. I said, no. People love dogs. That's what that is. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's true.
Wow.
I'm telling you what happened. At one point, we were walking through his amazing,
we don't need to hear
amazing tour.
We don't need to hear about this. Because here's the thing. Who gives a shit? He is on, this is a political show.
Yeah, I mean, come on, Sam. He's speaking his truth.
I know he's speaking his truth, but the fact of the matter is that all he's doing is saying that don't pay attention. There is another side to Donald Trump you don't know. And I say, who gives a shit? Because he's the president of the United States. What's relevant to people is what he's doing. Do you think like Mahmoud Khalil cares that there's another softer side? He's a real human, Donald Trump.
He laughs.
He laughs. or whether it's Palestinians in Gaza, whether it's a scientist who's lost their jobs, whether it's, I mean, go across the entire board. Like, this is specifically for his little project of pretending like, don't get that far engaged in politics. I'm okay, you're okay.
Right, and all those liberals that I've grown to detest because I'm an old rich guy and this is kind of the standard trajectory. They have Trump derangement syndrome. Don't you know? He's actually a really nice guy. It's like, it is the equivalent of the Hitler loved dogs thing, I mean, and that's what Larry was obviously riffing off of. It seems like. Yeah, let's read some of this Larry David piece, because this is the point. It doesn't matter if Donald Trump is actually better, up close, because, I mean, who cares?
Yeah, seriously.
Who cares? It's complete.
How many people are actually affected by hanging out with Donald Trump? It's a tiny handful of people who genuinely get to spend any real time with the president, the billionaire president, right? Why would that matter? Why would that matter? I just don't understand. It doesn't make any sense.
Irrelevant.
It's also irrelevant if he even believes in his ideology.
Yeah, all that Bill is doing is just humanizing Donald Trump, right? It's humanizing a wannabe dictator, right? Somebody who seems to be fashioning himself after dictators across history. And so why does it matter if he's a good guy when you get a couple you have a couple of drinks? I guess Donald Trump doesn't drink. So when you're hanging out with him at Mar-a-Lago, why does that matter? It just doesn't make any sense.
Like, Donald Trump could be a secret liberal, woke, social justice warrior behind the scenes. Doesn't matter. What matters is what he says in public and his actions as president. I don't care about his as a person.
Seriously. I want to show you something. Look, underneath my shirt, I wear a Che Guevara t-shirt.
Yeah.
Isn't that impressive?
Right.
Okay, shh, don't tell anybody.
Yeah, and that would be irrelevant because it's all about his actions. But what Larry does so well in this Times thing is nailing just the level of self-involvement, the level of narcissism, of thinking that this is something that you should say publicly. And two, like, he doesn't even make an attempt, Bill Maher does, to claim that he challenged Trump in any way.
I mean, listen, if Bill Maher wants to go to dinner as a comedian and have dinner with Trump, that's his business. I could still think he's a piece of garbage, but who cares? The bottom line is he's going out there and he is whitewashing Trump. There was a reason why people had a problem with Jimmy Fallon mussing Donald Trump's hair, because you are humanizing a person whose power is greater than any other human on the planet. And certainly, at this time, greater than any other human on the planet, or maybe there's a handful of others, to immiserate people and to create and to destroy structures that are crucial to feeding people, making people's lives better, et cetera, et cetera. Whether he's...
But Donald Trump, he laughed. He laughed. I'd never heard him laugh before. I mean, the people need to know that Donald Trump can laugh. God. I mean, what's more important, talking about people starving, losing their health care, or Donald Trump having laughed one time in private? You pick.
Not a sense of humor, or he laughs, is wholly irrelevant and does nothing but try and make people who are critical of what Trump is doing and what his administration is doing, make them seem like they're the ones with a problem. But read this Larry David thing.
Imagine my surprise when in the spring of 1939, a letter arrived at my house inviting me to dinner at the old chancellery with the world's most reviled man, Adolf Hitler. I had been a vocal critic of his on the radio from the beginning, pretty much predicting everything he was going to do on the road to dictatorship. No one I know encouraged me to go. He's Hitler. He's a monster. But eventually I concluded that hate gets us nowhere. I knew I couldn't change his views, but we need to talk to the other side, even if it has invaded and annexed other countries and committed unspeakable crimes against humanity. 2 weeks later, I found myself on the front steps of the old chancellery and was led into an opulent living room where a few of the Führer's most vocal supporters had gathered: Himmler, Göring, Leni Riefenstahl, and the Duke of Windsor, formerly King Edward VIII. We talked about how some of the most beautiful art on the walls that had been taken from the homes of Jews. But our conversation ended abruptly when we heard footsteps coming down the hallway. Everyone stiffened as Hitler entered the room. He was wearing a tan suit with a swastika armband and gave me an enthusiastic greeting that caught me off guard. Frankly, it was a warmer greeting than I normally get from my parents. That was my favorite one, just like the narcissism of that. And it was accompanied by a slap on my back. I found the whole thing quite disarming. I joked that I was surprised to see him in a tan suit because if he wore that out, it would be perceived as un-Führer-like. That amused him to no end, and I realized I'd never seen him laugh before.
This is just so fantastic.
Suddenly, he seemed so human. Here I was, prepared to meet Hitler, the one I had seen and heard, the public Hitler. But this private Hitler was a completely different animal, and oddly enough, this one seemed more authentic, like this was the real Hitler. The whole thing had my head spinning.
I'm the guy who's impressed that someone seems more authentic in person than they do like at a Nazi rally.
It's shocking. People get the idea. And Dave from Jamaica did shank write that. Okay. And then I like this when Hitler's joking around. Göring immediately grabbed a slice of pumpernickel, whereupon Hitler turned to me, gave me an eye roll, and then whispered, "Watch, he'll be done with his entire meal before you've taken 2 bites." That one really got me. Göring, with his mouth full, asked what was so funny, and Hitler said, "I was just telling him about that time my dog had diarrhea at the Reichstag." Göring remembered. How could he forget? He loved that story, especially the part where Hitler shot the dog before he got back into the car. And then a beaming Hitler said, "Hey, if I can kill Jews, gypsies, and homosexuals, I can certainly kill a dog." That perhaps got the biggest laugh of the night, and believe me, there were plenty. And so, Larry David, I encourage people. We'll link to it. It's very funny.
Yeah.
And then Bill Maher apparently takes offense to
it. It hurt his feelings.
No.
Here he is sitting on what's the name of his show?
It's actually Piers Morgan's show.
Yeah. But filmed on Club Random premises.
Oh, I thought this was what's it called? Alcoholic Weekly. Sorry, joke. Bill. Oh, it's on Pierce's? Oh, okay, gotcha.
They're just in the Club Random.
Okay, so, wow.
I mean, does Bill leave the complex?
I don't think so.
I don't think. Doesn't see any normal human beings.
Looking, but anyway.
Larry David, because you're friends, aren't you? Were you friends? Are you friends?
Of course. I mean, this wasn't my favorite moment of our friendship, but look, I don't want to get in too much into that, but I think the minute you play the Hitler card,
that's what I think.
You've lost the argument.
Yes.
You've lost it.
And also, I must say, come on, man. Hitler, Nazis.
Come on!
Nobody has been harder about and more prescient, I must say, about Donald Trump than me. I don't need
no one but you.
Oh,
wow.
Really?
The most prescient.
I met him
Bill Maher.
Didn't change that. And the fact that I reported honestly is not a sin either. But, to use the Hitler thing, first of all, I just think it's kind of insulting to 6 million dead Jews.
Yes.
That should
so insulting.
You gotta be
Piers Morgan. I love how Piers
me.
Morgan rushes to his defense. Yes, as a non-Jewish British man, you're right. It is offensive to them. I can say that for sure.
Are you effing kidding me? He's now policing comedy use of Hitler?
Illegal.
Why don't you bring Mel Brooks over?
Yeah.
Ask him about Springtime for Hitler.
Yeah.
Why don't you bring over Woody Allen? Why don't you bring over every Jewish comedian who has plowed the road for you to even have like any semblance of a career, and ask them like, you joking about Hitler? I don't know.
I can't do that.
That doesn't seem appropriate.
You can't do
Are you
that.
kidding me? Like, are you kidding? Like, how dare he?
Not allowed.
His entire career has been politically incorrect. Yeah. We can't police God. And now he's saying this. This is one of the most, and I've been doing this for 20 years, one of the most hypocritical, disingenuous, like, I can't believe that no one in his life said, Bill, wait a second.
This might be a bad take.
You shouldn't say that.
This might be this might be an L.
Who is in his life? Like, he doesn't have a family.
There you go. He doesn't. I mean, honestly, there must be nobody. Like, Bill, do you really want to criticize Larry David for a satirical piece bringing up Hitler?
Yeah, Bill, are you sure you maybe just didn't get a big rush off your first socialization in 4 years when you went to Mar-a-Lago? Are you sure it was...
Maybe he could get I mean, he should have gotten Hawk to a girl to chime in on this one first. I'm sure she would have had a more prescient take than this.
And this is the thing too, like, aside from that being just, I mean, so delicious and frankly nutritious, that I feel like someone living on a desert island could live for years off of just how incredibly, like, the amount of chutzpah on that, I think, honestly, could...
And to say that to Larry, too. I mean, like, Larry David is a Jewish man. This is absurd.
It's just such a disgrace to make a joke about the Hitler to the Jews.
The Hitler card.
Okay, like, he just played the Hitler card in an incredible way. But to say that you honestly reported, like, if you really want to honestly report, I think there are probably some things in Bill Maher's personal life that he could honestly report on that would be genuinely honest. I mean, there's a lot of stuff escapades that Bill Maher has had.
Oh, certainly.
Is he reporting now on his personal trips to eat out with people? He should really broaden that. There's probably a lot of interesting personal stuff.
Yeah, I think that Bill Maher should tell us about all of his escapades, including when he has his food delivered from Whole Foods, the interactions that he has with his, DoorDash and Instacart drivers. Tells about his very interesting personal life, I'm sure.
He should really broaden that. There's probably a lot of interesting personal story reporting that he could do.
There's like so much I would love to know about being a 21-year-old girl.
It's true. It's true.
I mean, I am sure there's a lot of really interesting, but he was just, is that all he was doing?
We should go back. People, we covered this on a Thursday, maybe like 6 or so months ago. People should go back and watch our coverage of him bringing on a bunch of children onto the Club Random set and asking them about pornography and Stormy Daniels.
Oh, I think he has even more
that one lost
interesting
me.
stories probably that are not
that one lost to me.
But since he's just going to that's his job now, honestly report his experiences. I mean, give me a break. Take some responsibility for the garbage that you spew on everybody. That is really impressive.
He's clutching his pearls now. I thought the left
God.
wanted to make comedy illegal.
Comedy's legal now, isn't it?
That's what I keep hearing.
Say the R word. Apparently
that.
Trump.
That is amazing.
And that's what comedy is.
That is true. That's what is comedy. Oh my God, we just blew through the first half. We're going to be back with more of this after we take a quick break. Stick around through these messages. I'll be right back to the space content. Anyway, chat, I hope everybody's been enjoying this incredibly late, super secret Monday Fun Day stream. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe hit that little bell icon as well so you get the latest galactic notifications, ensuring that you don't miss a single episode of this stream. And while you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. We got a barely started goal. That's a good way to start. YouTube, super chat, super stickers, and memberships all get counted to the goal. We got YouTube, we got Twitch with the bits and the subs, Cash App and PayPal if you prefer. All of your money go directly to funding the stream, rather than to funding Jeffy Bezos' Blue Origin space flights. But of course, the best way to get the most benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Just $3 a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet benefits. What are you waiting for? Yeah, I just want to remind everybody, since I've been saying it the last few days, we are struggling right now financially due to a number of unexpected circumstances over the last month. And due to that, May, as it approaches, is more ominous in our inability to pay the bills. So do consider Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. And I should always say this, but I'll count PayPal and Cash App donations to the goal. Anyway, chat, yeah, that's enough. That's it with the messages. Enjoy this break. Well, chat, I think you know what that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the show. Yes, indeed. We're going to get right back to talking about this Larry David Bill Maher situation that everyone seems to be so up in arms about.
I'm sure, yes. Paste Lowell, why wasn't Bill Maher outraged about this soup Nazi episode? Oh, I'm sure he was.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm sure he really, really was.
I mean, that's the thing we were just basically told directly by CNN. We're not allowed to do. We're not allowed to make vague historical comparisons to things that aren't specifically killing 6 million Jews. Okay? I mean, here's a question I have. Can we compare neo-Nazis to Hitler? The neo-Nazis haven't killed 6 million Jews yet. Is it okay to compare them? I mean, I'm just wondering. But yeah, we were just told, oh, you can't vaguely or generally, you can't generalize a fictional story about Hitler, to a real life situation. But that's literally what's going on with the soup Nazi thing. The guy was just he was the dictator of soup. He didn't kill anybody, at least from what I know of the story. Soup Nazi was just quite demanding of his customers. Did a bunch of things people didn't like, and so they called him the soup Nazi, and that was all it took. He seemed like a kind of dictator of the kitchen, and that was good enough. It's good enough for Jerry Seinfeld, somebody who's been up in arms about anti-Semitism all over the place. Where is he in this moment? Where is Jerry? Huh?
I seem to remember that, yes, on Politically Incorrect, where he stopped the show and said, I can't believe, how dare Larry David and Seinfeld say this about 6 million Jews.
Yeah. Maybe if Larry had said that the Nazis were courageous, that would have been okay with Bill Maher.
The chances, and I don't want to go too far on a limb here, but the chances that Bill Maher has never used the word Nazi to describe someone less than a Nazi, I would put somewhere around 0. Maybe 0. Somewhere between 0 and 0, I would say.
It's science.
But the bottom line is that, yes, Trump is not Hitler. But there is this literary technique
Hitler, you say,
where people use analogies.
What now?
And sometimes what they'll do is they'll use the most extreme version of something to show how actually outrageous it is. Like, that is a often used technique. In fact, in even the jokes that he's telling. UK had full-on sitcoms about Nazis. Yes, I remember a sitcom about Hitler being in The Next Door Neighbor. I can't remember. It was like Heil, Honey, I'm Home, I think it was called.
Heil, Honey, I'm
something
home.
like that.
That sounds terrible.
I mean, it's just absurd.
It sounds terrible.
It's just absurd. It's the Three Stooges. I mean, like, this goes back decades. Decades.
This is a real thing. Sam is not kidding.
Unbelievable.
His feelings were hurt.
There's even a cartoon version of it.
Someone held me to account for what I did on my show.
There's a real life ending.
The hundreds of thousands of dollars I made that night don't feel as comfortable as they did before.
Jesus.
Amazing. That is, just the idea that he's complaining about.
Last year he compared folks who I believe may have vandalized, or there were some protests about the Brooklyn Museum, and he compared them to Nazis.
Oh my God.
No.
So the Nazis used the yellow triangle, so I guess they just changed their colors and their lane.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Ramona Frankenstein, Sam, your criticism of Bill Maher is making me think you're an anti-Semite. Bill Maher being so brave, sticking up for De Fleur, and you're teasing him. Bill Maher, I'm only anti-Semitic towards Bill Maher for half of him. The other is my anti-Catholic.
That's yes.
I'm torn.
Sam, yes. Which war should he wage? The war against the Jews, or the war?
Can we bookmark that?
The war against Christmas, because that really is Sam's main focus. You know, as a Semitic anti-Semite / hater of Catholicism and all things Christianity, he's got to divide his time up, you know, methodically to get it all in. The Christmas is coming, which means the war on Christmas is practically on our doorstep. I know it's only April, but you really do have to do a lot of preparations for that.
Save that.
I got that in the hard drive.
For the 5,000 other times in the future that he's going to... Unbelievable. People at the Brooklyn Library are Nazis, but
Larry's beyond the pale.
Beyond the pale.
The pro-Palestine protesters, yep.
Wow. Comedy is legal again, thank God.
Heil, honey, I'm home. Someone just sent the theme. I mean, it was a funny show. Like their next door, I think it was like the next door neighbor was Hitler.
Like an undercover Nazi sort of thing.
I don't think I think it was like in uniform.
It was just Hitler.
It was from like the 90s, and I think I saw like one or two episodes. It was. I don't think it was on for very long.
I just saw a Daily Beast headline from 2016 that says Bill Maher compares Donald Trump's children to Nazis.
No.
Put it up on. Will you go pop that up?
No, this is the Twilight Zone. Really? This isn't real.
It's beyond the pale.
It's not real. There's no
I'm
way
worried
that's
about
real.
Seeing that.
Really doing the Hitler thing?
Are we really doing that?
We're doing the Hitler thing now?
When you do that, you lose people.
When you let's hear somebody else whine about it.
When you do that, you
let's
lose
go
everyone.
To, clip number 9. Let's go to clip number 9. Look, folks, you should really. It is wrong for comedians to be shut down when if you can't make fun of people who have mental challenges and use the R word, and you can't make fun of trans people, then America, it dies in the darkness. But
Yeah, oh, right, that's a great point. Oh, God, I got to hear this right now. Somebody said they sent in the theme. We got to listen to it. Oh, my God.
Hi, honey. Hi, honey.
Hello.
I'm home.
Wow.
Hi, honey. Smile, honey. Because I'm home. Gee, it's great.
What the fuck? It's like, it's Nazi bewitched. That's the vibes I get from that.
for a comedian to use Hitler as a joke, oh my God. Oh,
illegal.
Let's watch this.
My biggest issue is critics of Trump's need to come up with new material. Like the Hitler thing is getting.
You know what? I think this needs an Anna response to an Anna comment.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong. Played out, to be honest with you. Like that's such a tired, parallel to draw. And yeah, he was comparing Trump to Hitler. I'm not stupid. Like if you read the piece, that's clearly what he's doing here.
How dare you?
Yeah, I mean, even if it's an analogy to Hitler.
Yes.
And he's less criticizing Trump than he is criticizing Bill Maher for talking to Hitler, the equivalent of Hitler. But nevertheless, it is a Hitler reference. There's no question about
The
that.
reference is
So,
illegal.
I mean, Larry David's a super smart guy, so don't insult our intelligence. And don't be patronizing. If you're going to say something, say it, right? And so...
Jesus Christ.
Pause it. Wait,
So incurious.
Like, was it...
So incurious, Jank. He's like, look, I don't have time to break down these very clunky metaphors of yours. Don't make me read in the subtext, okay? If you're gonna say something, just say it, okay? Even if you're a comedian and not a political figure, I need you to just say the words, okay? Of course.
These guys think that it was like unclear what Larry David was saying.
He's trying to be sneaky with the "My Dinner with Adolf" piece in the New York Times.
That was a little subtle.
Sneaky.
That was a little subtle.
I think you've underestimated the sneaky,
Larry
sir.
David is satirizing someone in his comedy community, but it seems a little. What was he trying to
little
get
cagey.
at here? I mean, honestly,
just say what you mean, Larry.
Say what you mean and mean what you say.
Can't you write a comedy piece that is not so like literary and
comedy-y?
Here's the problem I had with the Larry David piece. It seemed too ironic.
Yes.
You know
it
what
was
I mean?
dripping with irony.
Just come out.
And perhaps he was using Hitler, an example of one of the most evil people to ever live, as an exaggeration for emphasis because it was a piece of satire.
Also, Musk is doing Nazi salutes. Did they have that up in the side of it? Like, why, or is that added by whoever clipped this?
I think it's gotta be the clip.
I think it's Hank. Hank clipped this, so
Okay,
Hank
right.
must have added it. Yes.
That's a good contrast.
Yes. Yeah.
Bill Maher for talking to Hitler, the equivalent of Hitler. But nevertheless, it is a Hitler reference. There's no question about that. So, I mean, Larry David's a super smart guy, so don't insult our intelligence.
I'm sorry, it's a Hitler reference. The title has Hitler in it. Yeah.
Well, that's
technically it's
Adolf. Number one, I would give that it's a code reference.
It's a secret code.
Could be Adolf anybody.
It's like he's insulting our intelligence by what? By doing it in comedy. You know, listen, folks, when you're going to do satire, one of the things that you learn very quickly is you put an asterisk, like at the top, and say, incidentally, this piece is a satirical knock on Bill Maher. Now, also understand, caveat, parenthetical,
that does make it funnier.
I'm exaggerating a little bit for effect.
Oh.
That will give it a comedic, what we call flair.
What?
Right? Like a comedic je ne sais quoi.
That's hot.
And then another parenthesis, je ne sais quoi is like, I don't, like a French way of saying like, a pizzazz or something I don't know what.
Right. Honestly, maybe Jank's just still smarting from the fact that Francesca Fiorentini put together that video with Curb Your Enthusiasm music in the background on the gulags, right, where Jank was laughing at the idea that there would be concentration camps for immigrants, and Francesca put that Curb music behind it, which was the reason that she was banned from TYT and all TYT shows.
Illegal.
He seems to maybe have a bit of a Larry David problem.
No, so don't insult our intelligence.
Yeah.
And don't be patronizing. If you're going to say something, say it. Right? And so...
He said it.
Look,
Larry David isn't a podcaster.
They're on the wrong track.
He's a comedy writer.
Hey, here, wait a second.
Larry David is a writer. Like, that is where he got his start in comedy. And much of his success was in the writing of comedy. He writes things. And I find it fascinating that everyone seems to be missing that. You know, Larry David, he wrote much of Seinfeld, not all of it, but he wrote quite a lot of it. And, you know, same thing with Curbed, although there's obviously a lot of, what do you call it? Improvisation. But, you know, that's what he does. He creates fictional scenarios that are funny. You know, I just don't understand why everybody's so upset about him in particular. Doing this, like, it's just
the left. Like,
honestly, I feel like it's for the clicks because people know that Larry David's a famous guy, And so that's the only reason they're upset about this.
Yeah.
There's no good reason to actually
you know what
be
this
upset.
sounds like to me? Someone's desperately trying to get on to real time.
Or that. That's a good one.
That's what's going on here. I guarantee you.
You can go and look, and I remember these conversations. You can go back and look, and Cenk was always very upset that Bill never invited him on the show.
Okay, let's continue. Oh, I'm sure they're still pitching it.
Yep.
While they think they're on the moral high ground, folks like Larry David, they're all Hitler, don't talk to Hitler, etc. I think that they're being deeply counterproductive because by not talking,
I should also tell you, like,
influence.
they're all Hitler. I think he's being specific about a person.
Yeah. And again, not drawing a one-to-one comparison, saying Trump is exactly
just
like Hitler, using
a
historical example to underscore the narcissism.
I mean, he got Goring in there. He even got what's his name? Henry VIII, Edward VIII, whatever his name is, Duke of Windsor. Like it was clearly they were talking about one guy. Not everybody's Hitler. That's too many Hitlers.
That's too much, man.
Of Bill Maher's position.
And I also have to say, like, the issue isn't that you went and had a dinner with him and it was a personal dinner. It's not like you're going out there and lobbying him to save, like, release prisoners or to stop the attack on Social Security. Like, what did Bill Maher lobby in his, like...
Yeah, I mean, Bill Maher is not technically a politician, right? And if he had never told anybody about this dinner, this wouldn't be a conversation, right? But the way that Bill Maher did this, right, rather than keeping it personal, keeping it a private dinner with the president, he came out onto his show, produced by HBO, multi-million-dollar production over there, I don't know exactly how much money it's bringing in, but he's got a studio audience, dude, like... He's got technically a massive reach. He's got his own podcast, and he's coming out here and like telling us, basically laundering the personality of Donald Trump in real time. See what I did there? Because that's the name of Bill Maher's show. Real Time with Bill Maher. At least I think that's what it's called. But... No, he came out, instead of just keeping it private, he came out onto his political show and started telling us about how great Donald Trump is as a real person, in real life. And, he thought he was a really bad guy. And then suddenly he hung out with him for an hour. And he's like, actually, he's great.
Conversation like, I'm the one who actually got Donald Trump to try carpaccio.
Oh my God.
I'm the one who, like, the reason why Donald Trump now likes carpaccio is because I got him to try it. Like, we need to talk to each other.
And also, what happened to the critique of, like, corporate media and access journalism? Bill Maher is a member of the media. I mean, his show is on CNN on occasion. He delves into politics. He may not be a journalist, but he went to Donald Trump's to have dinner with Donald Trump and seemingly just engaged in, like, flattery and chit chat, as opposed to holding the most powerful person on the planet accountable. Isn't that just kind of basic journalistic ethics at this point? Or ethics as a member of the media?
Don't talk to Hitler, etc. I think that they're being deeply counterproductive because by not talking, by not trying to influence people, by not getting involved in the conversation, you're letting in his analogy, you're letting the brown shirts, the SS, the Gestapo run wild.
If you don't talk to the brown shirts take over. You must tell them, hey, how do you like codfish? Is it good? Do you like fried fish? Like, I mean, what the fuck is he talking about? We need to hang out. We gotta hang out with the Nazis. That's more productive than criticizing them. What the fuck, Cenk? This guy has fallen so far off. It's wild.
Brown shirts, the SS, the Gestapo run wild with.
Wonder how much like Republican money is now going into TYT. Ever since he went to Charlie Kirk, I've gotten the sense that it's not just the old poly market situation, but but it's just I find it so strange. This guy used to pretend to be a progressive, and now ever since this Charlie Kirk thing, he's like, we just got to be nice to Republicans. We got to talk to them about the stuff that they like, you know, like cowboy hats and taking away rights from LGBTQ plus people, you know.
Opposition,
and not from like
how does that help?
Yeah, right. We shouldn't be confronting them or being oppositional. That's how does that helpful?
Yes, the Gestapo run wild with no opposition. How does that help?
What?
At least Bill Maher went in there to
having
try to help,
having dinner with
try
the
to push
Nazis.
him in the right
That's
direction.
opposition.
What?
That's
Wait,
opposition.
Where's the evidence of that?
Why didn't Bill Maher tell us about how he advocated for not cutting Medicaid or like what? I really think that it's the bad idea for you to be, having your ICE people
just rounding
people
up.
off the
Yeah,
ground.
yeah. Where was that?
Yeah. Well,
they're too busy laughing.
So Trump is the
They're
brown
too busy
shirts.
having
the
a
brown
good
shirts?
time.
This metaphor is.
It's odd. Also,
Cenk doesn't know.
Why isn't he being more explicit? What is he saying? The brown shirt. I don't get it.
But it's also bizarre.
Stop with the metaphors.
What difference does the color of people's shirts make? I'm
Right.
so
I don't
confused.
understand.
But if you're using that and saying like, oh, we have to defeat them. What, you mean you have to defeat them by going to dinner with them and getting into their inner circle
If
and
only more
flattering
people
them?
accepted Hitler's invitations, the brown shirts wouldn't have been able to run around doing all that.
If only there was a historical example of what appeasement did to the Nazis that we could basically draw on.
No,
I don't even think those people got,
Emma, you're
dinner.
treading a historical
How does
comparison.
that help? At least Bill Maher went in there.
Oh, wait,
to
are we
try to
allowed to do
help
those?
and
I
to
can't
try to
remember.
push him in the right direction. I
Are
don't
we
see Larry
allowed to
David
do
doing
historical
that.
comparisons?
So, you know, he's perfect.
Are we allowed to? Is that okay? Can we call Bill Maher Vichy Maher now? I mean, is that okay? I'm just trying to clarify my historical reference. I don't want to cross any lines.
Clever, but Larry, show me how you helped, because now for the first time I see how Bill is.
Show us,
So,
Larry.
Larry,
show us how you.
Because normally I love
What are
Larry
you
David,
talking
and I take Larry David over Bill Maher on almost any other issue.
Honestly, I think
But
it
on
was
this,
Larry
no,
compared.
sorry, Larry,
I think
you're
honestly,
definitely wrong, and you're being counted.
You want to know how Larry helped? By making this conversation public, right? We just watched this CNN travesty go down. I think that was worth it, honestly, just to see how far CNN is willing to go. Step over themselves to declare anything anti-Semitic. That's at least something. And maybe the rest of TYT's audience is now left after watching you prevaricate about this.
Productive, and let the brother try to do some good in the world.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
Oh, you don't. He's building bridges. He's building bridges.
I won't Senator Larry Sanders, Larry David, whatever. Why won't Larry come out? Oh, God. Oh, he's an wait, what? He's not an elected representative? He's just a comedian with a HBO show that just ended? Huh. And it's his responsibility. And you think that this wasn't, I mean, this is maybe the most political thing he's ever done. At least from what I can recall. And I don't understand. What is Cenk's expectations of Larry? Why isn't Cenk coming after, I'm just trying to think, George Clooney. Why isn't George Clooney doing more to fight back right now? Why isn't, Jesus, my brain is blank. Where is Eddie Murphy? God damn you, Eddie Murphy. What have you done lately to solve this situation? Why aren't you having more conversations with the Fuhrer? I don't understand.
Put up, what did you find where Bill Maher Bill Maher compares Donald Trump's children to Nazis. Oh
no, Bill!
Why would you have done that?
I don't understand. This is unacceptable.
There was so much.
You've lost me.
Such an opportunity.
You've lost me.
And look at that. Back in March, Louis C.K. penned a passionate screed against presumptive Republican nominee Donald Trump, labeling Hitler and the American public to Germany in the 30s. And then HBO, Bill Maher took it upon himself to compare the Trump children to Nazis. Oh, Bill! You missed an opportunity.
Oh my God!
To
have
a
conversation.
Maybe that's why Trump did all those things the first time around.
All those mean, nasty things that he did
Go to that
were all
video
justified.
that someone just sent us in the IMs. Which IM? I put it in the in our DMs there to executive producer. Oh wait, what? I put it into the wrong place. Who?
Russ is executive producer.
No, that should not be open. That one.
Okay.
Here, put it into.
Is Geraldo?
Geraldo?
Yeah, go to 619. I just put it in there. Go to 619. This is apparently where I think Geraldo may have had. Here we go. 619. There, you there? Yep. Got.
Sleazy crime family.
Sleazy and crime aren't necessarily the same thing.
No, they're both.
You know Trump is my friend. I've known Trump for 40 years. I don't have.
I knew OJ.
I don't have.
He didn't.
So did Trump.
He didn't.
So did Trump. I interviewed Trump.
He didn't
about OJ
remain
during the
my
trial.
friend when I felt he had a certain moral lapse.
Well, in my family, my wife agrees with you. She doesn't like his policies on so many things that I already listed, so she just can't stand the guy. I'm different. I can separate the man who's always been gracious to me. Always
so you can do like
nice
a Bill
to my
Maher.
family. You know, we were on Celebrity Apprentice together every day for 6 weeks. I've known him really through every
shit. He's running the world now. What does that
Oh.
matter that he was nice to you at Thanksgiving?
Oh.
I'm not trying to be.
What?
I'm not trying to be an asshole.
No.
You're a smart guy. This befuddles me.
Oh, I am befuddled as well.
You know,
I mean, I don't think I could have said it any better than Bill Maher.
I gotta say, Bill Maher, what a prescient take to use Bill's own vocabulary. Oh, he was very prescient. And then totally, I guess he had a brain injury, something like that. And then seemingly forgot all of his scruples and ideals, ethics, morals, previously stated public statements, and just decided to do a full reversal on that. I would call it a Bill Maher, but it sounds like it's actually Geraldo who did it first, right? Wait, is that... I can't remember that guy's name. Is that... God damn it. But wow, yeah... Old school Bill Maher seemed to get it. What happened to this new Bill?
Said it.
Yes, thank you, Bill.
Yes, exactly.
That's what's insulting to intelligence. Is
Exactly.
acting like that stuff is at all relevant.
Exactly. You have a private relationship with him, and keep it to yourself. Tell your friends when you're off TV. But TV is a communication medium, and you're blasting out to millions of people. What you do has an impact, and if you deny that, you're the one. You're the one who's insulting people's intelligence. You're the one who's hiding the ball, essentially. And at one point, Bill Maher understood that until he gets invited to the White House. And then all of a sudden, comedians aren't allowed to talk about Nazis.
Pretty
I kid the Trump children. Don't you love them? Perfect Ivanka and little Tiffany and Eric Don Jr. They're like the Von Trapp family. You know the Sound of Music. Instead of running away from the Nazis, they joined them.
There you go.
$6 billion, Bill. How could you?
Well,
illegal.
that sound signifies the end of the film portion of our program.
Yeah, which never began.
Never began.
It's never once happened on the Majority Report. Sam is so good about the phone lines. I am shocked. I'm shocked. Sam would have gotten distracted throughout all of that. But, you know, Sam made a reference during that discussion to old play called The Producers, written by a Jewish man. You might have heard of him by the name of Mel Brooks. This was the remake in 2005. Is this okay? Can we do these jokes? When is it okay? Okay, is that okay? I don't know. Might have to go talk to Mel Brooks. I think he's still alive. He's almost like 100 years old, though. Dude is old as shit. Born in the 20s. Before Hitler was even a thing, really. I mean, he was alive, supposedly. But, you know, nobody knew Hitler in 1920. Whatever it was. Jesus Christ, how old is Mel Brooks? Dude is ancient. I need to look it up. Mel Brooks. 1926, 98 freaking years old. Still alive, though. You track him down, ask him if he's going to apologize for all the anti-Semitism. Get right on that. To finish this discussion of Hitler stories, I figured we'd go to this one. I wonder, is this okay? We talk about this awesome Hitler story, please. Interested in a story about the Führer? Oh, God. I do love that one. We're not going to watch all of these skits. We can't just... I mean, it is supposedly a Sunday Funday stream, even though it's really Monday right now. We can't just hang out watching clips of funny things. Just, you know, wonder. There's so many references. So many Nazi, Hitler references in comedy. I'm just wondering when it's acceptable. Is it only when it doesn't criticize a real person? Is that when it goes too far? When you criticize a real life situation by making some sort of a reference to Hitler, and that's when it goes too far? It just seems so fucking stupid and arbitrary. And the fact that it's almost being conflated to being the same thing as being an anti-Semite, as literally hating Jewish people, just by referencing Hitler in any sort of real life situation, it just makes no sense. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I think part of the problem with all this, in my opinion, is the conflation and the sort of hiding of the ball on what anti-Semitism actually is by both our media, like CNN just displayed earlier, and our politicians, who continue to pretend that it's, you know, it's everything and anything as long as they say it, even if it doesn't make any sense. You know, and I don't know when people's brains broke and just somehow lost the ability to decide for themselves. Genuine, but it happened. It happened at some point. Oh no, Bob Carmody has to move at the end of May. That's no good. Hopefully I will not have to move in May as well. Gonna have to try and figure out how I'm paying the bills here next month. Damn, it sucks, Bob. There's always Mom's house. Good point. That is a good point. Fortunately, I don't have any space or Earth parents to turn to. Space orphan. All right. Not really an orphan. I don't have parents, but I'm a grown man. I just think it's normal. Is it normal? Actually, I mean, I guess no. Well, whatever. We don't have time for that. Okay. Let's go here. Talk about fascism in the United States with Leija Miller. Could Trump declare martial law and suspend habeas corpus? Wait, didn't Hitler do a bunch of stuff like that?
Illegal.
Oh, right, I can't do it. Right, can't make Hitler comparisons.
Hi, welcome to Why America with Legia Miller. I'm Legia Miller. Let's get into it. Today, I'm trying the sandwich method. The bad news is going to be sandwiched between two stories that are good news. Because listen, I'm not here to further facilitate your doom-scrolling induced anxiety, okay? We're giving hope core, all right? First, let's talk about Harvard. Now, I wouldn't say I'm particularly a fan, okay? I've spent a lot of time on this show criticizing the Ivy League generally and Harvard specifically, but I will suspend my hateration and give credit where credit is due, okay? Here's the story. The Trump administration, through various officials, has been hounding a number of Ivy League schools in recent weeks with demands under the pretext that they are allowing anti-Semitism to flourish on their campuses in the wake of widespread pro-Palestine protests across the country. In retribution for that claimed insufficient response to anti-Semitism on their campuses, the Trump administration is making sweeping demands that have nothing to do with anti-Semitism and would give it control over curriculum, who's allowed to teach, access to information about international students, and more. Harvard hired 2 lawyers to help it defend itself against the Trump administration. Their choices in lawyers were interesting. They hired William...
Sorry, I forgot. I didn't want this part of it. Where are we going here? After this.
Harvard asserts that the government has no legitimate reason for removing its federal funding, that the government's claims of anti-Semitism are unsubstantiated, and the only other reason they're withholding government funds is in an attempt to infringe on Harvard's First Amendment rights to teach what it deems appropriate and conduct its business, including hiring and handling international students, as it sees fit. Harvard's complaint makes it clear why it is so important that this lawsuit has been filed, not just for Harvard, but truly for First Amendment rights across the country. The complaint says, quote, defendants' actions are unlawful. The First Amendment does not permit the government to interfere with private actors' speech to advance its own vision of ideological balance.
Illegal.
Nor may the government rely on the threat of invoking legal sanctions and other means of coercion to achieve the suppression of disfavored speech. The government's attempt to coerce and control Harvard disregards these fundamental First Amendment principles, which safeguard Harvard's academic freedom. And yes, it is not lawful for Trump to interfere with the speech of private actors through the use of coercion. That's you or me or the New York Times or Harvard to advance its own vision of ideological balance. And that section of the complaint I just quoted uses quotes from 2 different 2024 Supreme Court cases, meaning that they are quoting from this conservative court's own precedent, which is the only precedent this court seems to give a shit about, to argue in favor of protecting free speech from the coercive control and manipulation of the Trump regime. And you love to see it. And this illustrates how Harvard, standing up for its own rights, is really standing up for all of our rights by asserting that Trump cannot use roundabout means to try to coerce compliance and punish entities or people for their speech that the administration doesn't agree with. Hours after Harvard first indicated that it would not capitulate to the Trump administration, Columbia, after weeks of spineless compliance, in a message from its acting president, made a pledge that it would not allow the federal government to require Columbia to, quote, relinquish our independence and autonomy.
Yeah. Yeah. And it is important that they have won, well, not won, but put themselves in a position to actually have a spine. Not Columbia, they can go fuck themselves. I mean, good job one time, but it's going to take a little bit more than that to get me to come around. Harvard, though, good job, I guess, on being the first and only university to have a spine attempt to stop Trump from violating the Constitution. Yeah, no, has certainly not been enough of that. But where was the spot that I wanted to go to? I could have sworn it was right after the break there. Where?
To a scientific journal from the American College of Chest. God forbid anyone gets accused of bias. Like, perhaps they aren't publishing the right-wing fringe theories because they have no basis in science and don't follow sets an example for entities across the country that are facing blatantly unconstitutional threats to their own federal funding and oversight. Okay, moving on. I said this was a sandwich, so I'm so sorry, but we've reached the center and it is not delicious. Let's talk about the Insurrection Act, whether Trump can invoke it, and what that would mean. So, reminder that on day one of this administration, Trump issued an executive order declaring an emergency at the border, and he ordered some of his key officials, specifically #1 national security threat Pete Hegseth and literal puppy killer Kristi Noem, to evaluate whether to invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807 in response to the invasion at our southern border. That executive order gave these two clowns 90 days to do their evaluation and send a report to the president. That deadline was on Sunday. According to various reports, they will be announcing their findings later this week, but have indicated that they will not recommend invoking the Insurrection Act. Now, is it heartening that that's the case and that on Sunday there wasn't just an immediate announcement that we would be invoking the act? Yes, and I'm not interested in making everyone think that with the stroke of a pen, Trump could just deploy troops that would take over every major city in America. Reminder, there are 330 million of us spread across 3.8 million square miles and about 1.3 million active military personnel, plus some additional reserve troops and other civilian workers, etc., that total less than 3 million in all. During World War II, since we like to make comparisons to that era, Germany had a total of about 18 million soldiers during the war to occupy a total population of around 200 million people spread across around 1.3 million square miles. And they lost. As Daniela Mistianik-Young, a scholar of cults and a U.S. Army combat veteran, also known as the Knitting Cult Lady on TikTok, put it recently.
Nope. I think, in my mind, I mean, this is certainly, I mean, an opinion-based situation, but I don't think that's an apt comparison. I mean, Germany didn't win the war, yes, but that's not really what we're talking about. We're not really at war with anyone yet. Technically, once again, we are technically at war. I mean, we could get into what we're doing in Yemen right now, but I don't think that's what is even talking about here. But you know, when it comes to talking about martial law, you know, Germany was pretty complete on the martial law situation and the rigid control of its population. Sure, eventually they did lose the war, but that, I mean, I just don't think that's the right conclusion to draw, you know, and sure, it's possible that U.S. citizens would band together and fight back against this. But the only thing that's really holding this back are police departments, sheriff's offices. And there's some places in the United States where they don't have those, in more rural areas, where they have like some, you know, whatever. There's not very much clear. What do you call it? Jurisdictionally, like. They don't have their own police department. They have a police department somewhere else. I don't know what would happen in a situation like that where, you know, multiple counties are covered by like one office. But we've already seen multiple instances since Donald Trump got elected of sheriff's offices, of police departments coming out and working with him on deportation, something they're not supposed to do, right? Working with ICE, working with the federal, you know, government to deport people, to detain people, is something they aren't supposed to be able to do, but they've been doing it. And so I just don't, I think I'm less optimistic than Leja on this one, I'm afraid. I'm sure there will be plenty of places, mostly in, you would assume, cities, not even guarantee, but in more liberal cities, perhaps, the police wouldn't. But how many police do they actually need to justify it? Right? I mean, because that's basically what the premise is, of what her argument is on this thing. And suggesting that, well, the only way that they can deploy with the Insurrection Act is along with police. But I mean, that's basically going to be a city by city, town by town, state by state, whatever else sort of situation. At least in my estimation. And certainly isn't going to stop him from deploying. They've already deployed along the border. So I just think it's overly optimistic, honestly. It is going to require more than the police to stop them. And we've seen exactly how much leeway they'll take. You give them a nanometer, and they'll take the entire world if they can. You know, and so I just don't know. Like, what happens if honestly, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. But like, what happens if a state troopers? You know, does it have to be a city jurisdiction? How does it go? Like, what? I actually don't know. And you know, I think it's something we have to think about. All right, enough of this Nazi talk. We need something to brighten our day and fluffen our lives. CBS New York.
Sandra DeFeo, we had to drag her out of the newsroom because you took this precious little animal into the newsroom and everybody fell in love with it. Who is Emily?
Well, actually, her name is Amélie.
Amélie,
after
it's
Amélie in Paris.
Oh, c'est bon.
And that's why she's wearing a little dress today.
Oh, that's adorable.
She insisted on it.
Now we got to get, there's not an elephant in the room, there's a poodle in the room. She only has 3 legs. What happened?
Well, she had an injury on the other leg, and the injury resulted in her leg being removed. So, but she gets around fine on the 3 legs. She is actually almost a year and a half. She's a year and 5 months. She'll be a year and a half
full grown.
in May. Yeah.
She's full grown.
That's right.
So
and
she's like a little teacup poodle.
Yes, 2.5 pounds. I would say a teacup poodle. And she's hypoallergenic.
Of course she is.
Because her hair grows and you have to cut it and take good care of her. So she's a more delicate dog. I mean, she can walk, and we're doing a little therapy with the leg here to build this other leg up and make it strong. And she does really well, but you have to take care of her.
A dog like this, obviously, you know, is at a disadvantage. But as far as bathroom stuff and outdoor stuff, she's just fine, right?
Just fine. Yep. She definitely has no issues with the wee-wee pads. She does go outside and gets the fresh air. She's learning to walk outside, and she's doing well.
What kind of home, then? You obviously going to have to, someone needs to make a commitment to this dog.
Yes, yeah. She'll have a home where somebody will really be invested in her,
There you go. You can take this dog home. Amélie, the teacup poodle, who's incredibly cute. Fits in the palm of your hand. Save her from being an orphan. Alright, just a little bit of cuteness. Before we get to economics. Speaking of economics, the news, in the midst of all of the Trump trade war and everything else that's been going on, seems to love a particular word. The R word.
What you talking about?
Well, it's not the one that you're thinking of.
The stock market is struggling. The economy is slowing, but one thing hasn't changed. Big media keeps referring to recessions as the R word.
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 The big R word.
More economists are using the R word.
Clearly, none of these media hoo-has have ever heard that there is another, much spicier R word out there. Or perhaps they've never heard the other R word because they're all real journalists who have never had to tell their dad that they are starting a YouTube channel. Either way, it makes very real headlines like this very hard to say. R word fears send stock market much lower. Are we ready to start saying the R word? The R word. Christ. Who's saying it? And are they right? I think we can agree these would all be a lot worse if they used the actual R word we used in middle school. I mean, I just want to let you guys know, even though you think you're writing about a recession, this is what people are seeing.
It really is. I've seen
No need to be embarrassed. We all learn from our mistakes. Like I did when I wrote about the national debt.
Oh, God, it's true, Dan. Dan Toomey is right. I have seen too many of these titles from big news outlets. containing the phrase R word, and it's too much. I don't think that they know what they're doing. Somehow. Ay, ay, ay. They're a Dan Toomey with some good work. Speaking of the R word, let's talk about the main cause of this fear of recession. Donald Trump's tariffs. Whoa, what just happened? What the fuck? Don't do this. What the hell?
In October, you guys had a cover of the US dollar, as I recall, shaped like a rocket ship going up, and the cover line was the envy of the world. And today, this week, you have a badly damaged American eagle looking like it needs, restorative surgery on many fronts. What has changed in this short period?
Well, the administration has changed, and we have a new administration engaged in a revolutionary project to remake America's foreign policy, to completely transform its economy, to attack independent institutions, law firms, universities, the Federal Reserve Chairman. And that's led to massive shocks, a massive geopolitical shock, but most importantly, as Ken Griffin said, a dramatic economic shock in the form of the tariffs, a huge self-inflicted wound. And so suddenly the United States, from being an incredibly successful economy, which is what we were highlighting last year, has put these enormously self-inflicted wounds and is becoming a place where outsiders look and think, is this a credible economy? We can't predict what's going to happen tomorrow or the next day. Institutions, credibility, the rule of law, all the things that people took for granted in the US are now being questioned. And we have another huge number of days to go.
So Ray, your Bridgewater, the firm you founded, put out a report a couple of days ago, and it says, so it reflects what Zanny was saying and says that all of this produces huge risks. We expect a policy-induced slowdown, including a probability of a recession. The Fed is going to be less able to handle this, and so there are risks of stagflation, the combination of slow growth and inflation. U.S. corporates are under threat. There's exceptional risk to U.S. assets. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, by and large, I'd agree with that. I don't think it covers what's going on, so let me just clarify. We have a problem with the debt. We have a problem with internal order, democracy as we know it, the system. We have a problem of a geopolitical order, rising power, challenging an existing power in that global environment. These things exist as the backdrop of this set of circumstances. Now there's been volatility. There's been, yes, in my opinion.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is you seem to be reluctant to comment directly.
No, I'll comment directly.
What are the effects of the Trump administration's policies in the last 100 days economically?
The effects of those policies economically is to bring to the surface issues about the polarity that exists. And at the
What? The point of the tariff war is to bring to light issues? How? What? What are you talking about? You know how you bring to light issues of some sort of polarity, as this guy's talking about? As the president of the United States, who can call a fucking press conference on the drop of a hat? You call a press conference, actually, and you say, hey, there's this dichotomy afoot that I would like to solve. I'm going to bring light to it. You don't just unilaterally slap on tariffs across the entire globe to bring light to a situation. It's like saying your horse needs like a new horseshoes, and instead you shoot it rather than taking it to the furrier or whatever it's called, farrier, whatever they call them.
Same time, it's doing it in a volatile way that is causing trouble in terms of the volatility of that.
Okay.
So it is dealing with problems, and at the same time, it is the way it is dealing with problems could be done more smoothly, more cooperatively to produce a less volatile result.
There's literally no other way to do it than what we're doing right now. I love that. I love that. There was this guy said nothing. This guy just said fuck all just now. Why is he even here? Why is he even here?
Woods, and is because many of these tariffs have just been paused. You're talking about negotiating with dozens and dozens of countries simultaneously. Assume the best case scenario that they get a bunch of trade deals with most of these countries. I want to keep China for later. You still are at a situation where tariffs will be much higher, right? I mean, American tariffs were around 2.5%. I don't know where they will end up, but they're clearly going to be somewhere between 10 and 20% now. So does that itself, I mean, that alone changes the economic outlook, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this has been the single biggest tariff increase in history. U.S. tariffs, as you say, were around 2%. They went above 20%. They're well above 20% now. It's a tenfold increase. And Ray is an expert on long-term economic trends. And
I see why this guy, I just realized why. I just looked him up. This Ray Dalio guy is a billionaire hedge funder. That's why he's in here saying fuck all. This guy's just some rich money guy. Just some... It's hilarious. CNN has become such a useless place. Such a garbage place. This is why the ratings are tanking. Well, not just this, but that other piece we watched earlier. They were attacking Larry David, coming to the defense of Bill Maher and telling us what speech we're allowed to use when it comes to comparative historical references. CNN is such a joke place. Let's hear what Donald Trump had to say about those tariffs earlier today. Kevin O'Leary wasn't available? Well, Kevin O'Leary is poorer than Ray Dalio. He's only a multi-centimillionaire, unlike Ray, who's a real billionaire. That's a great question, though. It's a great point. All right. Donald Trump.
You know, the last meeting you had was pretty rough. What, did you sense a different attitude now? And if so, why?
I do. I see it. I see him as calmer. I think he understands the picture. And I think he wants to make a deal. I don't know if he wanted to make a deal. I think he wants to make a deal.
Thank you, sir.
Good job.
Did you talk to him about tariffs yesterday? Did any foreign leaders approach you and ask for...
I did, and you probably saw. I think every foreign leader approached me and said hello. And
yeah, said
a lot
hi.
of good relationships.
Really great.
And we're going to be taking in a tremendous amount of money. We're going to be taking in a lot of jobs, a lot of plants and factories. They're already coming. I mean, you see it.
They're already here.
And we're going to make a lot of money, and we're going to cut taxes for the people of this country. It'll take a little while before we do that, but we're going to be cutting taxes, and it's possible we'll do a complete tax cut, because I think the tariffs...
We make so much money from the tariffs.
All of the income tax. Now,
I need to clip this one. Donald Trump, there you go. We're going to make so much money. And by we, he means the federal government. You're going to have to pay for these taxes. But you won't even have to pay income tax anymore. That's exciting. Wow, none of us are going to have to pay any income taxes. Don't worry. Just going to cancel taxes entirely. That's it. Never have to file your taxes again. You'll just have to pay somewhere between a 10 and a 150% tariff on whatever you buy. So as long as you don't buy or eat or do anything, you should be good. You can just make money and then do nothing with that money, I guess. Just pile it up. You can just sleep on it. You'll have so much money. I have so much money. You won't even know what to be like. Sir, I don't even need this much money. I literally don't know what to do with it. Yeah, that's great. You did a great job then. Enjoy that. Sure, a hamburger costs $10,000 now, but at least he didn't have to pay income taxes. Did I see? Don't get ahead of me, Jerry. We're going to talk about the ports later. We're going to talk about the ports later. I only just started this stream like 3 hours ago. Okay, we'll get to the ports. Probably gonna, if I recall correctly, we're going to talk about the ports when we get to the China portion, because it's really, I mean, it's not entirely due to China, but a massive portion of the reason why those ports are so empty is because of China turning around all their ships. But let's stay focused. Specifically, what's happening in the U.S. amidst all of this stuff while Donald Trump plays games with the economy. Young adults struggling to buy a home. No way. Really? NBC Bay Area. 2 days ago. Just figured it out.
When it comes to making it in the Bay, young adults are now trying to decide whether to rent or to buy. That decision here in the Bay Area and other
Which young people?
other cities across the country.
Which young people are you talking about? I love the way that they make it this, like, this is actually completely voluntary. It has nothing to do with the economy, actually, or how little wages have kept up with inflation, especially as it relates to things like purchasing a home and the fact that people under 40 have, like, negative savings. They have more debt than they have savings. All right, not entirely, but, like, this is a hilarious framing from NBC Bay Area. Oh, young people are making a choice right now as to whether or not to rent or buy a home. They can't figure it out. It's really tough. They're looking at it like, okay, now we could buy a home if we were super rich. Or, since we're not rich, we could just keep renting if we can afford that in the Bay Area of all places.
Is fast becoming a no-brainer. Our business and tech reporter Scott Budman joins us in the newsroom to explain. Scott.
Well, hey, Janelle, a new survey shows in just about every large American city, it is less expensive per month to rent than to buy. And that's not a big surprise, but nowhere is that gap bigger than here in the Bay Area, where many young people tell us they're being priced out of home ownership. Ask young people in the Bay Area about home ownership, and they'll likely tell you it's a pipe dream.
That does seem a bit intimidating. I just feel like if I ever were to want to own a home, it's kind of unattainable.
And a new survey shows that housing prices, along with high...
I love this. They started it off with the premise. Kids, they're making the choice, right, between renting and buying. And this guy... Like one of the first guys they talked to is like, actually, it's unattainable.
I just feel like if I ever were to want to own a home, it's kind of unattainable.
So it doesn't sound like it's a choice. It's NBC. You have evidence right here. And sure, it's anecdotal. It's one man, but it's the facts. Young people aren't sitting on, in the Bay Area. How much is a starter home in the Bay Area? Like $2 million? Kids don't have an extra $250,000 just littering their bank accounts. Like, oh, what am I going to do with this $250,000 right now? They don't have it. It's a choice. It's a choice. The kids have chosen to have not enough money to buy homes.
And a new survey shows that housing prices, along with high mortgage rates, have priced many people out.
So the math has changed for Americans contemplating whether to rent or buy.
Check it out. Bankrate says it's nearly 200% more expensive to pay a mortgage in San Francisco than to pay monthly rent. 186% higher in San Jose, 120% in Seattle, another tech hotspot.
There's a lot of demand because it's a tech hub, and especially with the hype around AI, we've been seeing a lot of...
This is such a weird premise. I love how they're like, they started off like, yeah, it's a choice. And they're like, look at the math. And they don't even look at what a down payment costs. Like, they're talking about interest, right? Like, when they talk about how much more expensive it is, I mean, sure, I mean, part of it has to do with the actual cost of the homes in the Bay Area, right? It's interest and it's the actual price tag on the home, right? But it's all about having enough for a down payment, right? You don't get approved by the bank, you know, from the mortgage lenders if you don't have a down payment, you know, and pristine credit, you know, and enough verifiable income, right? You need all three things. Otherwise, they're not going to give you that loan. If you can't put anything down on the house, they're going to say, go fuck off and go fucking save some more money, please. And, you know, San Francisco, Seattle have technically higher incomes than many other places. Partly why home prices are more expensive there, and also due to a lot of hoarding in big cities. But I just think it's just it's such a weird premise. I don't understand why they're trying to prove to us they're making a choice. It's very strange activity for a news outlet to engage in. Anyway, now I actually have a solution for young people, okay? Big help for those in New York. All right? You struggling to buy a home? Well, buddy, for a limited time, dozens of New York City pizzerias are offering $1 slices. That'll solve it. That's going to give you enough time to save.
Because the beloved $1 slice is making a comeback in New York City, but it's for a limited time.
Food delivery service Seamless is teaming up with more than 40 pizzerias across the 5 boroughs to offer the New York staple. Most restaurants have raised their prices over the years because of the economy and, you know, inflation.
Illegal.
But from now until May 20th, you can grab a $1 slice at select locations.
That's it.
There's nostalgia to people having our slice and, you know, and being able to give it a...
Now, the pizza going from $1 a slice up, it basically broke New York, okay? It's never recovered from the raising of the pizza slice. I don't know though. Is a month long enough? I don't think it will solve it. I'm sorry, Chad. I thought about it. I was wrong. May 20th might not be enough time for you to, you know, save enough money. You might have to find some other ways. Have to sell your soul. All right. Now let's go and talk about something that might keep you from being able to afford a home. A limited edition sign. It has just been released by the New York City Department of Transportation. And this one's hot.
That's hot.
Very hot. It's flying off the shelves. In fact, I believe it's already sold out.
The Department of Transportation dropped a sign today with a signature city saying. The catchy sign reads, "Leaving Brooklyn, forget about it."
Forget about it.
The sign, which are nods to the borough, will be posted at 2 locations as drivers exit Brooklyn. The DOT made 100 of the signs available for purchase for $100 each. But if you're hoping to get one now, forget about it. They're already sold out.
$100?
I would totally buy one of those signs.
For $100?
Yeah, that's a great thing, I think. I mean, it depends on how big it is, I guess.
I bet you they're being resold online right now for $200.
eBay.
They're absolutely being resold online right now. Hold on. We can do this right now. Actually, they may already be all snatched up. I'm not finding any on eBay. Seeing a bunch of fake ones being sold on Redbubble. Forget about it. You're never getting a sign, kid. Alright. Speaking of road signs, let's talk about something that's on the roads. Basically all the time. Trucks. And how the trucking industry got so terrible. We should make it an NFT.
It's 5 a.m. in upstate New York, and an arriving truck driver has just pulled their personal vehicle into the parking lot of Walmart Distribution Center 6096 in Johnstown. Now, dispatch doesn't have them due to leave until 6, but because it's their first day of the week, effectively their Monday, our driver has a to-do list to check through before hitting the road. First, laundry. For fleet drivers, distribution centers, or DCs, function as home bases, facilities where they can get paperwork from dispatchers, grab coffee, cook a meal, even take a shower. After a locker room stop for fresh uniforms for the week, it's to the dispatch office to find out the day's itinerary and which trailer they're hooking at which dock. Paperwork secure, now to the truck. Our driver does not own the truck they drive for Walmart, but rather is assigned one. And being off for the last 2 days, another driver has been using it. This, in the industry, is called slip seating. So our driver needs to make a detailed pre-trip assessment of the vehicle, checking everything from the 100 lug nuts for tightness to the truck's seatbelt for fraying, along with a long list of visual and physical inspections around the truck to make sure it's in safe working condition. Truck in good standing, trailer hooked, it's time to roll, for a few hundred feet or so. Another safety measure now at the gate in the form of a weight check. Carrying pallets of dry food, the trailer shouldn't be sneaking up on any legal limits, but it's still required to check. After clearing the gate, our trucker is off just before 6. Finally, they're free to start earning some money.
Freedom.
Trucking for Walmart, or really for any company, is compensated not by time, but by distance and what's completed within that time. It's by and large a job by the mile. At a rate on the low end of Walmart's range due to the regional scope of their job, our driver pulls into the back of the Evans Mill Walmart Supercenter at around 9 a.m., some $68.75 richer. A comparatively open lot with 6 separate truck docks, this could be a relatively quick in and out, too. An opportunity to get back on the road and earning fast. But with the morning vendors still clocking up the lot, our driver is slowed and can't unload their pallets until 9:30. But they aren't too fussed because they're still getting paid. See, Walmart doesn't just pay by the mile, it also pays by the stop, and each live load, the process of unloading, is compensated at $12.50. Should it take longer than 45 minutes to get in and out, then Walmart will pay our driver a delay fee of $14 per hour. With the day still young, with 2 stops to make, and now, communicated from dispatch to the driver's onboard tablet, a new trailer to pick up from the distribution center at the end of the day, our driver is back on the road. After 2 uneventful stops, 2 more live loads, and 86 more miles compiled, our driver now heads with an empty trailer back to Johnstown. But now, a decision to make. Hook the new trailer and head back out, or call it a day and inform dispatch they'll overnight at the DC and depart in the morning. For their part, Walmart doesn't care, as the load will get to the store by the next day regardless, so it's largely the trucker's call, the chance to be their own boss.
Ooh, yay.
Our driver is destined to time out soon. After taking a federally mandated 30-minute break in Oswego,
Freedom
they're looking
and
at pulling
being
out of
your
the
own
DC
boss.
at 5 p.m., 12 hours after their day started, and only 2 hours until their day is timed out by federal law. Ultimately, though, the status of their next trailer makes the decision for them. This particular load is not a dry van, it's a refrigerated trailer, a reefer, as they're called, and during the pre-trip inspection, the driver finds that it's broken. A delay that will cost the driver 2.5 hours of time, but on the positive, net them $35 in delay fees. So for the day, the driver pushed 405 miles at 55 cents per, hooked twice at $10 per, dropped 1 trailer at $11.50 per, made 3 arrivals and live unloads at $11.50 and $12.50 per respectively, and by staying in the truck overnight, made 1 layover fee of $42. All this, plus the delay fees at the end of the day, netted our driver $403.25 for day 1. A solid start to the week. The next few days will look a bit different. The driver will be assigned to haul all the way down to Long Island, where they'll be paid a $50 bridge fee for the hassle of navigating the Throngs Neck Bridge and its traffic. They'll flip from reefer back to dry goods and make some more nearby stops, and ultimately, they'll make about the same on the daily totals. And at the
thought they said this was bad. Why is it getting so bad then? Oh my god, people are making so much money driving the trucks. Let's go back in history.
Mississippi, there were no highways, routes were indirect, and service stations were few and far between. The roads were rural and the trucks were rudimentary, traveling at speeds that topped out at 40 miles per hour and experiencing constant malfunctions like tire blowouts and engines overheating. As World War I loomed, the movement of military supplies became critical to American participation, and railroads couldn't handle it alone, so industry advancements occurred quickly. Fifth wheels were introduced to trucks, which standardized their size. Diesel engines ushered in a new era of efficiency, with 25 to 30% more miles per gallon, and pneumatic tires decreased damage to both the trucks and the goods they carried. By 1920, there were 1 million trucks on America's roads. As technology evolved and infrastructure improved, the industry around it did too, and the government needed to catch up. To do this, the Interstate Commerce Act was amended with the Motor Carrier Act of 1935, largely spearheaded by the railroad industry, which was losing business to what they considered an unregulated transportation market in trucking. Key pieces of the legislation standardized trucking rates and required companies to have certificates. Companies previously in operation, like Alco, were grandfathered in though, and automatically awarded a certificate, making it very difficult for any new carriers to enter the market. They had to prove there was a
monopoly
not being met to even be considered. The United Parcel Service, which started in Seattle in 1907 with deliveries on foot and bicycle, ultimately benefited from this legislation. When the company was founded, it specialized in retail deliveries exclusively in Seattle and eventually...
I love that. Go back in history, we can see where the monopolies started. It's amazing. UPS got some preferential legislation back in the day, in the old days, when they were taking old-timey photos like this. Look at us.
When the company was founded, it specialized in retail deliveries exclusively in Seattle and eventually in Oakland, California. But as it expanded to here and here and here, introducing consolidated carrier shipping, it eventually fell into the jurisdiction of the ICC. So when the 1935 Act was introduced, UPS had a unique grasp on several key markets in the United States.
What's a unique? There's another word for unique grasp.
Others couldn't
oh, right, monopoly.
Additionally, rate bureaus were set up to standardize regional transport costs and to restrict what a truck could actually carry, paralleling similar regulations in the rail industry. Truckers were told what they could carry, where they could carry it, and how much they could charge for that service. So this farmer in Florida, for example, was allowed to transport their own fruits and vegetables to Cincinnati, Ohio, but could not carry alcohol from a company in Covington, Ohio back to Florida because he wasn't permitted to take loads for hire and, as a produce carrier, was not allowed to transport alcohol. What started as a way to control the market and even the playing field to the benefit of both drivers and companies ultimately made trucking more expensive for the consumer. Freight rates were an estimated
the regulations. Oh, the regulations were ruining trucking. Is that what this video is about? Honestly, I didn't watch this one. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, those dang regulations are ruining trucking. Making everything so much more expensive for everybody. Oh no. I mean, honestly, I just had multiple trucking videos running, like, go into my feed this week for some reason, and so I decided we would just check these out. I did watch this next one, though. Let's talk about where all of the truck jobs, truck building jobs, have gone. More Perfect Union.
A lot of people, when they think about trucks, they think about a Mack truck.
Park that big Mack truck right in this little garage.
Last year, Mack Truck, the storied American company, announced its opening of a huge new factory. Not here in Pennsylvania, where workers have built Macks for over 100 years, but here in Mexico, where the company can pay workers 1/10 of what its American workers make.
I was dumbfounded.
It was basically like a kick in our teeth, like we're not good enough.
We went to Pennsylvania to speak to the people who build Mack trucks.
I felt that they lied right to our faces.
Oh, they lied.
Everything that happened after that was in bad faith.
Just weeks later, Mack announced hundreds of layoffs.
The automaker says it plans to lay off as many as 350 workers at its Lehigh Valley Operations Center.
Hello, everybody.
President Trump, for years, has said his trade deals will stop exactly this kind of offshoring.
We have replaced a disastrous trade deal that rewarded outsourcing.
So why are iconic American companies still moving to Mexico?
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day.
And with Trump's new tariffs backfiring,
Mac says President Trump's tariffs are the driving force for the company's decision to trim its workforce.
what would it actually take to stop jobs like these from leaving?
My name is Yvonne Ledford, and I am a production technician at Mack Trucks. I love my job. Wouldn't trade it for the world. When I see them out on the road, I wonder if that's one that I built, or I know that's one I've built. I did that. I helped them with that. And my kids are like, oh, Mom, there's a Mack. Did you build that one?
Mack Truck in Pennsylvania's Lehigh Valley builds heavy-duty trucks like semi-trailers, garbage trucks, and utility vehicles.
Growing up, when my friends would say, you know, my dad works at Mack, they typically had the nicer stuff.
About 2,500 people work at Mack's Lehigh Valley plant. The company is now owned by Volvo, the Swedish automaker. But wages are not what they used to be. And in 2023, Mack workers decided to go on strike.
Employees at a Mack truck plant in Makanji outside of Allentown plan to go on strike later this morning.
After voting down a tentative 5-year contract agreement,
Mack truck owner Volvo Trucks says it is committed to returning to the bargaining table to reach a new agreement.
We wanted better wages, job security. Being a single mom, I live with my parents.
Jeez.
I can't afford to live on my own, and it sucks.
Last year, we got killed with inflation. And I know that money is there for COLA. We got to get it back on the table.
You want to know what happened to all the truck building jobs? I can tell you right now. Donald Trump. Donald Trump did it. Under the USMCA. That's why they're all going to Mexico. And even in the current tariff war. And honestly, these people were told by Mack that they were fine. They weren't going to build a factory somewhere else. And after the strike ended, and workers were supposed to return back to work, the very next day, Mack came out and announced a new factory in Mexico. Because Donald Trump has exempted trucks from that are USMCA compliant from the tariff deal, so he's directly affecting these people's jobs. I like how he makes sort of arbitrary distinctions on what we should and we shouldn't tariff. It's confusing and hurting people along the way. Speaking of jobs, let's talk about what Canada is doing to attract women into a specific line of work. The trades. CTV from 4 days ago.
Well, it used to be uncommon to hear of women taking in work in the trades, as welders, carpenters, mechanics, and engineers were all jobs monopolized by men. Well, the goal of a two-day camp is to get younger women involved in the industries. Carson Marsouk explains.
Grade 10 student Berlin Shaw has spent 2 days learning about different careers in the trades.
I'm interested in the electrical trade, but I want to know other ones that I would be interested too.
She and 10 others spent the afternoon learning about sheet metal at KB Heating as part of the Young Women in Trades and Technologies camp.
We really love to see the people get involved like this and getting the opportunity to meet our young people and getting them interested in anything.
Which is the focus of the camp. Getting more women in trades. In 2023, out of 57,000 registered apprentices, Only 7,300 were women.
There's lots of girls getting involved in the trades now. You know, there's safety, there's HR, there's all sorts of things. It's not like it used to be.
The camp has high school students from the Lethbridge area touring different businesses, ranging from construction to heating and air conditioning.
What brings me here is like so I can see what is like going on, what I actually want to really, because I love building with my hands, getting messy. I'm really excited that they have this, and I think it's really cool that we get to build like the toolboxes and stuff.
And while Stinson says not everyone will leave the camp interested in trades, it's the opportunity to show them what's possible that counts.
I didn't know.
Yeah, Canada here, trying to give opportunity to young women, students who might be interested in getting into what is a male-dominated field, that being trade work. Great job, Canada. Great job. There's other stuff going on in Canada. Now, of course, the election's happening on Monday, but it's Sunday Funday, technically. So we're not talking. Well, we can't. We know what's going to happen. Mark Carney is almost definitely going to win. But yeah, they're still holding elbows up rallies in Canada in response to Donald Trump's war on Canada.
We wanted to do a celebration. We wanted to bring people together to celebrate their country in a respectful and mindful way, showcase our resilience, showcase our pride in this land, in all of its people, from coast to coast to coast. Right now, at the exact same time that we're having this celebration, across the river, our American brothers and sisters are doing a unity rally as well called Bridging Our Friendship. And they're asking their American folks to come to their rally with their signs, their friends, and their Canadian flags. They're doing it in support of us. They recognize that we're hurt right now, that we're down right now, but we're very proud of everything that we stand for, of the way we live, of our way of being, and they're supportive of us. So I think it's beautiful. It's a wonderful thing. We love our country. We love its people.
I gotta say, one thing that comes to mind during all this is I feel like, in a way, in reaction to the United States' brazen attacks on Canada, Canada has in a way become more like America. You know, more nationalistic, more obsessed with the Canadian. I'm seeing way more Canadian flags in these videos these days, I feel like, than ever before. New nationalism springing up in Canada hopefully doesn't lead to anything problematic in the future. It's Monday in New York. Yes, I know, you're right. But I put together this list for Sunday Funday. There's still some of the week-ending report videos at the end since we never got to them yesterday or Friday. It's been a blunderous streaming weekend, honestly. But yeah, you're right. It's not Sunday anymore. I'm pretending. All right, let's go to this horrifying news story. While we're in Canada, this happened in Vancouver yesterday. We talked about it.
Well, this happened at just past 8 o'clock local time, which is about 3 hours ago now. It happened about 3 or 4 blocks behind me. For those of you who know Vancouver, this is Fraser Street, and I'm on 45th. It was the Lapu Festival, which is a Filipino festival, second year for it, named after a famous 15th century Filipino warrior. And about 8 o'clock, apparently, in a laneway that runs behind these stores over here, over my right shoulder, an SUV, a black SUV, came down the street and hit multiple people, causing multiple fatalities and multiple casualties. There are videos that do look like Vancouver I've seen on social media that do show multiple dead people on the street. It happened, again, in the laneway right beside me back there, and John Oliver Secondary School, which is one of 18 high schools in the city of Vancouver itself. And this was an all-day festival, and this would have been towards the end of the festival. That was very, very well attended.
All right, this is the latest update that I had on this horrifying story here in Vancouver.
We start with breaking news. Police in the Canadian city of Vancouver say a number of people have been killed and multiple others injured after a vehicle was driven into a crowd at a street festival. The driver has been arrested. The city's mayor, Ken Sim, has said he is shocked and deeply saddened by what he called an horrific incident. And the pictures that we're now looking at are from the scene there in Vancouver. And of course, police, as we mentioned there, saying that several people have been killed and many others are injured. We're expecting more developments from the police. They say, of course, that they continue to carry out their investigations. We also had a statement coming in from Canada's Prime Minister, Mark Carney. And I'll just read that out to you. It was posted on X. He said, "I am devastated to hear about the horrific events at the Lapu Lapu Festival in Vancouver earlier this evening. I offer my deepest condolences to the loved ones of those killed and injured, to the Filipino-Canadian community and to everyone in Vancouver. We're all mourning with you," he said. He said, "We are monitoring the situation closely and thankful to our first responders for their swift actions." And just as we look at those images once again from the scene, there was an interesting statement that came in from Jagmeet Singh. He is the leader of the New Democratic Party, an opposition party in Canada. Now, he was at the Lapu Lapu Day event in Vancouver, but before the incident took place, he said he is horrified to learn that innocent people have been killed and injured. And of course, all of this coming just before Canada's federal elections. Of course, we do not know of any link between the two events from this crash. But as we've been hearing, these are some of the images that we are able to show you, because others being shared on social media are just simply too horrific following that car attack.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, I assume they're in the middle of an investigation, but we have no idea why this man did this. I mean, we could make assumptions, since he attacked a cultural festival, that it was motivated by some sort of racial hatred. But it's not clear right now why this individual chose to do what they did. And my understanding is something like 8 people died in this, and well over 100 people were injured. He just drove right into a fucking crowd. It's fucking disgusting. All right, since I've had complaints about it being Monday and me not pretending like it's still Sunday, not talking about the Canadian election, even though we heard from 2 of the main candidates. Let's do this. Let's go to global news 12 hours ago. Haven't watched this yet. Latest poll as of 12 hours ago. The final poll in the campaign. Global news. Let's go.
Tragedy upending the federal campaign. The leaders addressing the deadly vehicle incident in Vancouver.
I would like to offer my deepest condolences and my wishes for strength and compassion in this tragic time.
Our hearts are with you today. All Canadians are united in solidarity with the Filipino community.
We cannot imagine the depth of your grief, but know this: you do not grieve alone.
Many of the parties changing schedules. NDP leader Jagmeet Singh attending a Filipino church service in Vancouver, while others work to show up support on the eve of the vote. A full day of whistle stops in Ontario for the Conservatives.
Who's voting for homes and food you can afford for a change?
And now, the final poll in this campaign from Ipsos, exclusive for Global News, shows the Liberals hold a 4-point lead over the Tories heading into Election Day.
As many as 10% of people make up their mind when they're walking into the voting booth. So there's still a lot to play for here, and 4% is not a huge lead. It can be overcome.
Regionally, the Liberals hold double-digit leads in Atlantic Canada and Quebec, while the Conservatives have significant support across the prairies. But the most contested region, according to Ipsos, is BC, with a narrow Liberal lead.
We may be watching British Columbia to see not just who's going to win.
Well, there we go. There are your latest Canadian polls. Liberals are way ahead right now, still in most of the provinces. But we'll see how it all shakes out. As of 15 minutes ago or so, the polls did open in Canada, according to the BBC. I think that's correct. So people are out there voting, casting those votes. Official day votes. I mean, there's been advanced. There's already been, like, I think, was it 7.5 million votes already cast in this election in the advanced polls. But it's the last day for everyone to get their vote in. Liberals do have a pretty decent lead right now, although it has come down slightly from where it was. At one point, they had closer to like, I think it almost had a 10-point lead. So they've definitely lost some ground the last few weeks. Okay, now let's go down to Mexico. See what's happened in relation to a particular television ad. It's being run by the US government.
If you are considering entering America illegally, don't even think about it.
U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem issuing a warning to Mexicans in their own homes.
We will hunt you down.
The uncompromising TV spot, paid for by the U.S. government, has been airing on Mexican TV stations and has caused an uproar here. It prompted President Claudia Sheinbaum to fast-track a law to ban the ad and any similar ones from reaching Mexican households. The new law prohibits foreign governments from funding advertisements on Mexican TV and radio stations, as well as social media.
What can they promote? Tourism, culture. If a country wants to advertise here or us there, that is no problem. The problem is this propaganda, sponsored by the US government, contains acts that we consider discriminatory.
The minute-long video is part of a $200 million US government campaign to discourage migrants from trying to enter the United States. But the ad makes no distinction between migrants and criminals. Secretary Noem speaks of undocumented migration, images of violent crime, drugs, and weapons play over her words. The ad definitely touched a nerve here. Complaints have been filed by viewers, and even opposition parties have joined in the call for the video to be removed. And for the...
Yeah, shocking. But, Secretary Puppy Killer, Kristi Noem, R.I.P. Cricket, got her darn ad taken down in Mexico. So sad for her. Wonder how much effort went into that production. I'm sure they'll switch to one of the other countries they don't like, as Donald Trump calls them, the shithole countries. Maybe El Salvador. Oh wait, I forgot for a second there. I can't do it to El Salvador. We're paying them to house illegally disappeared people from America. I guess we'll have to go to Venezuela instead. Ay, ay, ay. Who's shocked that Mexico was offended that we would put... It's fucked up. It's genuinely fucked up that we sent a racist ad. We were paying money. U.S. taxpayer dollars. I think it was like... It was in the... I can't remember if it was in like the tens or hundreds of millions of dollars were spent on this ad. But It was a bunch of money. A bunch of your money just went down the drain. Because Mexico's like, actually, this is kind of racist. We're gonna decline. Sorry. Pierre Poilievre's PPers are just as diluted as MAGA. Yeah, well, that's because they're blue. They're blue. Well, they're blue MAGA, right? Canadian. They're can make Canada great again. You know, Pierre Poilievre's entire brand was just following in the wake of Donald Trump's stench and then wafting it up across the border to his followers. He's like, look, I kind of smell like him. Even considering turning my skin orange. Is it $200 million? It's a lot of money. All right. Let's take a break. We're right there at 4 hours. Don't worry, chat. We'll be right back with the content after these short space messages. Well, I hope everybody's enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as you are our only hope, and we are in a serious bind right now as the month of May approaches. Bills coming due on Earth and in space. And due to unforeseen circumstances this month, we are woefully short. Got plenty of ways for you to show your support and help us out. YouTube, Twitch, but of course the best ways in this moment are going to be Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. Because all donations made on those three platforms come directly to us immediately. If not sooner. For instance, if you were to donate on YouTube right now, I wouldn't see that money until the end of next month. Yeah. And so, yeah, a lot easier and faster to do those things. Granted, people like the super chats and the stickers, I'll blame them. So if you want to use them, totally fine. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where a myriad of space benefits awaits. Up to you, chat. You make your decision on how you want to show your galactic support. Anyway, chat, that's enough from me. You enjoy this break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Well, chat, I think you know what that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the galactic content. Alright, where did we leave off? Oh, perfect. Well, we ended the North America half with Mexico on to the environmental portion of this stream. Let's talk birds. What do you say? Six ABC, Philadelphia from 2 days ago. Backyard chickens growing in popularity among homeowners. Chickens taking over Pennsylvania backyards. Oh shit, we have no sound.
Outbreak, the price of eggs remains the single most common complaint in this prolonged era of inflation. For lots of reasons, including a bird flu outbreak, the price of eggs remains stubbornly high. In fact, as of the end of March, the price for a dozen eggs was more than double what it was a year ago.
Damn.
That's got a lot of people taking matters into their own hands, or their own hens.
I don't know. I don't know about that one, actually. It's not great. That number is shocking. It really is 100%, over 100% inflation over a year. It's insane. I mean, yesterday we were talking about the inflation of eggs. I think it was either yesterday or it must have been yesterday. Not Friday. But the, egg prices in the EU have gone up somewhat. In some countries it's actually gone down. But like I was saying yesterday, I was pretty sure the inflation that we've been seeing in the United States on egg prices was much higher. But god damn is that number high. That's like 4 times higher than what the entire EU is seeing across the board. It actually might be... Actually, no, I take it back. I think 25% was actually the high in a few countries. And then the rest of them, I think it was more like... I think it was single digits that they were. I mean, oh my god. No more eggs, America.
Hendrickson shows us tonight. Fed up shoppers are looking to the backyard to find some relief.
Their names are Hawk, Nugget, and U-Turn.
Aww.
And pretty soon, Michael Denby and Jessica Musicus hope they'll be much more than cute pets.
We'll be getting fresh eggs, hopefully within the next month.
This hasn't
those
exactly
fucking glasses,
been the
though.
easiest backyard project.
We have a lot of predators here in the area, so the raccoons.
Why did you need?
Why? So we want to make sure that we got something that's really.
Why did she use finger quotes when she said predators? The only thing I can think of. I don't know why. I'm not even gonna say it. If anybody has watched South Park, they know what I'm talking about. Like old school South Park, like way back in the day. Oh my god. I just don't understand why the air quotes were necessary when she said predators. Somebody coming and doing something to the chickens.
So the raccoons, foxes. So we wanted to make sure that we got something that's really secure.
It's certainly not a cheap venture.
Around maybe $2,000 for the coop, the run, the roof,
and all of the food, piping, and more. The Action News data journalism team found the price of eggs has doubled in a year. It's one of the reasons more and more people are purchasing their own chickens.
We have seen more, definitely, especially more in the city and in the suburbs of the city.
Dr. Susan Tyler says chickens and quails can be rewarding pets, leading to their increase in popularity. But like any other living animal, they need a lot of care and an appropriate environment.
They need to have a coop that they can go in to be protected with a nest box and multiple roosting areas. And
So you're
then
saying-
if you allow them out during the day into your yard, you want to make sure they're supervised.
So you're saying I shouldn't keep chickens on the space station? Is that what you're telling me?
And you just want to make sure your yard doesn't have any lead.
That's because of the risk of lead toxicity, which is a public health concern. There's also the risk of avian flu. Michael and Jessica's biggest concern for now is caring for their pets and growing their garden.
I like how everyone's just turning into a fucking farmer in the US. We're like, fuck it. Fuck it. Cheaper than buying food. Alright, honey. Let's do this. Butt nuggies? Why are we talking about butt nuggies so much? Was there a butt nugget sign? No. How did I miss that? Where did I... What? Butt nuggets. Get the fuck out. Where is it? Oh my god. How did I miss this sign? I think it's because it was in the area that was being blurred out by the lens blur. Oh my god, it's hilarious. Farm fresh butt nuggets. Okay. Don't know where they found that sign. I don't understand. Alright, we're not done with birds. Where's Duck? I could have sworn Duck was in here. Now we're talking birds and he just goes silent? Not a quack, not a meow? It's very rude.
How rude.
It's okay, Duck. You do what you want. Let's go to Hawaii. Talk about one bird being saved by technology.
An injured pueo owl found in windward Oahu is getting a second chance at flight thanks to cutting-edge tech.
Bryce Moore explains.
It's a groundbreaking first in Hawaii, a 3D printed external fixator used to stabilize broken bones in the wing of a pueo. Brought in from a backyard in windward Oahu, the bird had several broken bones. Traditional metal fixators are often too heavy for avian species, but this lightweight 3D model changed everything.
And so that allowed for the pins that are driven through the bone. They were clamped down on each side, and that provides just a stable structure for the bone to be well lined and then to reheal over the next few weeks. But yeah, it probably took about 10 to 15 iterations to get the right size and kind of the right components to do what we wanted it to do.
Now, doctors here at Feather and Fur tell me that this is the first time that 3D printing has been used in veterinary medicine in Hawaii in this particular way. But its implications for future surgeries reach far beyond this operating room.
And even things that don't go to surgery, about like 3D printing splints and stuff like that, which gets done some in the human world but isn't done as frequently in the veterinary world.
It was really cool. Yeah, kind of in surgery, it was like, man, this is a cool opportunity to be a part of. And yeah, I think it kind of opens the door for a lot of different applications for 3D printing in veterinary medicine.
Next for this
Wow. Technology. Getting involved in avian surgery. Those birds are super cute though. The little, what are they called? The pueos? Like, they're a species of owl. Native specifically to Hawaii. Good to see them saving this bird. This fancy human technology. Sea bird, sea duck. Mams can do good things sometimes. Sometimes us mams are good, doing good stuff. How about this one? I know Duck will like this one. NBCLA from 9 hours ago. Ducklings rescued. What? What are these ducklings doing?
And this next story, it really sounds like a Jonathan joke. And this next story, it really sounds like a Jonathan joke. Why did the ducks cross the road?
We're not sure, but we did find some ducks that crossed the freeway. Yes, the freeway. Today, a mama duck and her ducklings were spotted on the 91 at Mission Inn in Riverside. An officer actually attempted to catch the ducks, but they scurried off. Several people did get out of their cars to try to help. The CHP was able to gather them up and safely guide them off the freeway. But wow, that's a tough job right there.
Now, that gives me anxiety right now, but good work out there. Okay.
I love that story so much for watching it again. I'm sorry, but watching this police officer fail to put that duck in a box, it's amazing.
And this next
I
story
don't care
really
what
sounds
you
like
say.
a Jonathan joke. Why did the ducks cross the road?
Well, we're not sure, but we did find some ducks that crossed the freeway. Yes, the freeway. Today, a mama duck and her ducklings were spotted on the 91 at Mission Inn in Riverside. An officer actually attempted to catch the ducks, but they scurried off. Several people did get out of their
You can see that duck
cars
is
to try to
quacking
help. The
very
CHP was able
loudly.
to gather them up and safely guide them off the freeway, but wow, that's a tough job right
Oh,
there.
oh, that little duck in the back.
Good work out there. Okay.
Dude is useless. You're right, Jerry. I mean, technically, I think he wound up. I don't know if he wound up causing duck PTSD after that. But hopefully, those ducks are safe, quacking somewhere. All right. Let's go to Huntington Beach Botanical Gardens and their effort to preserve a key plant species. Here's NBCLA from 19 hours ago.
Serene a scene as we have in Southern California, but what's inside is a larger lesson about our changing climate. Tonight, NBC4's Annette Ariola takes us on a field trip to the Huntington Gardens for the work happening to protect Mother Earth.
An oasis in the foothills of the San Gabriel Valley. With a collection of over 82,000 plants, the botanical gardens at the Huntington Library are like an emerald gem factory of photosynthesis, essential to our very own existence.
Plants are the basis of civilization.
Sean Longmire is the Associate Director of Botanical Collections and Research at the Huntington. His message, he says, is to remind us why plants matter.
Not only are they giving us oxygen to breathe, all of our resources that we use as people, whether it's timber, whether it's medicines, whether it's the food on our table, they're coming from plant products.
But with the loss of habitats both locally and around the world, concerns are now rooted in those species that face a growing risk of disappearing. Within its collection, the Huntington has roughly 1,000 plants that are listed globally as threatened.
When a plant goes extinct, what happens to the rest of the food chain?
So we're starting to better understand at the community level all of the disruptions that occur.
Take, for example, the drought-tolerant Pasadena oak, native to Southern California and a hub of biodiversity. But with a dwindling population, it's now in the endangered category and one of their top targets for conservation.
When this oak tree goes away, all the organisms that rely on it also have to find a new home or go away.
Like so many other plants, the oak's seeds, the acorns, can't be dehydrated, which means they're unable to be stored in traditional seed banks.
We have to grow them in the field. We don't have the resource to do that, so we've invested in this new technology to help us do the equivalent of seed banking with these oaks.
Wow,
This is where
seems
botanist
serious.
Dr. Raquel Folgado takes over.
What's the temperature
Is that liquid nitrogen?
inside this tank?
Minus 196 degrees Celsius.
Winter is
In
coming.
Fahrenheit, as we are in the United States, minus 350 degrees.
It's a storage unit filled with liquid nitrogen that can hold upwards of 8,000 samples of plant tissue material under extremely cold conditions.
Kind of having like a frozen garden or a cool garden.
Dr. Folgado has spent the last decade at the Huntington developing protocols for tissue culture and cryobiotechnology. She begins the process by extracting a small piece of the plant, opening it and removing the stem cells. That tissue is then used to grow a clone micro.
Plant surgery. This woman is a goddamn plant surgeon. Cryo, bio, micro, whatever it was. It's impressive. There we go. Saving acorns in unorthodox ways. Using super cold liquid. You laughed at grape surgeons. Look at them now. Yeah. Okay. Let's stay in LA and talk about what's been causing all of these sea animal deaths in Southern California.
What you see in the garden, it will be reproduced in the lab.
There we go.
Now at 5:30, numerous dolphins and other sea animals found dead or extremely sick off our coast. Good evening. This is a KTLA 5 News at 5:30. I'm Cher Calvin.
And I'm Micah Ullman. A toxic algae bloom is believed to be the source of trouble for the animals.
KTLA's Alina Bovian is live in Venice, where she spoke with people who are increasingly concerned. Alina?
Hi, good evening. It is very concerning, and you can actually smell the stench just walking out here. Now, according to experts, they say this has been happening all along the Southern California coast for the last 4 years, but never like this.
It's just sad because our beach used to be so clean, and there's so many dead animals every single day.
Venice Beach residents concerned about what's washing up on the shore. 50 dead and dying dolphins found along LA County's coast this week alone.
Every morning I walk my dog on the beach, and there's no less than 3 or 4 animals every single day. And a lot of it I feel like has really happened since the Palisades fires.
Experts say while the runoff from the Palisades fire is a contributing factor, it's not the main reason. It's the toxic algae bloom, a product of a neurotoxin called domoic acid, now engulfing the Southern California coast from San Luis Obispo to San Diego, responsible for killing.
No, I don't know whose fault it is that it's being explained this way. We already talked about this week, but since we've been doing such a sporadic streaming, I figured we'd at least leave this one in here and talk about this again, because it's both. It can be both. And one thing they're not bringing up is the fact that the LA fire is directly contributing to the toxic algae bloom, right? And so I feel like they're separating two non-separate issues, right? Because while, yes, some of the stuff that's coming off of the fire is toxic, all of the nutrients that are being run off from the rains and are being washed into the water or being dragged in by the tide that have come from burnt wood or whatever else, there's nutrients in all of that shit, right? Stuff that the algae can live off of. So it's a combination of, it's an exacerbation of an already existing problem that's caused by climate change, right? That is being exacerbated by the fires and the runoff from the fires. You know, so like they're like half right, at least from the way I understand this situation.
1,300 sea mammals since February of this year. According to Keith Matassa from Ocean Animal Rescue and Research Alliance, they're seeing an unprecedented amount of dolphins and sea lions, a minke whale found in the Port of Long Beach, and a young gray whale in Huntington Beach.
The bloom is so big and it's affecting so many fish that everything, even the highest level, the whales, are being affected. And that's the first time in history that we've seen that happen.
Yeah, and that's huge. The fact that a new species, a much larger, more resilient species like a whale, is dying from how much algae is in the water is a huge problem. plus the plastics burnt from the fire. Well, right, but that's one of the toxins that I'm talking about, right? That is certainly bad for the fish, bad for the sea mammals, but I don't think it's what is contributing directly to this, right? Like hear me out, right? Like, we've been talking about this for over a year now, the algae blooms that have been killing all and causing all sorts of different species to get wildly sick and or die, right? Whether it's fish, whether it's sea lions, seals, or dolphins and whales. Like, these algae blooms that are being caused by humans on multiple levels. It's the warmer waters, right, from climate change, and then the human runoff, right? Because we've been feeding it, even when we're not, like when things aren't burning down and getting washed into the water, there's all this agricultural runoff and all this other stuff that's not supposed to be going out into the ocean that algae, this toxic algae, eats, right? And this toxic algae is also, I would also point out, is toxic to human beings, right? And we talked about how it's possible that some forms of algae are actually causing increased cases of Alzheimer's because there's not enough research being done into it, or enough being, but that's not what the point of this story. The point of what I'm trying to say is that, like, I'm sure the plastics are to some degree contributing, but you add these two factors together, the hottest oceans on record, already a bunch of runoff going into the ocean, and then you have a catastrophic event like, you know, whatever, an eighth of an entire city burning down and then being washed into the ocean. There is like just an abundance of nutrients for this toxic algae to eat, and suddenly it's the only thing in the water. And these animals are out there feeding, and suddenly they get a big, you know, big mouthful of this stuff. Find themselves in the middle of a freaking poisonous cloud in the water. It's been hitting almost all, like, animal species in the oceans. And stuff like this just exacerbates it further. All right, speaking of species in danger, let's talk about the Endangered Species Act. Haha, see what I did there?
For more than 50 years, the Endangered Species Act has helped protect nearly 1,700 plants and animals, including the bald eagle. But the act, signed into law by Richard Nixon, is expected to get a major overhaul with a proposed rule change by the Trump administration. To evaluate the impact, we are joined by Andrew Wetzler, a senior vice president at the Natural Resources Defense Council. Andrew, the Trump administration tried this before in the first term. How is this effort different?
It's just more relentless. It's more, as we've seen with this administration, more widespread. It's following a flooding the zone strategy. So when it comes to the Endangered Species Act, one of America's most successful and popular environmental laws, we're seeing a flat assault. Everything from trying to change the definition of harm under the act to exclude habitat alteration. That is, you can kill an endangered species by cutting down a tree it nests on, and it won't count under the act.
So
asking the Department of Interior to review the critical habitat designations of over 900 species with, make no mistake, an eye towards eliminating or shrinking them, to actually calling for every regulation issued under the Endangered Species Act to be sunset within 2 years.
Shit is so insane. I mean, it shouldn't be shocking to anyone that Donald Trump hates animals. Like, when have you ever seen him with a, you know, with an animal in any situation? The only animal he gets close to is a cow, and that's just vicariously through a Big Mac. But he is doing some of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Destroying endangered animals' native habitat is, of course, going to be an existential threat to that species. It's just how that works. All right, let's go to some other wildlife that doesn't make me sad. King 5 Seattle from 10 days ago. Talks about some mere kitties.
Mornings every day from here on out.
Oh,
being
come
held
on.
up in the studio right now.
Top of the
That's
needle.
too-
No,
that's
it's
too
the Circle
cute.
of Life at Point Defiance Zoo. 8 meerkat kits were just born over the past month, and some are starting to explore their habitat in the kids zone area of the zoo. Look at the little guys.
Jesus,
It
they're
is
so
designed
goddamn
to
cute.
mimic their African savanna. Fun fact, by the way, meerkats are very tiny at birth, as you can see, just under an ounce, and they grow to be about 2 pounds.
Well, adults are 11 inches tall, if that gives you an idea of how
Oh.
tiny the babies are.
Always small.
Yeah,
my
I was just there. I did not see any.
Well, you couldn't see them because they're so
babies.
tiny.
Yeah, I saw.
You gotta
the
go back.
adults. Yeah,
Go
I
back
have to
and
bring
check
my
them out.
niece.
Those are adorable.
Yeah, and I see the babies already learned how to meerkat and sit
Yeah,
up.
there you
This is how
go.
they-
Is that meerkatting?
Yes, correct.
That's meerkatting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody's doing it, okay? You're clearly not cool, okay, buddy? The entire room is meerkatting, and you're just sitting there looking like a weird. Everybody meerkat right now. There we go. You can't see me. I'm doing it, though. You can't quite. It's hard to see. I'm doing it. Okay. Okay. Let's talk about some other sweet, sweet wildlife. This wildlife decided to say, go fuck yourself, humanity. I'm gonna do my thing. In the plains of Wyoming, one bison herd said, I'm walking over here.
Finally tonight, something most of us don't see every day, a real live bison jam. On a recent trip to Yellowstone National Park, tourist Cindy Schaefer captured this unique moment. A herd of these majestic beasts stopping traffic for nearly 20 minutes as they slowly cross the road. The Park Service says there are some 5,400 bison roaming Yellowstone. The fact that we're lucky enough to steal even a glance of the bison in the wild today is a miracle in itself. In the 1800s, it's estimated as many as 60 million of them populated the plains and west. But as the American frontier expanded, the bison population declined due to hunting and disease.
And the destruction of their habitat. Something that we keep forgetting about, which is absolutely a contributing factor. Something we just talked about. And thanks, CBS, for that. Okay. There we go. Some in chat seem to think those bison were protesting. It's possible. Maybe protesting the loss of the Buffalo Bills this year. But we definitely did eat them. Oh, and I'm not saying we didn't hunt the shit out of them. But we also did do some pretty serious destruction of the habitat over the years. Okay. Now another wildlife, a wildliffian, if you will, an animal, caused another human situation. This time it wasn't a traffic jam. But this bear wanted to go to Sonoma. Okay. Look, those pretzels in there are really good. Honey mustard. Bed Bath & Beyond? I mean... Maybe this bear wanted to go to Claire's. A bear in Claire's. Looking for fake eyelashes. I don't know. That bear causing quite a ruckus there last week, actually. That was an old one. I forgot to put it in last Sunday Funday.
Zoos are always
So, there you go
highlight.
on that one. A bear looking to go shopping. Scaring humans. Or just looking for a new spring look, I assume. Maybe you thought it was still a forest instead of a mall. I don't know. Yeah, who's to say? Okay, let's talk about some more wildlife in Canada. And one person looking to bring wildlife to life? That's very confusing. What does that mean? What does that mean?
What you talking about?
You'll see. Oh, you will see. Wait, this is the wrong video. What is this? Oh, no, never mind. Take it back.
Zoos are always looking for ways to highlight the plight of endangered species, but that can be hard to do when visitors can't see the animals up close. The Calgary Zoo has started a puppet parade 3 years ago. A local theater group uses realistic, life-size puppets to capture the imagination of children, and now it's catching on all over North America. Here's Kevin Fleming.
This is one of the first puppets that the Green Fools Theater Group made for the Calgary Zoo. Dean Barham says its size is intimidating to youngsters, but that's how they learn more about the animal.
We made almost 30 different puppets. We've made whooping cranes, leopard frogs, foxes, swift foxes, burrowing owls, you name it.
Barham and his team have now worked with the Calgary Zoo for 3 years, making puppets of endangered species. In 2024, he was invited to the Aquariums and Zoos of America conference hosted in our city. His puppets were a hit with those attending.
So now we just made some puppets for La Tampa Aquarium, Florida Aquarium. We're making puppets for the Albuquerque, New Mexico, their zoo. We're making puppets for the South Carolina Aquarium. So it's really catching.
They're making puppets. Can't you see?
Aquariums about the puppet program. She says children light up when they see them in action.
The thing about puppets is that they do come to life. And I think that what that does is that helps us to bring our conservation mission to life as well. And so knowing that these are real animals that are out in the wild, you know, and a lot of them need our help and our support. And so that really does go a long way when we talk about building empathy.
Thea Killen-Smith.
Oh my God, look how intense this woman is looking at the car. Oh my God. Holy shit.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Works behind the scenes building the puppets and loves what she does, and also getting to try them out before they're sent to clients.
Oh yeah, that's one of the perks of the job.
She loves her job.
You have to make sure that
this woman
someone
loves
else is
her
going
job.
to be able to be comfortable and manage the piece, so you've got to try it on.
This Stingray's home is now at the
that's great. There we go. Puppets bring to life endangered animals for children, and I guess for adults. I mean, I was enjoying it. Well, it seems like one of the mods was afraid of that owl. I thought the owl was pretty cool. You didn't like the owl? Was it scary? I mean, the eyes were kind of freaking me out.
Check out this insane footage from Fremont, Nebraska.
Not as scary as this one, though.
Slammed the area on April 17th, 2025. Baseball to softball.
Didn't need that window.
Up to 4 inches wide.
That's fine.
Tore through homes,
No big
shattered
deal.
windows, and crushed vehicles. Winds hit 82 miles per hour, turning each chunk of ice into a projectile. Hail forms when powerful thunderstorm updrafts carry raindrops into freezing air. The stronger the storm, the bigger the hail. This wasn't just rare, it was destructive.
It's just like it's raining baseballs. This is not a good vibe. It's bad vibes. It's bad vibes. And there were actually, we were watching only one of those, but I mean, yesterday we watched like a half a dozen of these things, and there was hailstorms across the South and the Midwest, all the way up to Nebraska. People getting slammed by massive size and massive amounts of hail. Imagine being homeless in that. I can't. I mean, I can. It just seems fucking. I mean, it's horrifying to even think about. But yeah, that is one thing we've talked about many times. Being homeless makes climate change, or being, well, whatever. Climate change, being homeless as our weather gets more erratic, it's worse. It's not good. You don't want to do it. The fact is, homeless people die more than I mean, this may be shocking to no one, but homeless people die more frequently from weather events than people who aren't homeless. I know that's shocking. I know. I'm sorry.
That's too much, man!
I know. I didn't mean to blow your mind, but it's true. Speaking of natural disasters, Canada is getting ready for fire season, which is, of course, upon us already, somehow.
Most of the snow in around the city has now melted, and conditions on the fields are pretty dry. It means we're in a period where we may be more vulnerable to grass fires, and one climate researcher is warning this year could be worse than past years. To explain, CTV's Taylor Brock joins us now in studio. Taylor, is there concern about grass fires this year being worse?
Well, Marilee, it may be too soon to know for sure. Kurt Hall from Climate Change Connection says it's difficult to make predictions for a particular year, but he says the current trend in Manitoba is for hotter and drier summers. Hall says when it gets hotter, you have more evaporation. So even if we get the moisture we need, it will evaporate more quickly. That leads to grass drying out. Then if there is a lightning spark or another ignition source, it can cause a wildfire.
That's exactly what we've had. This past winter has been warmer than average and drier than average. And the trends are indicating that we're going to get that kind of thing more frequently. And then in the summer, we're going to potentially see more heat waves. And it's the heat wave that really is the point where we're going to see the wildfires.
There's no so-called crystal ball for climate researchers to say with 100% certainty if we will see more grass fire this summer, and much depends on precipitation levels, but Hall says we should be prepared for more this year.
Yeah, and everybody should be prepared for more this year, although who knows for sure what's going to happen. The data does point us in a particular direction, that being the likelihood being quite high that we have as bad or worse of a fire season as we had last year, as the likelihood of us being as hot or hotter than last year is quite high. Yay. But don't worry, Donald Trump is doing everything he can to prepare us for fire season.
Earlier this month, the Trump administration laid off more than 800 staff, or at least 2/3 of employees at the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, also known as NIOSH. The agency was established in 1970 to conduct research and make recommendations to prevent work-related injury and illness. It's part of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention that falls within the Department of Health and Human Services. According to a ProPublica report, these cuts included 7 out of 8 members of a group that investigates when a firefighter dies in the line of duty. The administration's cuts will also disrupt a first-of-its-kind study looking into cancer in firefighters and a program that provides assistance to 9/11 first responders. For more, let's bring in...
Jesus Christ, Donald Trump just hates everyone. He just wants everyone to live as, like, indentured servants. I mean, it's wild. He just wants everything to burn down except for Trump Tower, and then hope that, I guess, he'll have a big enough group of people around him to make sure that he doesn't starve and he gets, Big Macs and enough fuel in the jet to make it to Mar-a-Lago to the golf course, and that's it. That'll be it. The rest of us will just live in horrifying conditions and have nothing there to help us. He's canceling the funds for the 9/11 victims. He's canceling investigators. He's firing investigators for the deaths of firefighters. Like, it's ridiculous. This just feels vindictive against firefighters. I don't even understand why. Why did Donald Trump hate the firefighters? Did some hot firefighter bang Melania out or something? What happened? Why does he hate the firefighters so much? Very confused. All right, let's talk about the erratic nature of our current environment. As according to new studies, rapid extreme temperature shifts are happening more and more frequently. Here's
If you've noticed the
CBS.
temperature has been all over the place, you're not alone. A new study reveals rapid temperature shifts are increasing globally. So think about a day in New York City last month. We all remember this one. March 29th, temperature surged into the low 80s at one point of the day and then dropped into the low 40s all within a few hours. This is one day, but the authors of the study published in the journal Nature Communications warn this could happen more frequently, and they report that it could have irreversible negative effects on human and animal health, infrastructure, air quality, and agriculture. For more, let's bring in CBS News New York meteorologist John Elliott. So, John, thank you so much for being here on this important story. How do these rapid temperature change events happen, and why are they occurring more frequently?
Can we circle back to New York real quick?
Yeah.
While you were telling me that, it reminded me of this. We have a graphic that we share on WCBS Channel 2 here in New York that shows the month. And the blue boxes are below, the red boxes are above. We had count them, 4 shifts of 30 to 40 degrees in 1 to 3 day periods. When you factored in wind chill, those real feel, it was closer to 50. Parts of the plains, widespread 50-degree temperature changes day to day.
Yeah, that is not a good environment in which to grow food. I'm just going to point that out to you. You know, we talked about this one yesterday, but honestly, it's really important. If the weather continues to get more and more and more erratic like this, the food supply will be under huge threat, right? Entire crops can die out because of blossoms being frozen, right? And 50-degree temperature swings in a single day happening is also just, I mean, horrifying. Not not as an experience, but also very bad for the plants that are supposed to be coming out in the spring. But you look at this freaking calendar here, this month of April temperatures. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 days where it's within 2 degrees of the expected average temperatures. You know, the Farmer's Almanac, if you will. Farmer's Almanac was something we used to be able to, in many ways, you know, count on before we had weather reports. That was the way it was done. We went based upon, you know, the past. And since things didn't change that much back in the day, like they do now, it was actually pretty reliable in terms of what to expect. But now we got shit like this, where the rest of the days in April are out of control. Every single one, plus or minus 10, 12, 15. I mean, Jesus Christ. The dumbest people imaginable run your state? I mean, yeah. I mean, Marsha Blackburn's not the smartest. But I don't know. A dumbest imaginable? I don't know. You got some serious competition in the United States on that, I feel like. All right, let's go to an interesting discussion. This has little to do with climate change. I just found this to be a really interesting discussion on France 24. The author they had on to discuss the categorization of life as we know it.
Now it's time for today's perspective. I'm going to start with a crucial question for you. Does life belong?
Actually, before I do that, I just noticed there was a message in chat saying that we have 50 likes, which means we're short of an emotional support character. Okay.
And for today's perspective, I'm going to start with a crucial question for you. Does life belong in tidy, static categories, or is it a dynamic swirl of complexities? Well, that is the question at the heart of a new book that tackles the subject of every living thing. Now, it centers on the differing arguments of 2 men from the 18th century, one a Swedish doctor and biologist, he's, if you like, the tidy one, and a French naturalist who has more complex, swirly ways of looking at things. The book about the clash of their conflicting worldviews that's continued well after their deaths. The author of Every Living Thing, The Great and Deadly Race to Know All Life, Jason Roberts is with me here. And so his book has now been translated as well into French. It's called Tout ce qui vit et respire, which translates literally as everything that lives and breathes. Thanks very much for coming in. And
thank you so much.
Let's talk about these two men first of all. We're going to start with Carl Linnaeus. He's the Swedish doctor. What did he believe?
Well, Carl Linnaeus is probably one of the most famous scientists in human history, and he is basically praised for providing categories for all life, but not only naming them, but putting them in neat nesting categories. Most school children have learned the concept of kingdom, genus, phylum, up to the level of species. It was a very complex and very appealing form of categorization. Unfortunately, it was built on the concept of a static creation. He lived before evolution. He denied the concept of evolution. He even denied the concept of extinction. He believed that nothing had changed since the moment that God had created the earth. And that made it very possible to neatly categorize and put things away. But that was the only dominant version of being able to understand life. There was a competing version as well.
Yeah, this is completely different. This is Georges Louis de Buffon, the French naturalist. We can see him as well behind us as we talk. Tell us about him.
Well, so Georges Louis de Buffon was the basically the king's naturalist. He was the director of the Jardin des Plantes here in Paris, and he was an exact contemporary of Linnaeus. They were actually one of the greatest rivalries in science. They were both born in exactly the same year, 1707, and both of them devoted their lives to basically writing this giant book that would describe and essentially catalog every living thing, everything on life, all life on Earth. Both of them started the process believing that it would be a simple project of maybe 5 or 10 years because it was impossible for there to be more than a few thousand possible species. Both of them dedicated essentially the next 50 years of their life attempting to do so, and both of them failed, obviously quite utterly. And it was the reaction to why there was so much diversity that changed the different philosophies. So there are two conflicting kind of philosophies that you were basically alluding to between complexism and systematics.
So what gave you the idea then of talking about these two characters in this book and assessing, I suppose, their rivalry?
This is an unusual book in that it is a dual biography, but it is also a biography that goes on long after the death of both of the main characters. It began as a simple biography of Linnaeus. I had started the process believing that his organization of life actually reflected the natural order. Buffon was this side character who had been discredited over the several centuries. It turns out that during their day, Buffon was far more famous. And actually, he was the best-selling nonfiction author in the French language history. And so as time went by, I understood the limitations of the Linnaean system of organization and understood more, quite surprisingly, that Buffon had these very advanced notions. We can see now in his writings, his very, very large 36 volumes, The Natural History of All Life, we can see many theories that were incredibly advanced for his day. He actually was one of the very first people to speculate that the Earth, the geological time, was something more than 4,000 years, like the Bible.
Yeah, it's fascinating. But our current understanding was shaped by a man who believed that we lived in a static universe that was created by God like 4,000 years before him. And yeah, it's strange because I grew up studying things like kingdom, genus, phylus, whatever, all that crap. But it always did seem incredibly rigid of a way to categorize things, and I always felt like there was weird overlaps between different, different species that are, at least according to the system, somehow completely unrelated. I found this a fascinating discussion, and apparently even what's his name, Charles Darwin, believed his own, some of his evolutionary theory was derived from Bufal. Our understanding of the world is ever changing. All right, let's go from that somewhat academic conversation to just take a moment to breathe in the beauty of nature. In Belgium, where the bluebells are blooming in spring. Oh, look at them. That's wild. Like the entire forest floor is turned blue. That's wild. Kind of makes you want to like jump into them. Looks fluffy. Fluffy blue flowers. Well, the Associated Press got us 2 hours of this content. I don't think we need a full 2 hours, not gonna lie. It is interesting to see the light changing. Waking up the forest. I've never seen this many before. It literally just covers the entire floor. Okay, that's enough. It's enough of flower appreciation for today. Sorry, chat. What are these flowers called? They're called bluebells. It's got like a single stem going up. And then there's like a bunch of little pods. Little blue, purpley, sort of lilac colored pods that go off of the stem. They're kind of shaped like bells, which is why I think they're called bluebells. Oh god, here we are. I guess I could show you a picture of what we're talking about. See? Bluebells. See, they look like bells. Tiny little purple, bluey pods. Always liked bluebells. I've never seen that many. I did not know they grew in such large quantities. Okay. Oh, we got a big story coming up. Big story. Associated Press from last week. Heist. That's right. An ant heist happened. Big news. You ready? Let's go to Kenya, where 2 Belgian teens have been arrested with 5,000 smuggled ants.
Illegal.
The music does make it better.
Illegal.
Anyway, those two gentlemen that you just saw there were the ant smugglers. They came from Belgium, smuggling ants. They were caught smuggling ants. Actually, hold on. Where's the story? I have it somewhere. All right, yeah, here it is. This is it. 5 days ago. 5 days ago. AP News. Belgian teenagers found with 5,000 ants. Magistrate presiding over the 4 suspects charged with smuggling garden ants has set their sentencing date to May 7, 2025, during a hearing in Nairobi on Wednesday. Magistrate Njeri Duku made the ruling after receiving the victim impact report from the Kenya Wildlife Services. 2 Belgian teenagers who were found with thousands of ants valued at $9,200 and allegedly destined for European and Asian markets will be sentenced in 2 weeks. My God. Belgian nationals Lornoy David and Sepp Dewidjik, both 19 years old, were arrested on April 5th with 5,000 ants at a guest house. They were charged with violating wildlife conservation laws. There you go. Ant heist.
Illegal.
Come on, it's Sunday Funday. I couldn't help myself. I was like, ant heist? Really? That's it. Who is smuggling ants? Like, genuinely is hilarious to me. Who the fuck smuggles ants? I just don't. I don't understand it. And how is any amount of ants worth $10,000? There's another question I have. There is no amount of ants to me that could be worth $10,000. I feel like people pay $10,000 to get rid of ants, not to have them. See, everybody's, yeah, exactly, Jen. You could just sell your, yeah, get on it. You know, the black ant market. See what I did there? Because black crazy ants are actually a species of ant. That's right. Knowledge is power. Speaking of wildlife, let's go to another fascinating wildlife story, all the way down in the South Atlantic, near Antarctica, where first ever footage of a juvenile colossal squid was captured.
Recently, on a deep-sea species discovery expedition in the South Sandwich Islands, Schmidt Ocean, in partnership with Ocean Census, have captured the first live footage of a small colossal squid in the deep sea at home in its natural environment. And although this was not the main goal of their mission, it is the first confirmed live footage of this animal in the Antarctic deep sea. They were looking in a relatively understudied region of the deep sea around the South Sandwich Islands, and as part of observing the water column, they happened to catch footage of this animal. They were not specifically targeting the colossal squid. They were looking to see what deep sea animals were around. And as their ROV Sebastian descended through the water column, they glimpsed this small glass squid. I really love that we have seen a young colossal squid first. This animal is so beautiful. It helps us to shine a bit of a light on the animal without some of that monster frenzy hype that we may get when we eventually.
Aw, so cute. A tiny monster. Sorry, ma'am, but giant squid? That seems like a monster. I'm not saying we shouldn't have them, but have you seen those beaks? Those creepy-ass tentacles? Why is Nightbot giving... are you looking to get into the business of ant selling? Well, there's Nightbot's attempt to get you started to making a ant shop. It's exciting. All right, let's go to Russia, where some Russians are volunteering to help frogs get it on. AP archive from 5 days ago. The toads migrate from the forest to the bay in the spring, reproduce in the reed beds in the coastal strip, and lay eggs. And then somewhere in mid-May, they leave the water and migrate back to the forest. And thus, they cross this road twice. 2 times. Count them. 2. So cute. Clings to it with its finger. Be especially careful if the grass is high and there are leaves. Watch your feet. You can remove the top layer this way, because sometimes they hide under the leaves. Makes sense. There we go. Russians trying to help these frogs do their thing. They I mean, frogs do have to lay their eggs in water, so that's why they have to cross the. If you were ever asking yourself question, to yourself, why did the frog cross the road? There's your answer. There's your answer. To make some goddamn frog babies. All right. Well, it is spring, and it's getting close to the end of the beautiful Sakura season, or as us English speakers call it, cherry blossom season. Let's go to NHK World Japan from 4 days ago and turn a lens not on the blossoms, but on the people looking at the blossoms.
Kyoto is one of the world's most popular travel destinations, with its splendid shrines, temples, and gardens. The city, brimming with hordes of visitors year-round, gets even more packed, especially in spring, when the sakura cherry blossoms paint the ancient capital in delicate pinks. Today we follow celebrated British photographer Martin Parr, who has been documenting mass tourism for decades, and explore how he frames tourist behavior in this day and age.
In the month of the magical blossoms, Kyotography, an international photography festival, kicks off with the featured artists from around the world. Mexico, Cote d'Ivoire, and Taiwan, among others, present. The month-long event not only celebrates photographic expression, but also the city's historic and contemporary architecture. In a 300-year-old Obi textile shop, the work of a photographer from Okinawa. An Irish artist's exploration of grief at a venerable temple. In this former early 20th century bank, a photo performer reenacts various personifications of India through its history. And a small shopping arcade. Self-portraits become a banner for identity and women empowerment. All of Kyoto comes together to host the photography festival, and the festival in turn celebrates the city. A highlight of this year's edition is the participation of prolific photographer Martin Parr. Vivid color, satire, irreverent humor are the hallmarks of his work. These iconic images show the excess of global mass tourism.
Oh my God.
Part of his decades-long project
This is actually a hilarious photo.
that revealed the gap between dreamy travel ideals and crowded...
That llama, though. It's a based llama. But look at this massive line for people to just go onto this rock. It is somewhat... it's somewhat satirical. Oh my God. You're such weird people.
Excess of global mass tourism. Part of his decades-long project, Small World, they reveal the gap between dreamy travel ideals and crowded, commercialized destinations. Prior to the event, Parr hit the streets of Kyoto to continue this project in a city burdened with over-tourism.
When they invited me to show this work here, I suggested, we came up with the idea of me photographing Kyoto tourism. As I think you know, it's become an issue here where there's so many people, it becomes something that upsets some of the people who live here.
The artist is no stranger to Japan, but on this trip, he noticed a major shift in the scale of tourism.
It's got bigger and bigger. I mean, now it's bigger than before COVID. So after COVID, everyone's catching up and going on trips. And lots of people are coming to Japan, the yen is weak.
Parr, whose roots are in photojournalism, is a chronicler of our times. Always targeting places people congregate, he observes and waits for the decisive moment.
Observation is always at the heart of doing photography, for me anyway, just to show what tourism's like and all the humor and the craziness that comes with it.
For over 40 years, he's been documenting the obsessive nature of tourism by picturing tourism itself.
They all go to the same places, and yes, you can have Instagram being influential, you know where to take your picture.
Parr finds Japan's particular brand of obsessiveness a compelling subject. He notes how media features on objects and places here act like a magnet, drawing in the cues.
The Japanese are crazy. You know, there is a certain TV show or something, they'll go to that. But I like the craziness of the Japanese. It suits me very well.
At his show at Kyotography, he debuts his recent work for Small World in a slideshow of some 140 images. And no surprise, selfies after selfies. The world glimpsed through our devices. Parr's work raises a key question. Why do we travel?
It's the main thing that people do these days, is take pictures of their partners, their wives.
That photo is hilarious. Oh my God.
Do these days is take pictures of...
Oh my God. This mother with the freaking digital camera set up on the table while she tries to feed herself and her child. My God. It's a dedication to the content. Yeah, do we travel for the scenery or for the photos themselves? Interesting thought in the midst of all of this. Okay. I just realized we didn't ever complete the goal, did we? Goal ended. No super chats or stickers. Wah wah. Ah, it's very sad, chat. Guess we're gonna have to end it. Ha, just kidding. Not gonna do that. Not gonna do it, don't worry.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Going... I am going to keep it going because we technically completed 2 goals this weekend and we didn't technically get full streams. I mean, yesterday's stream was like 14 hours, but we didn't get all the content, which was the promise. You know, and so I'm just gonna keep going, pretending like that never happened. Like we did complete the goal actually. I'm gonna lie to myself about that. And like my situation I'm currently in right now, so everything's fine. So don't stop that. No further questions. And we're still in the middle of the third half. We're gonna go straight into space news in Detroit. Could possibly be happening in Detroit.
May 4th is approaching, and all you Star Wars fans know what that means. The Star Wars-inspired Mos Eisley Cantina is returning for business.
Do you know why May the 4th is such a big deal?
Because May the 4th be with you.
There you go.
There we go.
Just checking. Shantae Passmore is live with more details from the greatest dive bar in the galaxy. What's up, Shantae?
What? The greatest dive bar in the galaxy.
I feel like right now, this morning, I am on a set, Colin. This is...
Before we get too far into this, I am going to contest that statement. The Galactic Cantina is obviously the greatest dive bar in the galaxy. Let's be real. If not this one, okay, by the Galactic Pool. I think we know the Galactic Pool Bar and the Galactic Cantina are clearly better than this bar, but I'll humor them. Let this keep going on. It's farce.
Good morning to you guys. I feel like right now, this morning, I am on a set, Colin. This is amazing. And you guys are still just setting up for the big event.
We are. Yeah, we've got a whole nother week of build ahead of us. We've already got one down, so we're cruising along. Yeah.
And right now, we're standing in the street market.
Yep.
This is where the food's going to be.
Yeah, this is where our food vendor is going to be serving.
Okay.
And there's a whole rest of the market with other vendors selling in-world wares, and our DJ stage is going to be set up right behind us here.
One of many stages, right?
One of 2. Well, there's 2, and then there's buskers out in the marketplace as well.
Okay.
Yep.
Very cool. So what can people look forward to? Because it's not opening this weekend, of course, but the following weekend.
Right. So, yeah, May the 4th weekend
That's
is
right.
always our opening weekend. So you can look forward to, performances, there's food, there's custom cocktail menu, we've got the market with the vendors, there's immersive elements, characters, missions to go on, secrets to find, all kinds of cool things to discover around every corner of Detroitoween here.
Now, you said...
Did you just say Detroitoween?
Right?
Yes, there is a dress code. We say it's costumes mandatory, but...
Detroitoween. Wow. Amazing. Amazing.
Costume is a lot simpler than you think, and we're going to meet with our costume department later and talk about that.
That's right.
But you're your own character in a galaxy far, far away.
I love that. And they were even saying I could get into the event just wearing what I've got. And this is all stuff that I had in my own closet, which is perfect.
Yeah, totally. You would make it through the door with just this. So, yeah, with solid colors and scarves can get you a long way.
Okay, so real quick, you guys are going to have this event.
I love that rule. I love that rule. You're not allowed in unless you're wearing a Star Wars costume. Wow. I mean, it does up the, what do you call it? The immersion, you know? It really does.
Going on for 2 weekends. You want to talk briefly about Family Days before we send it back to the studio?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, so Family Days are both Saturdays, May the 3rd and May the 10th. They're 11 to 4 p.m. All ages welcome. Adults are only $10 and kids are free always. We're partnered up with Volta Midnight Comics across the street for Free Comic Book Day. And come on down and visit us both, yeah.
Awesome. Love to hear it. And it sounds like tickets are still available.
There are tickets available. The first Saturday night is sold out, but Family Day is walk on up and you pay at the gate. Yep.
All right. Love to hear. All right. We'll send it back to you guys.
And, you know, Shantae, we were saying in studio, you clearly understood the assignment.
I try.
There you go.
Wow. They're taking this real seriously. You think Trekkies should invade, crash the party? They should, in full Star Trek outfits too. I think that would be funny. I'll watch Click on Detroit. Try and I'll keep you availed of any cross-universal.
Passmore is doing just that over at the space dive before the party starts. What? That's not Shantae.
She's coming around.
No, it's not me, but this is incredible here this morning. So much goes into Space Dive leading up to, of course, you guys opening next weekend. Brett Carson, one of the co-founders of Space Dive. This is the kind of a sneak peek as far as what people can kind of expect when you're done with the finished product, but
My favorite part of this right now is this person back here really sticking to character. Just silently painting the set, but still in costume. It's amazing.
And Brett Carson, one of the co-founders of Space Dive. This is the kind of a sneak peek as far as what people can kind of expect when you're done with the finished product, but walk me through. You were here, what, until 12:30 last night?
12:30 last night,
Gosh,
yep.
and you came back around here 4:30.
Yes.
Still got quite a bit of work to do here.
Oh, yes, we do. Most definitely. We have another week of build. We'll have at least 20 people a day, 30 people, 40 people. This weekend's really exciting. We have a lot of volunteers coming in. Next week we'll be working 24/7.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the...
Okay, hold on. We can't watch this whole thing. Click on Detroit did a 15-minute piece about this. It's kind of hilarious. They really took this shit seriously.
We let you go. We have been focused on that hard-working character
that
behind.
green friend behind you. Our TV Ron says it's a Rhodian.
He can barely hold it with his hands.
What's he doing?
Yeah. Well, you know, he's been plugging away. This is the second column he's been working on this morning we've seen so far.
Is he
Let me
getting
see how much
paid a
the progress.
livable
It's looking good.
It's going to take a while if he's not actually painting.
A livable wage.
But look at his fingers. They're so long.
I think his wage is getting admission into Space Dive.
I see. That's point of entry. Okay. The whole time you were talking, we were just focused on him. Wow.
It's galactic slavery is what it is.
We'll get some paint on that roller at some point. Thank you, Shantae. Well, happening next weekend, it is, of course, May the 4th. It's a day that we celebrate the characters in a galaxy far, far away.
Shantae Passmore could be one of those characters today, live in Detroit at the dive bar.
That is not Shantae.
I'll say, well, she could have transformed.
Hey, good morning, guys. You know what? You might be thinking, geez, you know, Space Dive, it's around the corner. I've got nothing to wear. Well, Tracy Joe is going to break it down because you might have a few things in your closet ready to go, right?
Yeah. Morning.
Morning.
Yeah. So the fact of the matter is this is really simple and it's really fun to do.
Right. Show us.
So, for example, this is our costume department. Most of the things in here were picked up at thrift stores. Layering is great, and we're going to give you an example of layering real quick.
Okay, and this is Liz joining us.
Yeah, so we're just going to throw together a costume real quick. So Liz has started with a base, and it's got a belt, pouches,
looking great,
some
looking
stuff.
great.
And that's just the base? Okay, so how do we level this up?
All right, so we got more layers here. Liz has got boots
How do
on
we
with
level
boot
this
wraps
up?
to cover up the laces, but Liz is just going to pile this stuff on.
Okay, sure.
Show you
Do
how
it,
it
Liz.
works.
Okay, so what's the thinking? Because you don't want it to look too new. Like these bracelets, probably not going to cut it,
They're
right?
pretty shiny.
Yeah,
They're pretty
okay.
shiny. So really what you want to do is you want to take some toned down things, neutral things, earth tones, solid colors. There's lots of good opportunity for texture and things like that, but not really like patterns. The belt you can throw over your shoulder to add some additional
That belt is doing a ton of
vest
work.
over it.
Okay.
And then
Was
everything
doing a
gets
ton of
capped
work.
off with a scarf or some sort of wrap.
Now, let's talk about the goggles because, like earlier, Colin mentioned to me that he had to scuff his up a little bit because they look too new.
Yeah. So the goggles are great. There's all sorts of vendors, you know, like on the internet and everything that you can find them, but it's really fun to make your own. Just paint them up, scuff them up, make them look like they've been...
Totally, dude. Totally. That's right. Play a little dress up, raid your closet of odd items or your shed. whatever you might have. If you're in, if you're in Michigan or nearby, even across the border, technically, although I don't think a lot of Canadians are really interested in coming across the border right now. But hey, you could be participating in this on May the 3rd, the day before May the 4th. And the 10th.
It can be, like scarves, vests, goggles. We talk about sort of earth tones and solid colors and, throwing a belt over your shoulder and things like that. You can add details. In fact, there's a marketplace where you can even, upgrade your costume. There's leather goods, things of that nature. But
an incredible amount of work has gone into this. I'm fairly certain this is not actually like sanctioned by Disney. I think these guys just really, really love Star Wars. Like a lot. So much. All right. That's the space news for today, right? Oh, wait, I got some hidden space news. Another Star Wars related thing that's going on. Andor Season 2. I actually haven't seen Andor Season 1. Hope there's not too many spoilers in this. Spoiler alert, I assume.
I wanted people to think, oh man, it's going to be that kind of show with the big speeches and quiet and slow, and then we come out and we change it all up right away.
I don't know what that man does, but he has a beautiful way of answering his phone. He's the most reliable. He's so busy. He's like one of the busiest men. He's building this whole entire universe. And yet you text him and he's like, give me 5.
The revolution starts now.
What a swell party this is.
Can you talk about, is there a real world inspiration for that, or something you're taking it from, this idea of revolution for its own sake and the experience of it?
The show is, in the macro sense, it's a survey it's a big opportunity to do a whole, who's ever going to get a chance to do another 1,500 pages on revolution again, right? With this much money and this much muscle and everything else. So, and we can talk about that if you want, but that's not what I get up every day and start to work on. I don't say, oh, I'm working really, really small. And like the scene that you're talking about, how I'm going to start the show really matters. And we've been away for a long time. And, and people last time were like, wow, the show's really great, but it starts a little bit slow and you got a slow burn. And I'm like, I got that on my mind. I'm like, all right, well, there's a little bit of a attitude on my part. So that scene with her does many, many things for me as a writer. It tells you what he's been doing for the whole year. This absent year, he's been a leader. He's been obviously on these escalating missions for Luth and stealing. Oh my God, he's stealing a TIE fighter. So they're very much in the business of these missions, and it also. If you watch it really closely, there's a little bit of manipulation in there on his part as well. He's making sure she's going to get through this thing. And, what she's saying as well is, I've been happy here. That's the line that popped up in writing it.
Okay. Sweet.
The problem is he doesn't really understand what he's fighting for. I think it's the big picture, the one he still has to understand. But in terms of believing in change and believing in involvement and in sacrifice, I think he's there. And he's saying something. He's saying, don't let fear get in between, right? It's quite beautiful and
I don't even know. I need to see the show. I can't say whether or not I agree or don't agree with any of this stuff because I haven't seen it, but I have heard that it's about rebellion or revolution or something like that. And, you know, it seems like it could be good. I don't have Disney Plus. Don't have Disney Plus. In fact, I don't have any streaming right now. Just YouTube's. Just the YouTube's. I'll have to find it somehow. Apparently some people are boycotting Disney. I mean, that's fair. There's plenty of reasons to probably do that, I suppose. But, you know, we're just having fun here. Star Wars, you know, it's certainly fun, in my opinion. Always enjoyed that franchise. Maybe not as much as others, but I'm a sucker, you know, for space. Give me space lasers. All right. What next? Earth news. Ah, yes. Good old Earth news. Now we're going to start off the Earth news with something we already saw yesterday. It's towards the end, though. I'm not sure everybody saw this. So let's see what Donald Trump did on his... I mean, this next one is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I'm honestly still floored. But Donald Trump posted a fake photo to his Truth Social. A doctored, photoshopped fucking
now
picture.
Is truth or fake? And I'm joined in the studio by Catalina Machon de Abreu. Hello to you, Catalina. So President Donald Trump is being accused of holding up a photoshopped image of Kilma Abrego Garcia's tattoo.
Illegal.
Tell us more.
That's right, Kilma Abrego Garcia, the Maryland man who was mistakenly deported in March to the notorious El Salvadoran mega prison, accused by the U.S. government of having ties to the criminal gang MS-13. Abrego Garcia was deported despite a 2019 court order barring the United States from doing so due to fear of persecution in his home country, as the Supreme Court is demanding that the Trump administration facilitate his return to the U.S. Trump has thus far refused this request as the administration continues to insist without evidence that Abrego Garcia is an MS-13 gang member. Despite ICE officials initially admitting that his deportation was an administrative error, now to prove these claims, President Donald Trump and the White House displayed what they claim to be such evidence. This black and white close-up photograph of a hand that Trump identifies in this post as Abrego Garcia's with tattooed knuckles, where you can spot, if we take a closer look, 4 different symbols. One is a marijuana leaf, the second is a smiley face, a cross, and a skull, as well as the letters spelling out MS-13. Donald Trump wrote on his Truth.
I don't know who did this Photoshop job. I'm going to assume Stephen Miller. But this is one of the worst Photoshop jobs I have ever seen. It was so blatantly obvious to me as somebody who works with photos a lot and Photoshop a lot, just how it is so insanely obvious to, I think, pretty much anyone. But certainly to me, the MS-13 is super fake. It wildly, and there's so much more. You could have done so much more if you actually knew what you were doing, which is why I'm assuming Stephen Miller just did this on his laptop. But like, you could have done a way better job on this. It's just so blatantly
Social that this is the hand of the man that
it's just a font. It's like so obviously a fucking font. Like, I don't know, it was like Times New Roman or something. I think it's like Helvetic. I don't know. It's like, but like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like obviously a computer font and not something tattooed.
Donald Trump wrote on his Truth Social that this is the hand of the man that Democrats feel should be brought back to the United States. They say he is not a member of MS-13, even though he's got...
This is our president on his social media company. His @real Donald Trump. Claiming that they just noticed. They noticed. This feels like a Stephen Miller job. They brought him this photo, said, look, he's got this tattoo, and Donald Trump's like, oh my God, get a picture of me with the photo. And, you know, like, oh my God, this is so ridiculous. Grandpa's like, MS-13.
MS-13 tattooed onto his knuckles. Many argue the contrary. Several social media users, including Linda Higgins, who is a former Minnesota Senate state senator, expressing doubt over the authenticity of the image held up by Donald Trump on this post, saying these letters were photoshopped.
Well, Catalina, was this image photoshopped or not?
Well, Yinka, according to the evidence out there, it seems that the MS-13 letters were digitally added onto this photo that Trump is holding, and that the White House also posted. They aren't actually part of Kilmer Abrego Garcia's tattoos. The main proof that is this photo was photoshopped, being widely shared by users on social media, shared originally on X by El Salvador President Nayib Bukele when Abrego Garcia met with Democratic Senator Van Hollen in the country on April 17th, who traveled to El Salvador in the hopes of aiding his release. A recent picture that we'll take a closer look at, where in the photos you could see the MS-13 figure doesn't appear in Abrego Garcia's hand. All we do see are the other symbols, the marijuana leaf, the smiley face, the cross, and the skull. Abrego Garcia's wife has also made a series of posts on TikTok that also capture his tattoos that we've seen on his hand, minus the MS-13 spelled out. So despite...
Looks like Donald Trump posted out a lie on Lie Social again. Shocking. Shocking. More lies on Lie Social. It's fantastic. That's our president, folks. Using fake evidence to try and make himself look better. It is fucking insane. Propaganda. Homemade propaganda. Delicious and tasty. You know what else is tasty? Food. Let's go to Spain. Talk about the world's oldest restaurant, which is celebrating its 300th anniversary.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Sweet. Ristorante Botin. I can't read that. I have no idea what that says. Well, they got the Guinness World Record for oldest restaurant, so it must be true. Multiple certificates here. Very official.
Because we've heard it's very good, and also it's allegedly the oldest restaurant in the world, which has been verified by Guinness. So that's why, yeah.
There we go. Nice. Awesome. Well, there we go, people. That's all we needed. It's the world's oldest restaurant. It's in Spain. And Guinness said it's the oldest, so therefore we must accept that as true. Okay. How are we doing? Okay, time's doing good. Let's go to Britain. Talk about a problem that's, well, it's not just affecting Britain to be real. This is a problem that's also hurting the United States real bad, too. Channel 4 News, 2 days ago. How is rent to rent affecting Britain's housing market? Tell us.
Imagine waking up on a train and realizing you made 5K while you were asleep.
As stocks fluctuate, one investment remains a viral obsession.
I make 1,200 quid a week from my 2-bedroom flat in Soho, and I don't even have to lift a finger.
As the government targets growth, bricks and mortar are the bread and butter of British wealth, so investment properties are in high demand. But most are owned by the over 60s.
This will rent for £500 per month.
And a new generation is desperate to join the game.
So that's the one with the skip.
Clinton Usuma is a young man hoping to win in an old man's domain.
So we're renting out each individual room, 6 individual tenants.
The house is a former family home that has become one of the UK's 4.5 million investment properties, bought by entrepreneurs to be rented out for profit. Buy-to-let is not just big business, but Britain's biggest business by number of firms.
Plan where we're going to put the sockets.
Clinton and his business partner Ezekiel plan to cut this home in Yorkshire into a house of multiple occupancy, known as a HMO, that lets to numerous renters.
You can rent out an individual house and rent it to a family and make £300-400. We're doing this as a HMO and we'll make triple that amount of profit.
So you're from East London,
Yeah.
we're in Huddersfield.
Not good, actually.
You're a long way from home right now.
Yeah. You know, when we were looking at London, for a one-bed house, one-bed flat, you're looking at about £300,000. So for us, we thought we'd come up north. The price of this 4-bedroom house was actually £137,000. So for us, it made more sense.
Why do you think that buy-to-let is apparently the #1 business in Britain?
So for me, I used to work in a primary school full-time. Used to work with kids with special needs. I was
you do
taking
good things.
around £1,500 a month. And for somebody who obviously had big aspirations, that's nowhere near enough. And that's when I stumbled across rent to rent.
Yeah,
and
fuck the kids.
That's exactly what changed my life.
I took on 10 properties in 10 months.
Ezekiel currently rents 23 properties, which he sublets at a markup on platforms like Airbnb or to housing providers.
Oh my God,
This is known
this guy
as
is such a
rent to
tool.
rent and is popular with investors without the capital to buy. But rather than add to the housing supply, speculators who rent to rent increase the demand and with it the price. The profits made from rent to rent has helped give Ezekiel the capital to buy this house. Some say that rent to rent is an extremely harmful model.
It
as
is.
well as obviously.
It absolutely is.
The way I look at it,
Uh-huh.
the amount of families that I've accommodated, you know, I've helped a lot of families in multiple different situations. As I said, some of my properties I work with social housing companies.
But with rent.
Don't you see? He's been very accommodating. He's accommodated somebody. He's allowed people who paid him money to live in a place that he bought. So accommodating. Oh my God. So accommodating. What a great guy. He's making the world better, don't you see? By jacking up rents and lowering the supply, the available supply of housing. He's actually helping. Don't you get it? Come on.
And what you're doing is you are adding greater inflation into the market because that property would still be there whether you were there or not.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say
yes,
that?
the properties would have been there. There probably would have been one family living there. But
he wouldn't say. I mean, it's true, but he wouldn't say that. I mean, this is his business. Come on.
Come on! I've accommodated multiple families. So yes,
great.
the property would be there,
What a
but
great
how
guy.
many families would have been accommodated? And so I've technically solved that problem.
Ezekiel and Clinton are small speculators in a
He did
big pond. The buy-to-let boom started in the 90s with changes to tax and tenancy laws. This rose as interest rates in the 2010s fell on new buy-to-let mortgages. But recent reforms and rate rises have increased barriers for new players. Although it is not small investors who are the big losers of an economy reliant on renters like Alex. It's 2 p.m. here in Huddersfield. Alex, how's it going?
Hello.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah. Right, so yeah, if you just want to come through here.
Alex's shift at the local church ends as his children get home from school.
Hello, Daddy.
The father of 3 has one job for every child and is his family's breadwinner, with rent their biggest cost.
Hi, Mum. You had a good day?
Yes.
Have you noticed an increase in buy-to-let investors and property speculators over the last few years?
Before we were in the place that we're in now, we actually found out that the landlord that we were with actually owned the entire street. I'm more than happy for people to come and live here. You know, I love the sort of mix of cultures and things that we have here. But if it's literally just to turn a profit and to exclude the people who already live here, then it's just selfish.
Yeah, we've had people talk about the fact that they're having to move out of Huddersfield because they can't afford it anymore, and they're having to move away from friends and family.
And it's like you would think of somewhere like Huddersfield as more the destination for those sorts of people.
You know, we spoke.
Yeah, yeah. This is supposed to be a, more affordable area of England. In the north, if I'm not mistaken. It's just, it's insane. But this is not just a problem for the UK, okay? This is happening in the United States all the time. Airbnb is what is fueling this industry right now. Big time. People renting out. They go and they just, the landlords don't give a shit as long as, you're paying them the money. You can rent as many apartments as you want. You can, and then you turn around and you put it all on Airbnb and turn it into a money-making business rather than just having there being housing, and or just big players coming in and buying entire like he was saying, like an entire neighborhood, and then turning around and renting it for more than it would cost to to buy. But they're not selling, and it lowers the amount of actual real estate, amount of rental properties available to the market, thereby increasing inflation in housing. And we gotta stop playing this fucking game with the housing. It's really out of hand. It is happening across the board, one country to the next. I just hear the same fucking story. Same things happening in Spain. Same things happening. It's like so many examples of this, and we need to somehow put a stop to Airbnb, and put a stop to this downward spiral we're going in with affordability and housing. Something that just is a human necessity, right? Okay. Let's go now to Paris, where a bunch of stuff has been happening this week. A lot of it in the art category. Start here. France 24 from 4 days ago. New Paris exhibition.
Program. If you hear the words artificial intelligence, do your ears prick up with excitement at the endless possibilities of the technology?
No,
or
they
if
don't.
you're like me, do you cringe a little bit? Perhaps
I
with
do.
fear about what it might mean.
Well,
whichever kind of person you are, a new exhibition here in Paris is aiming to help, and we're going to talk about it in today's perspective. The world through AI is on at the Musée de Jeux de Paume in the Tuileries Gardens until the 21st of September. Before we talk to its chief curator, who's with me here on set, let's have a bit of a feel for it. There you go, giving you an idea anyway. With me now is Antonio Semeni, who's Chief Curator. Thanks very much for coming in and talking to us. Seen a little bit of it there, but give us...
I'm sorry, was that supposed to make me feel better? That was relatively pretty off-putting. Pretty off-putting piece of art.
What you're aiming for? What's the point of the exhibition?
Yes, the starting point is that we're living an historical period in which AI technologies are infiltrating all layers of culture and society. And what's happening at the level of images is in a way the visible surface of these very profound and often invisible transformations. So we wanted to gather the work of about 40 international artists who during the last 10 years have reacted to the increasing presence of these technologies all across our society with their various political, epistemological implications. The idea is to see through their works what it means to live or experience the world through AI, what it means to see, hear, understand, imagine a world that is more and more infiltrated by all.
I don't know if I want to imagine that so much. It seems bad. I also love how they have the mini Vatican cam going on in the corner right here. Like, we have to know what is happening. We must be Da Vinci coding at all times.
These AI technologies.
Let's talk about this first picture. We're going to talk about some of them. This is called Metamorphism. Why did you pick this one out as one you wanted to talk about?
It was very, very important for us to start underlining the profound materiality and even environmental dimension of AI technologies, countering a discourse that often presents them together with the digital technologies in general as dematerialized, for example, through metaphors such as the one of the cloud. We wanted instead to underline that AI technologies need a whole massive quantities of energy, natural resources, and have a very, very profound environmental impact. And for this reason, we chose these sculptures by Julien Cherrière, which are produced by fusing together and bring back to their geological state a number of materials stemming from data centers.
It's a very strange work of art that they're talking about right now.
Okay, I was trying to work
like
out
the concept behind it. I'm not even clear what their message is. I mean, what he was saying is true about how it has negative effects, and I don't understand. Honestly, it's not clear whether or not it's intended to be critical of AI or not.
To do with artificial intelligence. Now I understand. Let's look at some others. These are called Calculating Empires. 2 photos.
Yes, this is a large diagram by, actually this is a work by Gregory Chatonsky entitled The Fourth Memory. Gregory Chatonsky is using AI models to process vast quantities of cultural objects and memory objects that are stored on the internet.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about this really weirds me out, right? Okay, like, is the fact that they used AI models to create art that seems like it's intended to be critical. I mean, like this right here, burning cube, surrounded by a burnt forest. Feels like the message is obvious, but when you make it with the thing that's doing the bad thing, it just confuses me. I don't understand why you would do that. It seems like a strange, very strange, counterintuitive choice. The message of the project is we got grant money. That's a good one. I like that. Okay. We are at 6 hours in, which means it's time for another space break. But don't you worry, we'll be right back with the content after this group of short messages. And if you're not aware, May is on its way in just a few days. And we are in trouble here at the Galactic News Network, financially speaking. We are on the brink of collapse. So do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. Help us get through this trying time. Anyway, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe, and also make sure to click that little bell icon in the corner so that you don't miss a single episode of this Spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider, as I said before, contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, Twitch with the bits and the subscriptions. Cash App, PayPal, of course, great ways to contribute as well, since Jeffy Bezos and or YouTube don't take a massive chunk of that money and give it to themselves. Instead, we get it immediately and can use it to pay aforementioned bills. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your goddamn Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron, where a wonderland of space benefits awaits. Get an avatar on the stream, shout out, and much more. Anyway, chat, that's enough space messages for me. Enjoy this break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Well, I think everybody knows what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the show. All right. Let's get the fourth half started here. Back in France, where more artwork was being exhibited in Bordeaux.
The Mona Lisa, Van Gogh's Starry Night, The Scream, and replicas of famous Greek statues. Over 1 million Lego bricks were used to create these works. After traveling the world, the Art of the Brick exhibition is now open to the public at this museum in Bordeaux.
To prevent them from breaking, particularly during transport, they're sent with very special care. These works aren't assembled piece by piece, but glued together to make sure each work is solid.
90 reproductions and original creations, like this 6-meter-long T-Rex, were all made by American artist Nathan Sawaya, the Da Vinci of Lego.
It almost takes the patience of an angel to put together everything we see around us with these little bricks.
After touring the world for the past 15 years, the exhibition has attracted more than 10 million visitors. An extension for the exhibition in Bordeaux is already being considered.
Pretty sweet, not gonna lie. I was a big Lego fan when I was a kid. And that is something, it gets me somewhere deep down. I'm like, oh my god. I felt that was a good Sunday Fun Day story. All right, last art exhibition in France. The AP Archive at an exhibition celebrating David Hockney. This Hockney guy was big in the 60s. What do you call it? Like the pop art, I guess you would call it.
We've done, I think, a spectacular show. A spectacular can be good, it can be bad, but I think it's basically incredible. And we're very, very, very happy with it. And David, above all, David, the artist, who is now 87 years old,
Jesus,
quite fragile in his body, but amazingly clear in his mind, and is still painting every day.
My God. This is not, I love that. This is hilarious. A painting of the paintings on the wall. Alright, that's funny. Yeah, the swimming pools are what I know him for as well, Mitty.
The exhibition's heart is really the practice of the last 25 years, and here we present a number of pieces that have never been shown, never exhibited and some also because they come straight off the artist's easel, such as the most recent portraits of his nurses that we present in the following room, or the very last self-portrait that David painted in London and finished just the beginning of this year.
He's got a very distinctive sort of style. There you go, a little snippet inside the museum exhibiting and celebrating the artist David Hockney. One other thing involving France, this time with fashion and the Trump trade war. Reuters from last week. Hermes will be raising its U.S. prices to fully offset its Trump tariffs. Oh, come on.
Come on! France's Hermes will fully shift the burden of tariffs in the United States to its wealthy clientele. The company announced the news on Thursday as it posted first quarter sales that slightly missed expectations. Banking on its pricing power as one of the world's most exclusive luxury brands, Hermes plans to add a premium to all products sold in the US. Hermes is known for its Kelly and Birkin handbags. They fetch upwards of $10,000. The brand reported sales for the 3 months ending in March of $4.66 billion, a 7% rise on a constant currency basis. It fell below analyst expectations for 9.8%
Like that one.
year-on-year growth.
It's very
Hermes's
like
first quarter sales follow sector bellwether
like Blade Runner-y, I
LVMH,
feel
reporting
like.
disappointing figures. That's despite Hermes still posting positive growth across all regions. Speaking to
Well, thankfully, for those of us in the United States, you kind of have to be a rich asshole to afford Hermes in the first place. It will also, I suppose, hit the used Hermes market too. Oh God, whatever will America do? All right, now let's go see what tourists are doing up north in Iceland.
Iceland is now a non-stop
Jesus,
international
that is loud.
destination available to travelers out of Nashville. I was lucky enough to take the first direct flight from B&A to Iceland and found one striking similarity between our city and the Nordic country, the reliance on tourism. The country of nearly 400,000 people is about the size of Kentucky, and people are flocking to the land of fire and ice. But it hasn't always been that way. Iceland's geographical isolation.
I'm so confused. She noticed? How do you notice? It is such a weird way to put it. While I was in Iceland, I noticed that they're reliant on tourism. I feel like that's more just like a fact that you would get from a book, so much less so than you would notice
people is
in
about the
person.
size of Kentucky, and people are flocking to the land of fire and ice. But it hasn't always been that way. Iceland's geographical isolation and at times harsh climate have kept people away. Then the 2008 recession saw the collapse of the country's 3 banks.
The Icelandic krona, it fell and was worthless. And a lot of us lost everything we had, and yeah, we were in a really bad spot. But then 2 years later, in 2010, we had an eruption from Eyjafjallajökull.
What now?
Even though the eruption shut down travel in Europe for weeks, it put Iceland on the map. Everybody was talking about it. Since then, tourism has taken off. Last year, the country welcomed nearly 2.4 million visitors. Magnus, our tour guide, says they can't afford to be ungrateful for tourists. And in fact, I found the Icelandic people are so welcoming and proud to share their culture.
Sweet. Well, people from Tennessee going to Iceland and finding solidarity in the tourist economies that they share. Okay, Let's go to Italy. Go to Italy. See some dazzling sculptures. Here's AP Archive. This just appears to be a foosball table. I'm not sure how this is related to sculptures. I mean, I guess the people are small sculptures when you think about it. Holy shit, look at that. Is that burnt log or something? That is a weird seat. How do you even sit on that thing? A very fancy looking ping pong table. Is that marble? Please ping pong on marble. Whoa, look at this thing. Jesus. Hey, if you're a supervillain, this is the bookshelf for you, buddy. Look at that. Holy fuck. And it's got some sort of a massive wraparound LED screen.
It has 3,500 books.
Oh, look, it's
that have been
as
donated
Devlin.
by the publisher Feltrinelli. All of them will end up in the Milano Public Library system at the end of the installation, and we invite the public to come and add books. As you can see, the library is very full, but it's also very empty. It's half full and half empty. We do not presume to know what should be in this library, so please add a book that you think should be here.
I honestly think Az Devlin's kind of a genius. She might be a little bit insane, too. I'm not sure. I don't know her well enough to say for sure. But she does some crazy shit. And her, like, concept, like, her, like, set design, like, with lighting, and, like, just her understanding of light.
Light is
which she keeps
free
talking
to
about
all
right
of us
now.
every day. Every room that we're in is, in fact, a sundial. All we have to do is wake up and look at the light coming through our curtains. We just keep being reminded not to look, and everything I make, I want to remind us that this is there for us. We can have it. That actually we live in an age of abundance, not scarcity. We just keep being asked to think that things are scarce when they could be.
Cool. A sweet bookcase there, Ez. I think Ez is short for Esmeralda. I always forget what I don't think her real name is Ez. Okay. While we're in Italy, figured we'd also go here and talk about this. France 24 is going to break it down for us. Did or did not J.D. Vance kill Pope Francis?
Illegal.
Up next, Catalina Marchand de Abreu is here with tonight's Truth or Fake. Catalina, Pope Francis's death, we're staying with this. The pontiff's last meeting, one of them was with the US Vice President. Now that has sparked some conspiracy theories online. Tell us about that.
That's right, Sharon. In the wake of Pope Francis's death, tributes have been flooding social media, including from US Vice President J.D. Vance, having been one of the last people to hold an audience with Pope Francis before his death. J.D. Vance wrote on X, "I just learned of the passing of Pope Francis.
Just learned.
I was happy to
Yeah.
see him yesterday, although he was obviously
Murderer.
very ill. Due to the timing of this meeting, many were the jokes turned conspiracy theories that this meeting has sparked, claiming that J.D. Vance killed Pope Francis.
I haven't
Others
seen this one.
claiming,
I have
"Can
not
you
seen that
meet
one
with
yet.
Putin
That's...
next?" Amplifying these jokes was
Oh, it's amazing. It's such a good job. It's a great job. This is top tier memeing right here, people. Top tier memeing. Look at this man. Can't you see the clear evidence, lady? What more do you need to know? Look at he's the Grim Reaper. Oh, I don't think I need more further explanation. I get it. He killed him. He killed him.
Grandson Jack Schlossberg, he writes a similar claim on X, saying JD killed the Pope, as he also posted this image on Instagram with the caption that reads, "What did JD do? VP of Little Faith meets with Pope yesterday. Today, Pope dies." So not much debunking to do here, needed on this one. These are fake claims. The Vatican reports there was no foul play. Pope Francis had been ill, admitted to Rome Hospital on February 14th for life-threatening pneumonia, where he was, although he was able to hang on to one final Easter as he delighted the crowds at the Vatican with a surprise Easter blessing on a Sunday and what is now known as his final public appearance.
There were reports also that the Pope initially snubbed Vance. Snub or not snub? Can you clarify?
How rude. Well, Sharon, these claims are half true. We'll explain. A meeting with Pope Francis was not originally on Vance's schedule for the trip to Italy, as sources say that Vance was hoping he could secure, even if a brief moment with the Pope, a personal goal for him as a Catholic as well as a political one. As this viral post with over 4 million views on X reads, Pope Francis skipped the Vatican's official meeting with VP J.D. Vance on Saturday, instead having his number 2 give him a lecture on compassion. A senior and former advisor for Kamala Harris also has a similar claim on X. He said Pope Francis snubbed J.D. Vance and set someone else to lecture the VP on immigration. Damn. So these claims are actually true. J.D. Vance did meet with Cardinal Pietro.
They gave J.D. Vance a lecture on compassion. It seems incredibly Catholic. The lecturing part specifically. All right, sit down, young J.D.
The Vatican's Secretary of State and Archbishop Paul Gallagher, the Vatican's foreign minister, on Saturday, without Pope Francis. The Vatican described this meeting between Vance and the cardinals as an exchange of opinions on international situations, with particular attention to immigrants, refugees, and prisoners.
Like being compassionate to those people. Oh, God, France, why do you have to do this to us? Couldn't we just go on thinking that JD killed the Pope? Huh? Why do you have to ruin it for us? I don't understand. We can't have anything nice. We can't pretend like it was JD who killed the Pope.
Illegal.
I'm fairly certain it was Novichok attack. Some sort of a chemical agent. Perhaps. What was it? What was the thing? Remember that movie, Seth Rogen and what's his name? They go to North Korea and then he's got like a thin film on his finger he's supposed to touch onto Kim Jong-un. I think that was probably it. That was probably it. Alright, let's move it along. From Italy to the Swiss Alps, where last week climbers shattered speed record of climbing those goddamn Alps. Two climbers have shattered the speed record for completing, well, god damn it. You're killing me. for completing the north faces of 3 famous Swiss Alps.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Nicholas Hojak and Philip Brugger scaled the peaks in 15 hours. That's fast. Wait, this guy's sponsored by Red Bull and instead he climbed it? I mean, I thought Red Bull gave you wings. Why not just fly up? Just saying. Just saying. Alright, let's move on from that. Sorry, we got some less fun stories in here today in the back half of the stream. Because we didn't finish the week ending report, so we've got a bunch of fun-ish and also not so fun-ish stories to get through. I can't. I got nothing. It's true. It's real. It's a real thing. Let's talk about what happened over the last few days with regards to Ukraine. Now, on Thursday, well, there was multiple strikes during this week. Every single night, I think, just about, Russia was striking Ukraine. This strike happened on Thursday, which killed 9 people in a civilian area.
Illegal.
I didn't have time to get out when it exploded. The neighboring house was destroyed and everything in our house just flew away. I didn't see anything. I'm scared. What kind of peace talks can there be if Putin does nothing for this? Absolutely nothing. The only thing he said was that there would be no shelling. And that's it. I don't believe it.
Я, чесно, навіть не знаю, чим це все закінчиться. Дуже страшно. Ну, я не вірю. Я вірю тільки те, що якщо от
I honestly don't even know how this will end. It's all very scary. I don't believe it. I only believe it if we can stop them on the battlefield. That's it. No diplomacy works here. You can see it from the pile of news, from those dead, what happened in Kryvyi, and so on. Putin is simply not impossible to choose words for how much of a monster he is. There simply aren't any. Yeah, I can understand that sentiment. While sporting a head wound after a clear war crime. Donald Trump had this to say on Friday, shockingly.
President, this morning in a Truth Social post, you used the words Vladimir, stop. That seemed like a slightly different message, a personal message.
Yeah, that is weird. What's up with that?
I didn't like last night.
I didn't like it.
I wasn't happy with it.
It's nasty.
And we're in the midst of talking peace, and missiles were fired. And I was not happy with it. That's what I meant, and that's, you know, what it said. I assume that's what you mean.
Right.
Yeah.
If the bombs keep falling.
Stop, Putin, stop. Vladimir, you must stop immediately. I really didn't like what I saw. Committing war... Well, they're not war crimes. I won't call them war crimes, even though there definitely are. Very nasty attacks on Ukraine. We're trying to end the war, and you're making it hard. Making it very hard for me to sell Russia as wanting to end the war.
Will you consider additional sanctions toward Russia, or what will you do if President Putin...
I'd rather answer that question in a week. I want to see if
I'm
we
gonna
can have
wait.
a
Just
deal.
wait. Everybody's just gotta wait. It's a period of a great period of transition. We're transitioning from period of war to a different period of war, and I don't want to get ahead of myself. But yeah, Donald Trump begging Vladimir Putin to stop. Please stop. Please, Mr. Putin, will you stop being so mean? Never would have happened. Never would have happened if I was in charge. Here are some more Donald Trump comments from the same day at the what do you call it? The brief. It's not the briefing room. What is this called? The cabinet meeting room.
So we are thinking that very strongly that they both want peace, but they have to get to the table. We're waiting a long time. They have to get them to the table, and I think we're going to get peace. We want to save 5,000 young people. I used to say 2,500. I now say 5,000. We have, Mr. Prime Minister, we have about 5,000 young people a week that are dying in that ridiculous war. And, you know, I started out because I didn't like all the money that we were paying, and then I realized how many people were dying. And that's by far the more important element right now. I'm saying we can save thousands of people. And I don't like that it takes long at all, but I think they both want to make peace. I do believe so.
Okay, stupid. This guy is such an idiot. We were thinking very strongly that they both want peace, even though one side is still doing horrifying strikes every day. And I said, please stop. And they didn't, but definitely they both want to end it. That much is very clear. That's why it keeps going every day, because of how bad they want it to end. All right, let's go here. Tammy Bruce, State Department spokesperson. Basically Marco Rubio's #2 lady. She was asked about U.S. policy as it relates to this situation.
After the latest round of talks in London, Ukrainian officials say they submitted their own counter-proposal to the U.S. plan. Can you say if the Trump administration is giving that counter-proposal any weight, or is the U.S.-backed framework on the table the only path towards peace that the administration is considering?
You know, what I've noticed here about Secretary Rubio and President Trump is flexibility. Is that no matter what's going on, and even reflecting back on when everyone thought everything was over after President Zelensky's visit to the Oval Office. Oh, it's over. All of this is done. And it wasn't. And it isn't. Because this is about human beings having conversations, negotiating, literally existential issues.
Don't you see JD Vance yelling at Volodymyr Zelensky over his outfit and being ungrateful and disrespectful? That's flexibility, okay? That's flexibility. Yelling, rigidly demanding a specific attire. That's flexibility, okay? That just shows you just how flexible they are. And the fact that they're even more flexible to engage in such blunderous diplomatic activity and then try and go back and fix it later. That takes on, it's like, I mean, what's his name? Guy from the Fantastic Four. It takes an incredible amount of flexibility, okay? Veritable, yeah, exactly. They're like, you know, it's very Cirque du Soleil, all right? This is a Cirque du Soleil level of flexibility. Mr. Fantastic, yes. A Mr. Fantastic, if you will. A little Cirque du Soleil action. And that's the kind of flexibility I'm not sure we need in the government, honestly. Let's see what Donald Trump had to say. Here.
Norway has been a staunch supporter of Ukraine since the Russian invasion in 2022. Has something been discussed here today that may have altered your views on this?
No, we want to,
No.
very simply, I have
Hasn't changed
no
anything.
allegiance to any.
He doesn't. I don't think Donald Trump even gets the question. I generally don't think he gets the question. Of course, because Norway is so very close to Russia and our new NATO members. Maybe that would change your mind, Trumpy.
No, we want to,
No.
very simply, I have
Nothing changes
no
my mind.
allegiance to anybody. I have allegiance to saving lives, and I want to save a lot of lives. A lot of young people's, mostly
young
people,
lives.
the war. It's the soldiers, and if we can do that, also, as you know, I got started because the money that's been spent on this war is insane. It should have never happened, and it would have never happened if I were president.
Never would have happened.
But
That's why it's
Biden
still
spent
going on right now.
$350 billion
100 days in.
this, and it's a shame. And that's what got me involved. And then I looked at, and I see the results. It's horrible. It's a killing field. 5,000 soldiers.
He keeps saying this over and over and over again. What's his obsession with that number? 5,000? Why is he so proud of this number that he keeps saying over and over? You're president right now. You told us that you were going to end this day one. It would never have happened if you were president. But you're president right now, and it's still happening. And no matter what you say, even begging Vladimir Putin to stop didn't do it. What the fuck is this guy talking about? It's almost like he's proud of how many kids are dying over there every day. And he's the only one, by the way, that's claiming this number, which leads me to believe a lot of them are Russian, if it's even true. And who knows what Donald Trump says is true and what's not true. Genuinely, it is up for every single thing Donald Trump says is like a suspect of being a fucking lie. Dude posted a photoshopped fucking picture as evidence. I mean, what kind of insane dystopian reality do we find ourselves in right now? Okay. You know what happened the next day? Another Russian strike. Here's Forbes News from 2 days ago. Ukraine hit with another round of deadly missile strikes from Russia amidst peace talks. There we go. Shocking. Who could have guessed that that would happen? Now, JD Vance. Was JD Vance? No. Steve Witkoff went to Russia to meet with Vladimir Putin 2 days ago. On that very day where Witkoff was to meet up with Russian officials, something kind of crazy happened. Here's CBS News from 2 days ago. Senior Russian military officer killed in car explosion near Moscow.
To understand, there is some breaking news coming to us out of Moscow at this moment. You're looking at CBS News senior foreign correspondent Holly Williams with that and more. Holly, good morning to you. What is the breaking development you can share with us?
Good Good morning, Errol. Well, Russian officials are saying that Lieutenant General Yaroslav Moskalik, he is a senior figure, or was a senior figure in the general staff of the Russian military, was killed by an explosive device placed inside a car just outside of Moscow today. Russian officials say that the device was rigged with shrapnel, and Russian media is running video that appears to show a burning vehicle outside of an apartment building. Now, this comes as President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, is in Moscow for talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin aimed at securing a ceasefire in Ukraine. That is Witkoff's fourth visit to Russia this year. Now, another Russian general, Igor Kirillov, was killed by a bomb placed inside a scooter back in December. A Ukrainian security source later said that Ukraine was responsible for that assassination.
And Holly, this senior Russian official killed comes after what have been days of Russian bombardments of Kyiv. What impact might all of this have on the ongoing efforts to secure a ceasefire deal?
Well, we don't know who killed the general today, who was responsible, if indeed it was a murder. So it's difficult to say whether there would be any direct impact. But this comes as a potential ceasefire deal is being discussed.
There was a
now,
bomb
the terms
in the car.
of the ceasefire.
Did they just get saying? I mean, I guess if you don't take Russian officials at their word on this one, but if there was a bomb in the car, I think we can clearly say that it was some kind of a murder, intentional killing, if you will. Unclear, like they said, who it was that would have had the motivation to do this. Could be a number of different people, I suppose. Could be Putin. Could be oligarchs. Could be Ukraine. Or, I mean, shit, it could have been Steve Witkoff himself. I don't know. A senior Russian military official has been killed in a car explosion near Moscow. The Russian media outlet Baza said a bomb in a parked car had been detonated remotely when the officer who lived locally walked past. Russian authorities named the officer as Lieutenant General Yaroslav Moskalik. The attack appeared to be similar in nature to previous attacks on Russians that were later claimed by Ukraine. The explosion occurred as Donald Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff visited Moscow for a high-stakes meeting in the Kremlin with Vladimir Putin himself.
Aren't I a good guy?
Trump has played up Witkoff's visit, claiming that a Russia-Ukraine peace deal is within reach. Well, there we go. Could be Ukrainian, like the Guardian sort of seemed to suggest there. It could be. Really not a lot of evidence to go on right now. Let's see what France 24 has on this situation.
To other news now, a senior Russian military officer was killed when a car bomb exploded just outside Moscow Friday. Russia's top criminal investigation agency identified him as General Yaroslav Moskalik, a deputy head of the main operational department in the general staff of the Russian armed forces. For now, investigators still have yet to name any possible suspects or clear motives. And for the second time this month, then, Donald Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, is meeting with Vladimir Putin. Now, in total, this is his fourth meeting with the Russian president for another round of ceasefire talks, with both the Kremlin and the White House previously expressing optimism that a peace deal could be within reach. On Thursday, the Russian foreign minister claimed that Moscow is indeed ready to come to an agreement, though he acknowledged some challenges remain.
The President of the United States believes, and I think rightly so, that we are moving in the right direction. The statement by the President mentions a deal, and we are ready to reach a deal, but there are still some specific points, elements of this deal which need to be fine-tuned.
Speaking of some specific points that could be fine-tuned. Now, in an interview with Time magazine published on Friday, Donald Trump declared unilaterally that, quote, Crimea will stay with Russia, offering then some clues, of course, as to what the White House expects to see in any possible peace deal. For more on this, France 24's international affairs commentator Douglas Herbert joins me on set. Hi, Doug. So if you were a fly on the wall, what do you think you would expect to be happening? What's being said possibly in this meeting between Witkoff and Vladimir Putin?
Well, put it this way. If I'm a Ukrainian, if I'm a European, looking at this meeting, it sums up all of my worst fears and worst-case scenarios. What you have essentially here is Steve Witkoff, a golfing buddy of Donald Trump, a man with zero foreign policy credentials, being sent, and this is the way a lot of Ukrainians will see it, a lot of Europeans will see it, the fear scenario, being sent by essentially a thuggish and extortionate president, a president who is approaching his 100 days in office, who is now desperate to do what he has not been able to do as he campaigned on ending this war on day one. Then it became 100 days. His 100 days is approaching.
Yeah.
Pull off the deal to have something to show.
Day 1, day 100. Next, we're gonna get a day 10,000. What year of Donald Trump's presidency would that be? Year 30 or something? Yeah, doesn't seem like the deal's really gonna go super good, or if at all. Not really clear. Okay, where are we at now? Lost my place. Okay, this is something Donald Trump said earlier, I think on Friday, about Crimea. At some point it's already been mentioned during the videos, but whatever. Throw this clip in here as well. Damn, we got a lot of content to get through still. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna wind up going into the majority report. That's unacceptable. Maybe we could get the majority report to rate us. Yeah, that's gonna happen. President Donald Trump told Time magazine that Crimea will stay with Russia, a concession Ukraine has strenuously objected to, a day after Trump issued rare criticism of Russian President Vladimir Putin. Yep, that's all we need on that. We know. We know Donald Trump doesn't have even kind of close to a consistent policy on this situation. It's not even clear at all what his motivations are at this point. And who knows whether or not Russia does or does not have a bunch of dirt on him. It's been certainly suggested over and over and over again, including potentially holding a bunch of debt with Donald Trump's name on it. But I don't know. Who knows? Who fucking knows? Now this is something that happened yesterday at the Pope's funeral. Donald Trump and Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky met inside St. Peter's Basilica.
But just minutes before the start of the funeral, as we've been reporting, a brief meeting was held inside St. Peter's Basilica by President Trump of the US and President Zelensky of Ukraine. It was their first face-to-face discussion since that angry exchange in the Oval Office. Well, let's cross live and speak to the World News correspondent Joe Inwood. And Joe, tell me a bit more about what we found out about how that meeting went between the two men. I expect it didn't last very long.
It didn't last very long, but it was certainly a lot better tempered, a lot more cordial than the last time they met. You'll remember, of course, that terrible bust-up in the White House. What we do have from President Zelensky is his version of events on social media. He posted, "We discussed a lot one-on-one, hoping for results on everything we covered."
Donald Trump has some of the worst posture I've ever seen, certainly of any president. Donald Trump, the way he sits is wild.
Social media.
He is just bent over 90 degrees. It's such a strange Troll of a man.
He posted, "We discussed a lot one-on-one, hoping for results on everything we covered, protecting the lives of our people, full and unconditional ceasefire." And the phrase he used is that it has the potential to be historic. Of course, today wasn't a day for politics. This wasn't what it was about. But obviously, when the two men met, the opportunity couldn't be passed up. Now, this is all in the context, of course, of the ongoing attempts by the American government to get at some sort of ceasefire deal. Some see pressure the Ukrainians into some sort of deal that would see them giving up territory to Russia. Now, just a couple of days ago, in fact, just yesterday, I believe, we had President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, in Moscow to speak to Vladimir Putin. There was suggestion that they're not far from a deal. So it is possible something was discussed.
They've suggested that they're not far from a deal for the last 100 days. You want me to start taking that seriously now? Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Not gonna do it. Sorry, pal. Literally, no way am I gonna start taking the things that the Trump administration says about its accomplishments seriously. Okay? Or its theoretical future accomplishments. Definitely those ones. Those are even more dubious. Okay. Now, CNN took this really seriously. Here's the title of the next video from CNN from yesterday. Breaking news. See, powerful moment. President Trump met President Zelensky in the Vatican. Powerful, really? In what way is it powerful? I must know. Where's the power derived from?
We're learning that President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky had a meeting before the funeral began this morning. We have some brand new photos from that encounter.
Ooh, brand new,
showing
you say?
them to you on the left-hand side of your screen. They are really startling images. The White House describes the meeting as, quote, a very productive discussion. We don't know many details about actually what the tone and tenor of it was. Another photo shows Trump and Zelensky speaking with France's President Emmanuel Macron, as well as the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
It was a powerful moment that we know nothing about the tone or tenor of, but it was powerful. Incredibly powerful moment. Thank you, CNN. What a joke news agency you guys have become. Basically tabloid journalism at this point. Let's go here. In fact, I'm starting to think I might win a journalism award over them, even though I'm just a mere spacecaster. I have no credentials in journalism. But hey, space news is important too. I take it more seriously than they seem to take the regular news. Alright, Associated Press, 11 hours ago, Donald Trump had some words about the man who he had that powerful meeting with. So powerful.
Well, he did, very briefly, but Crimea was given away by Barack Hussein Obama and by Biden. That's 11 or 12 years ago. That's a long time ago. I don't know how you can bring up Crimea, because that's been a long time. Nobody brought it up for 12 years. And
nobody brought it up. No one brought it up. No one ever mentioned Crimea. For 12 whole years, not one time.
Go back to Obama. Ask him why they gave it up. Yeah. They gave it up without a shot being fired, by the way. He told me that he needs more weapons, but he's been saying that for 3 years. Yeah. He needs more weapons, and we're going to see what happens. I want to see what happens with respect to Russia. Russia has been surprised and disappointed. Very disappointed.
Very disappointed.
That they did the bombing of the...
Very disappointed. Why would Russia do that? Putin doesn't like bombing things. What the heck, Putin? Vlad? I thought we were boys. You gave me that sweet soccer ball, and I was like, hey, you're great. You're really cool. Let's be friends. I like you. You're a strong man. I like men who are strong. Strong men who can hold me in the cold Cold night. But why doesn't Zelensky just ask Obama? Ask Obama about why there's no Crimea anymore. Oh my god. So many dumb things all just being said. And no one said the word Crimea for 12 years. I love that assertion. That might be my favorite one out of all of them. Not a single person said Crimea. Unless you mean Crimea River. I said that. I sing Crimea River every night. After I hear about Zelensky, I'm like, Crimea River, buddy. Right? Go back to Obama. But let's not forget, Donald Trump wasn't traveling alone. He was with his wife, who had her birthday on Air Force One, eating friggin' McDonald's with her husband. This was a video of them departing Rome after having done a bunch of diplomacy. Very serious diplomacy, by the way. Write that down. What is that sound? It's horrible. Gotta wave from the middle of the stairs. Why is he waving from the middle? Oh, look at that. A nice guy. Waiting for Melania. Look at that, baby. It's your birthday. It's your birthday. I waited for you. the fist wave. The fist wave. Donald can never get hellos or goodbyes right, especially with the hand gestures. He's always sort of waffling between multiple hand gestures. Do I wave? Do I salute? Do I do a fist pump? Maybe I'll wave my fist at them. They'll know what that means. It's fucking hilarious to me. Okay. Let's go to Gaza. Talk about the deceased Pope Francis. But actually, before that, should go to this. This is from last week. On whatever, it's Palm Sunday. Or, yeah, what was it? Easter or something? Whatever it was.
Here's what happened in Gaza on Palm Sunday, the first day of Holy Week for Christians. Palestinian families held prayers in one of the world's oldest churches, the Church of St. Porphyrius in Gaza City. They've been sheltering inside the church for the past year and a half of war, as Israeli airstrikes destroyed much of the Gaza Strip. Many here are still mourning their loved ones, including 18 members of one family who were killed in an Israeli strike on the church courtyard 6 months ago. Also on Palm Sunday, the Israeli military struck a Christian-affiliated hospital. Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital is the oldest hospital in Gaza City. The strike caused massive damage to parts of the hospital, including the emergency room and a church on the hospital grounds. Israel's military gave a brief warning before the strike.
Oh, that's
the
thoughtful.
hospital says a child dependent on oxygen died when he was being evacuated.
Oh, no kidding. A child who was dependent on oxygen died while being evacuated. Who could have guessed? Who could have guessed something like that would happen when you bomb a hospital? That's why you're not supposed to bomb hospitals. Well, one of the reasons, at least. Why it's a war crime. Anyway, let's talk about Pope Francis. The woke Pope. R.I.P. woke Pope.
I wanted to go to Reverend Munther Isaac,
Palestinian Christian theologian, pastor at the Evangelical Lutheran Christmas Church in Bethlehem. Last Christmas, he delivered a sermon titled Christ is Still in the Rubble. His forthcoming book is titled Christ in the Rubble, Faith, the Bible, and the Genocide in Gaza. If you can talk about the Pope's stand, as late as yesterday, hours before his death, he called for a ceasefire in Gaza, and of course, in the last year has gone way beyond that, Reverend Munther Isaac.
Yes, this is, of course, a great loss to all humanity, and particularly to the Christian world, to the Catholic world, and we really lament and grieve his loss. And I think that Pope Francis's position on Palestine is just an extension of his theology and pastoral care in general, caring for the marginalized and victims of injustice. What he has done and exhibited and said throughout the war on Gaza was not the first time he spoke for the plight of Palestinians. I think no Palestinian will ever forget when Pope Francis in 2014 stopped his car, stepped down and prayed at the separation wall separating Jerusalem from Bethlehem, a moment that touched all of us and continued to speak to us for years. And during the war on Gaza, I think he reflected two very important elements. First, his pastoral heart, his compassion. He spoke almost on a daily basis to the Church of the Holy Family in Gaza. He genuinely cared. He often even joked with them. He would pray with them, which reflect his heart of compassion. But I think his words also went beyond the standard pray for peace kind of language of many church leaders. And this is the distinction of Pope Francis, his courage, his always seeking to push things forward. He spoke, as we heard, on the war as terror, as cruelty. And I think one of the most important things he has said was in a book in which he called for investigation as to whether what Israel has committed in Gaza amounts to a genocide. To me, this is extremely important because it calls for accountability, and it shows that he's more than just compassion and peace. He's for justice, he's for accountability. And I think this is really what's missing from the language of many faith leaders. He was exemplary in that.
Now, you are not a Catholic, but talk about his effect on Christians throughout the West Bank and Gaza, on Muslims as well, as he pushed for more understanding of the Islamic faith, as he talked about migrants, and making this a centerpiece of what he said. It's very interesting as he called for a ceasefire in Gaza yesterday, the same day that he met with the Vice President of the United States for a number of seconds.
Yeah, woke Pope had exactly the right take you would hope for from a Pope. As we've said, a pretty low bar, but honestly, better views on it than many American politicians. But I gotta get you another emotional support character. I see 64 likes. You know, the show might end at 12, unless you people want me to stream through the majority report. I feel like everybody who watches the show watches the majority report, including myself. I don't know how far this emotional support character is going to go for us. I mean, we didn't even complete the goal today. So, might just end this at noon. I don't even know if I could raid the majority report. I feel like I should. Should try. Okay, let's go here. France 24 English. From earlier this week, Netanyahu, well, I guess last week, Netanyahu's efforts to impose his will on all levers of power in Israel reaching a peak. Yeah, he really is becoming something of an Israeli dictator, isn't he?
Right. We are fast approaching the peak of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's efforts to really impose his will on all levers of power in Israel. And this is another step. The head of the Shin Bet security agency, Ronen Bar, was forced to present a signed affidavit. This is like testimony in court. It has the same weight. He was forced to present this affidavit because Netanyahu attempted to fire him last month, not using the normal procedures for getting rid of an independent agency head. So Ronen Bar pushed back and said that his firing was illegal. The court begged both sides to come to a compromise. The government refused to hold any discussions with the Shin Bet. The government of Benjamin Netanyahu at this point does not recognize the Chief Justice of the Israeli Supreme Court, is trying to fire the Attorney General, and, as we just mentioned, is attempting to illegally...
Yeah, he seems to be just taking a bunch of notes out of Donald Trump's playbook. A lot of very fascist-y things right now over there. Just sort of deciding, we are democracy. People say we're the democracy of the Middle East, but maybe not. Maybe not democracy, actually. Sorry. Can get rid of that judiciary. Okay. Now, in the midst of all of the things that have been happening in Gaza, people have been getting displaced from their homes in the West Bank. Tens of thousands of people, in fact.
Amira Mohammed used to start her mornings sipping coffee with neighbors in Jenin refugee camp. Now she makes it and drinks it alone, displaced like tens of thousands of others by a sweeping Israeli military operation.
We were forced out at gunpoint, not allowed to take anything amidst the barbarism and hostility. We're women. We left the camp behind, along with our memories and lives, but we remain one family, sharing pain and belonging.
The incursion, which began in late January, has emptied entire neighborhoods. Families now find shelter in wedding halls, schools, or the homes of relatives. 31-year-old Rabi' Shalabi lives in a cramped room with his wife and 4 children, one of many Palestinians displaced, not for the first time.
We were forced to flee after the Israeli army invaded the camp with heavy gunfire, which frightened my family.
Israel says it's targeting armed Palestinian groups, but this so-called security operation has left more than 40,000 people displaced across Jenin and Tulkarm. Military plans include a total redesign of camp infrastructure.
Illegal.
It's too bad there's no real enforcement mechanism. Force non-compliant countries to The Hague. Should probably get on that. Israel just keeps doing things that the ICJ ruled to be illegal, crimes against humanity, and so on and so forth. But we're still sitting around here watching it all happen, regardless. A little depressing, honestly. A little depressing. Let's talk about all the beautiful ancient landmarks that used to be in Gaza. Used to be, operative phrase.
This is a tourist map of Gaza City from 2011. It was published by Palestinian software company Midad, highlighting some of the sites of interest. Dozens of restaurants, beach hotels, 80 mosques, 2 churches, and a 13th century palace. Now, many of these landmarks lie in ruins, since Israel's assault on the enclave in response to Hamas attacks in October 2023, and 18 months of widespread destruction since then.
مش خايف انا مرعوب من البغص انا بدي الامور تنتهي احنا بنطالب بانهاء الحرب فورا.
Gaza was a major port in antiquity. but became a backwater of the Ottoman Empire for centuries. In 1917, it came under British control.
On favoring the establishment of a national home for Jews, forgot intentionally to safeguard the civil rights of the non-Jewish population.
After Egypt took control in the late 1940s, its beaches and cheap shops made it a popular holiday destination for Egyptian tourists. But it also became the landing point for refugees, driven from their homes in other parts of pre-1948 Palestine. Israel seized control in 1967. Despite decades of war, a few landmarks survived until the hostilities of the past year and a half. These are some of those landmarks before and after October 7th. Gaza City's modern harbor was the Strip's main fishing port and a source of income for tens of thousands of people, including for hotels and restaurants. It was a place where families could gather to eat seafood and watch the sun set on the Mediterranean. Israel attacked the port in the first weeks of the latest hostilities. It said Hamas used the harbor as a training facility for seaborne militants to attack Israeli coastal targets, and that it found militant tunnels there.
Oh, in underwater tunnels. Huh?
Amid widespread hunger, fishermen say they have been desperately casting nets from the shore, hoping to catch enough for their families to eat. The Great Omari Mosque in Gaza City is the oldest in the enclave. It occupies a site in the old town that has held religious significance for thousands of years. The Romans built a temple there, and early Christians a church. A mosque was first built in the 7th century after Gaza was conquered by Omar ibn al-Khattab, the Muslim ruler after whom the mosque is named. The structure was heavily damaged by Israeli airstrikes in December 2023. Israel's military said it hit a, quote, tunnel shaft and terror tunnel.
It's always the tunnels.
It has accused Hamas of building tunnels beneath.
We never get any evidence of the tunnels. We just get told by Israel there were tunnels. Don't worry. There were tunnels, okay? It's always the tunnels. You don't need to see the tunnels. Just take our word. The tunnels, they were there, and we blew them up, okay? And that's why we did the war crime. Okay, this is footage of an airstrike that hit Bet Lahia from a few days ago. I think this was Friday.
Illegal.
Yup, Israel continuing its indiscriminate bombing of civilians. Pretty much wherever they want now at this point. Not just in Gaza, West Bank. Remember, they've been attacking Lebanon again. They have now occupied large parts of western Syria. Okay, that's enough Gaza. Let's go south. Let's go a little south. To Yemen. This is almost of a Sunday Funday video. It's tragic, but it's also, I don't know, something about this video. It's kind of cute, regardless of the tragedy. I know it sounds fucked up. I'm reaching, I know. But come on. Sheep swimming in the Red Sea. This is cute. This one's good. Alright, it's Sunday Funday. I'm just trying my best, okay? It's not really that great. But seeing a bunch of sheep swimming in the ocean, they look almost like they should be there. They kind of look like they're enjoying themselves. They seem to be pretty good swimmers, too. Shockingly. Alright, it's not that fun. You're right. But yeah, unfortunately there was a ship that ran aground off the coast of Yemen, causing all of those sheep take a quick, unexpected swim. It happened like yesterday, I think. All right, we have some other stuff to cover. It's been a freaking crazy week, and it pisses me off we haven't been able to talk about any of this, because every time we've streamed until recently, it's been lagging. Thankfully, I'm not gonna jinx it, but I did a lot of work last night and the night before, and I think yesterday, whatever it was Sunday. Yeah, it was Sunday. Oh my god, my brain is broken. Point is, because of all the stream problems, I haven't gotten to do all these things that we probably should have already. So I'm sorry. Let's talk about the nuclear talks that are supposed to be going on between the United States and Iran.
Let's talk about Iran, its nuclear program, and why it's back in the news.
With the region on edge and Tehran closer than ever to a nuclear weapon.
High-stakes nuclear talks
between the U.S. and Iran.
It's all happening after U.S. President Donald Trump threatened Iran to make a deal or face war.
Did you mean military action, though, if they don't
immediately, it's not. Oh, if necessary? Absolutely. Yeah.
So what does each side want from these talks? Why are they happening now? And how close is Iran to getting a nuclear weapon? Let's start with that last one. Iran's had a nuclear program for about 50 years, but has always insisted it's only for peaceful civilian use, i.e. for things like nuclear energy. In fact, Iran's supreme leader has said pursuing a nuclear weapon goes against Islamic rules.
هم ساختنش غلطه، هم نگه داشتنش غلطه، چون به کار بردنش حرامه.
But since the early 2000s, Iran has been accused of secretly trying to develop nuclear weapons. And in the following years, the UN, the US, and others targeted Iran with all sorts of sanctions, which devastated Iran's economy.
It's a total disaster. It can't be described by words. We've got nothing left.
Then, in 2015, back when Barack Obama was president, Iran signed a deal with 6 world powers, including the US, to limit its nuclear program. The EU was also involved.
Obama, nasty Obama deal. Now, in this moment, I feel like these negotiations are going to be tough. You know, if Iran, going with the premise that Iran actually wants a nuclear weapon and doesn't actually care about haram or whatever the Quran says about it, I mean, in this moment where Ukraine is basically an example of what may or may not happen to you, even if you do make some sort of agreement, I think it feels like a hard sell. It all depends on what Iran actually wants. And I struggle to interpret exactly what the government of Iran wants. Now, they have, of course, been synthesizing, refining uranium to a percentage of purity that is unnecessary for nuclear power, and many people believe that's going to be for weapons, and I tend to think that that's probably the case. But, you know, you look at what's going on right now in Ukraine, I don't think I could blame Iran for wanting them. Because it seems like when you give up your nukes, you might actually be screwed. You know, because that's what happened here, right? Over the last 30 plus years, Ukraine was convinced by the United States to give up its nuclear weapons based upon a bunch of, what do you call them? Contingencies as well as promises. Promises which Donald Trump is actively going back on at record speed, and it doesn't promote people's willing or interest in my you know, estimation to get involved with the United States as it relates to diplomacy, just generally speaking, regardless of what it has to do with, honestly.
This is the deal's official name, but it's usually just known by its
JCPOA.
acronym, JCPOA. In it, Iran agreed not to seek, develop, or acquire any nuclear weapons, and to allow investigators to monitor its nuclear activities.
O stands for
In return,
Obama.
UN sanctions on Iran would be lifted. For the next couple of years, the deal broadly worked, but it had some big critics, including Donald Trump.
The Iran deal was one of the worst and most one-sided transactions the United States has ever entered into.
So he ended U.S. participation and reimposed sanctions. Basically, the U.S. broke the deal, and that pretty much killed it, although technically all the other countries are still signed up. Soon, Iran was ramping up its nuclear program again. It started making it harder for investigators to monitor nuclear sites. And last year, the world's nuclear watchdog said Iran has been dramatically accelerating uranium enrichment.
Strengthening of their capacities is on.
Yeah, sorry. There's your emotional support character, little buddy Jesus on a raptor with a pride flag. It's my bad. I rolled it before and I forgot to put it up for you. It was very rude.
How rude. Is underway
to get weapons-grade uranium, which you need to make a nuclear bomb. You've got to get to 90% enrichment of the uranium. Now, Iran's got to 60% right now. That seems like there's quite a little bit of a gap there. Actually, there's not. It's a terribly small technical step, I'm told, to get from 60 to 90%. Iran is very, very close, and the experts think they could, if they wanted, do it in just over a week or so.
Now that would be a major step, but Iran would still have to build an actual weapon to carry a nuclear device.
No way they can do
There are various
that.
estimates about how long that could take, from a few months to a couple of years. That said, a recent U.S. intelligence report concluded that currently Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and that would need a political decision from Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei, who has not reauthorized the nuclear weapons program, though pressure is probably built on him to do so.
Well, the Iranians still can.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to hear that being the case in Iran, considering all the threats they're getting from everybody. You know, they threaten somebody enough, they might consider arming themselves more than they already may be. Now, this is from yesterday, Associated Press. Iran and U.S. begin those talks in Oman on this supposed nuclear deal Donald Trump wants to get done. You know, basically the same thing that we already had. But I want the Nobel Peace Prize for all of my great work in peace.
Iran and the United States have started negotiations again here in Muscat, Oman, over Tehran's rapidly advancing nuclear program. This is the third round of talks. We've seen the first round here and a second round in Rome in Italy. Now, what's different about these talks is they're involving experts, and these experts are going to drill down into the details necessary to be agreed upon for any accord to be reached. And these details include whether or not Iran can enrich uranium and at what level. They also include what sanctions relief Iran can expect to get from the Americans if they agree to a deal. Now, the Americans also brought up Iran's ballistic missile arsenal and its support for militant groups in the Middle East in the past as concerns. Iran insists that it only wants to talk about the nuclear deal, but these other factors are in play as the Israel-Hamas war in the Gaza Strip goes on and tensions remain high region-wide. These talks are going to be led.
Good idea. We better tie those into the. That's a great idea. Wow, great diplomacy right there. Good plan. Try and draw a bunch of other side situations into nuclear peace talk agreements. Okay, that's smart. Now, it seems like wherever the United States sends leaders to, or I don't know what's up with this, but it seems like every single time the United States, whether it's J.D. Vance or Steve Witkoff, wherever they go, something bad happens. J.D. goes to Rome, kills the Pope. Steve Witkoff goes to Russia, to Moscow, to meet with Vladimir Putin. Same day, a high-ranking military official gets blown up in his car. Steve Witkoff goes to talk with Iran, and then this happens. Here's the Associated Press from yesterday. I'm not saying that they're definitely connected. I'm just noticing a trend. This is in Bandar Abbas, Iran. Look at that. Massive fire of some sort. Appears to be a chemical fire. And then a horrifying explosion.
Red Crescent workers in Iran continue to search for survivors at the Shahid Rajai shipping port following a violent explosion Saturday night. This harrowing CCTV footage captures the moment the explosion took place as people quickly ran away to seek cover. The blast could be felt from more than 30 kilometers from the blast site.
30 kilometers?
Russia's President Vladimir Putin has sent several emergency planes to help extinguish the flames, which raged on for almost 24 hours following the explosion. Sunday, Iran's president Masoud Pezeshkian offered condolences to the families of those who lost loved ones. Shahid Rajai is Iran's largest shipping port, responsible for a majority of its maritime trade traffic. Iranian authorities say the blast was likely due to a chemical explosion that was set off in one of the shipping containers. Saturday's deadly explosion happened as Iran and the U.S. engaged in a third round of nuclear talks in Oman, which could result in lifting economic sanctions against Iran in exchange for the country limiting its nuclear program. While the two incidents have not been linked, Iran's foreign minister raised concerns last week that Israel may try to sabotage those negotiations. Back in 2020, Israel was reportedly behind a cyber attack at the Shahid Rajai port, largely believed to be in retaliation for an attempted cyber attack by Iran. Israel has denied any responsibility for Saturday's blast. Candace Cole.
Yeah, Israel's never lied before. Now, I have no idea what to make of this thing. The whole thing just feels weird. I don't know what to think of it. Okay. Maybe this will pick up your spirits after these horrifying videos we just got done watching. Let's go to Dubai. We're still technically doing a FUNDAY stream right now, so let's try and do something kind of fun and talk about art. Just exploring a deeper message in Dubai.
I can still feel like the connection, but that's very
So I was walking in the garden, I was thinking about having this. There are many things in this exhibition, but they all are quite rooted in Pakistan. But when they came out of the context of that city and being displayed here in the city of in Dubai, it looks like that it has a very strong ability to speak with the global audience, and it's the way it's working here, the way it's bridging the other contemporary artworks. I think that is quite exciting and fascinating thing. Big installation, site-specific installation, which is done with the traditional technique of the bed weaving in Pakistan. Then there is my photography done with my cell phone camera. Then there are miniature paintings. Then there are video installations as well.
So it's really
What's that sound? Okay. Yeah, well, there we go. I'm not entirely sure what the message of that art installation was. Plaid, I guess. Plaid. Plaid's cool, I guess. Right? Plaid? I don't know. Let's go to India, where J.D. Vance and wife Usha, well, I guess the whole fam, went on a diplomatic mission, I guess. I don't know in what capacity J.D. was doing diplomacy. Not even gonna look at the elephant, kid? Come on. Jeez. JD, your son is not taking in the experience. These kids look fucking tired right now, JD. What'd you do to them?
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to blame this one on JD either. But on the same day JD and his family were in India, a goddamn atrocity happened not far away in Kashmir. Here's CBC News. On that same day with the story. Do you see what I'm saying? There is an uncanny connection, seemingly, to American diplomats showing up in other countries and then fucking tragedies happening. It's all very strange.
Police in India say 26 people are dead and 17 injured after suspected militants opened fire on tourists yesterday in Indian-administered Kashmir, a mountainous region contested by both India and Pakistan. It is the largest attack on civilians there in nearly 2 decades, and police are still looking for the gunman. Journalist Neha Punya joins us this morning from Delhi. Neha, what more are we learning about yesterday's attack?
Well, Diana, more than 24 hours since this attack took place, which is, like you said, one of the deadliest against civilians in the country in nearly 2 decades. What we know is coming through the accounts of eyewitnesses and survivors. The attack took place in the town of Pahalgam, which is very popular with domestic tourists, in an open meadow where there were about 1,000 to 1,200 tourists who had gathered on Tuesday afternoon. Survivors say that's when 4 armed gunmen wearing fatigues appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Survivors say that only men were targeted and that most of the victims were shot either at point-blank range or when they were trying to flee. We have seen security in that area has been significantly hiked. Shops and businesses across Kashmir have shut down on Wednesday as a mark of protest. You have the Chief Minister who's expressed regret at what has since followed. There's been a mass exodus of tourists from Kashmir, even as we're seeing security in what is already one of the world's most militarized regions, beg your pardon, hiked even further.
Neha, what has the official reaction from Prime Minister Modi and others been so far?
This was a pretty early story, and if I recall correctly, there was not immediately a lot said, but don't worry, we're going to get to what Modi was saying about this. And after this attack, I mean, things seemingly got a lot more tense between Pakistan and India. Here's France 24 from 4 days ago.
Now, India has announced a raft of measures to downgrade its ties with Pakistan, including closing its main border crossing. That a day after suspected militants killed 26 men at a tourist destination in Kashmir in the worst attack on civilians in the country in nearly 2 decades. Diplomatic ties between the nuclear-armed South Asian neighbours had been weak even before the latest measures were announced. Now, though, well, a real crisis between the two. Well, we're going to cross then to New Delhi, talk to our correspondent Navadita Kamari, who joins us now. Navadita, what then are the measures that the countries are taking?
Yeah, in the immediate response after the killing of tourists in Kashmir, India has called out Pakistan for supporting attacks on Indian soil. In a press briefing said that cross-border linkages with Pakistan had been brought out and announced a series of strong action against Pakistan. Among the major actions, India has downgraded its diplomatic ties with Pakistan, has expelled its military attaché, and has also called back Indian advisors from the Indian High Commission in Islamabad, and has also reduced its strength. India has also cancelled visas of Pakistani nationals under the SAARC nation visa policy. And among the other major action, India has suspended a historic and crucial water sharing treaty, the Indus Water Sharing Treaty, and also closed down the major land border, the Wagah-Atari border. And on Thursday, India has summoned Pakistan's top diplomat, and on their end, the Indian government has also called an all-party meeting to discuss the matter. So now all eyes are on India to see what other actions it's willing to take and how Pakistan is going to react to these actions.
Yeah, those are all the shorter-term measures, if you like, Navadita, but longer-term, I mean, at the moment anyway, it's a new low, isn't it, between India and Pakistan?
Definitely, the tensions between the two nuclear-armed nations has considerably risen, and there.
Yeah, that's definitely something to keep in mind while we think about all this. This is not what we need, right? 2 nuclear powers getting more, what's the word? Sort of aggressive and angry. And the fact is Modi, you know, I've always thought that Modi kind of just wanted to justify something, like starting a war with Pakistan. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but, you know, wouldn't be shocking. Yeah, confrontational, that's a good word for it. Agitated, sure, I'll take that one too. These are all active. These are all good descriptions of what I am trying to get at. Now, apparently, people in India have been very upset about this and have been taking to the streets to show their anger in the midst of this attack. Don't worry about it, they've actually been at war since the 60s. Okay, I mean, I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying. But they're supposed, I mean, I feel like they're always, yeah, you are. I mean, you're kind of right. But I think a more out in the open would not be great. More out in the open conflict. But I do get what you're saying. There's certainly been back and forth during that 50-year period.
Protests took place in several parts of India today, demonstrating against a deadly militant attack in northern Jammu and Kashmir. Large groups of protesters took to the streets and were seen chanting anti-Pakistan slogans. At least 26 people were killed and 17 injured when suspected militants opened fire at a popular tourist spot yesterday. It was the worst attack on civilians in India since the 2008 Mumbai shootings.
कि किस तरीके से कल कश्मीर में निंदनीय हरकत की गई और बुज़दिल हरकत की गई आतंकवादियों के द्वारा कुछ लोग पर्यटक जो घूमने आए थे अपने परिवार के साथ और उनको वहां उनका नाम पूछ
You were being facetious? That actually makes more sense because you know there isn't an actual war that's going on, but there's always been a lot of conflict, and I guess it was it's whatever. It's just it's concerning to me right now amidst everything else going on out there. It's not what we need.
उनको मारा गया, बड़ी शर्मनाक घटना है ये।
क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खा रहे थे, मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान आया उसने उसको गोली मार दी। यहाँ पे उसने बोला कि
Oh shit, I just noticed there's subtitles on the bottom of this. Jesus Christ. I'm not doing my job. I'm reading chat too much right now. All of you are typing a lot. Now, Modi came out and said some stuff earlier this week. It was 3 days ago. India intends to pursue these attackers to the end of the earth, according to him.
I say to the whole world,
Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi vowed on Thursday to hunt down those behind the deadly militant attack in Kashmir.
we will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism.
Gunmen shot and killed 26 men at a tourist destination in the region, and police have identified 2 of the perpetrators as Pakistani. It marked the worst attack on civilians in the country in nearly 2 decades. Modi's comments are bound to further inflame relations between the 2 nuclear-armed countries.
Recognizing
Diplomacy was already weak before India downgraded ties with Pakistan late on Wednesday, closing the only land border crossing between the neighbours and suspending a 6-decade-old water treaty, which Pakistan's energy minister has branded as a, quote, cowardly, illegal move. Meanwhile, in New Delhi, thousands protested outside the Pakistan embassy, demanding action over the attack, while victims' families gathered to pay their respects to their loved ones. Sheetal Kalatia, survivor of the attack which killed her husband, said she was with 6 to 7 men, including her husband, and the attacker shot them all. Hindu-majority India and Muslim Pakistan control separate parts of Kashmir, and both...
Yeah. That is, in my estimation, kind of the heart of all of this conflict. I mean, continues to be this situation. And I feel like Modi's only made it worse, right? He's done a bunch of real fucked up stuff to Muslims in India, right? And has efforted on numerous occasions to disenfranchise Muslims in India. It's just all fucked. But I mean, the religious conflict, I hate boiling it down to that, but I mean, genuinely is part of it. I mean, he's a Hindu nationalist. The partition was a mistake. Yeah, I mean, it certainly hasn't made things better, I don't think. It would have been better if everybody just got along instead. Yeah, there's Modi saying he's going to go to the ends of the earth. I guess that includes all throughout Pakistan. And India is now claiming that the gunmen are Pakistani.
Death to Pakistan, they chant at a rally in Delhi. This organised by supporters of the opposition. The brutality of the attack in Kashmir, for now, uniting much of this nation. The killing of 26 people at a picturesque tourist spot was the deadliest in years. The region has been home to a long-running insurgency and harsh military crackdown, but more recently, the level of violence had decreased. Today, security forces demolished a house in Indian-administered Kashmir they said belonged to a local man involved in the attack. But Indian officials allege other gunmen were Pakistani and were backed by the country's murky intelligence services. Pakistan denies involvement, and there have been protests here too. This an angry reaction to India's suspension of a key treaty sharing water between the countries. In Islamabad today, at the Pakistani parliament, politicians insisted they don't want a fresh conflict with India, but also said they won't back away from one either.
Is Pakistan on a war footing? Are you expecting an attack, a military attack imminent?
We are fully prepared. Our preparedness is at the maximum. If there is any incursion or any temptation on the Indian side to attack Pakistan or launch some sort of strike, we'll respond to that, inshallah, with full force.
For many decades, Pakistan did actively sponsor militants in Kashmir. India has already alleged that you were involved in this attack too, and many people around the world will think that that is credible.
We have never sponsored any sort of, they were homegrown movements. The line of control is absolutely foolproof. There is no border crossing or line of control crossing over the last many decades.
They say that you never crack down on militants.
They can say whatever they say.
Hafiz Saeed is in the house arrest.
These people are part of our past, you know. And these people are there because we were part of the so-called jihad, so-called jihad in Afghanistan in the 80s and then later on early this century.
But also because Pakistan felt that it could use proxy forces in Afghanistan and in Kashmir as a foreign policy.
I don't consider it fit to be, responding.
More news from Kashmir, a once peaceful mountain state.
Conflict over Kashmir dates back to India and Pakistan's independence. The countries have repeatedly gone to war over the disputed region, which is split between the two sides. This was the last major flare-up. 6 years ago, another militant attack in Kashmir targeting Indian troops. Again, India blamed Pakistan, launching its first airstrike into Pakistani territory in around 50 years.
That's just what we don't need to happen. Sadly. Feels like we're on the brink of it with the sort of rhetoric that's being thrown around right now. Ay, ay, ay. All right. Let's go to talking about China. And one U.S. ally has apparently jumped ship. Well, they're saying they haven't jumped ship, but Kenya's President Ruto, a guy who's received a shit ton of criticism from his people, and did a pretty brutal crackdown on Kenyans earlier in 2024. Right? It was last year. My brain is broken. he decided to go and visit China. All the way from Kenya in the midst of the U.S.'s tariffs. Here's France 24 from Thursday.
William Ruto touched down in Beijing on Tuesday, kicking off a 5-day visit aimed at deepening Kenya's growing ties with China. Since 2013, Beijing has poured billions into Kenyan infrastructure, reshaping its economic landscape. Now Ruto is turning that partnership into political momentum, pushing not only for deeper cooperation, but also for a permanent African seat on the UN Security Council. The visit also signals Kenya's shifting focus away from the West and towards China's rising global influence. Olivia Bizo reports.
On Tuesday, Kenya's President William Ruto arrived in Beijing for talks aimed at increasing investment and trade. China is already Kenya's biggest lender. They funded massive road, railway and power projects. Ruto is hoping to expand that partnership, especially in the manufacturing and digital infrastructure sectors. But this trip is not just about business. Ruto is also hoping to push for Africa's permanent seat at the UN Security Council. He says that the current system is outdated and that Africa deserves a stronger voice in global decision-making. China has said that it supports reform, so Ruto is hoping to turn that support into action. While this trip does suggest a tilt towards Beijing, Ruto definitely emphasised that he is not taking sides. In a speech that he gave this Wednesday, he says that Kenya is neither facing east or west, but it's facing forwards. He also...
Yeah, forwards, nice. I wonder if Donald Trump will interpret it that way. I'm sure he'll be fine. He'll be fine with that. It's actually expected, very expected. People would go to China. Eventually they'll have to come back to the US because I said so. All right, let's talk about what Apple is doing amidst this trade war. Seems to be making some kind of a bet, if you will, some sort of a prediction on what's going to wind up happening here, and are deciding to move most of their US iPhone production from China to India.
Apple has a strategy for avoiding President Trump's steep tariffs on China, making more of its iPhones in India. A source told Reuters the tech giant
No one
is
will ever
holding
figure that
urgent
out.
talks with manufacturers Foxconn and Tata with the goal of producing most of its US-bound iPhones in India by the end of 2026. Apple and Foxconn did not...
Now, what I find most fascinating about this move, I don't know when it was they initiated it, but of course, like, I think it was almost 2 weeks ago now, and this video only came out a couple of days ago. It was like on Saturday. It's strange. It's strange to me because Donald Trump literally carved out a giant iPhone-shaped hole in the tariff deal, or deal, wrong way to put it, the tariff announcement after the fact. He was like, oh shit, hold on, let me make a little iPhone slot, you know, literally for Apple. And I'm just wondering to myself if Apple made this decision before or after. I mean, sure, Reuters is reporting it's on Saturday. Doesn't mean that that's when it happened, though, right? Or if it any, or what movement has actually occurred. I just find it fascinating because it seems to be almost unnecessary, since they have a carve out in this Trump tariff.
Immediately respond to requests for
Order,
comment,
whatever you
while
call it.
Tata declined to comment. Apple sells over 60 million iPhones in the U.S. annually, with roughly 80% of them currently made in China.
But it doesn't matter.
Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has in recent years promoted his country as a smartphone manufacturing hub.
One thing I'm wondering, does it have something to do with the rare earths? Does India have this? Hold on. I gotta look something up because this is just coming to me right now while I'm thinking of this. Yeah, no. What this doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Because China is not allowing the export of its rare earth minerals to the United States. I don't know if that includes shipping the phones out that have the rare earth minerals inside of it. I assume that it would. I don't think they're that stupid. But India only produces like 1% of the entire world supply of rare earth minerals. And the manufacturing has not gotten up to what I guess you would say the standard is in China. It seems like a strange decision. It all just doesn't make sense to me. It's not clear to me how far in the process they are of doing this.
iPhone manufacturing costs in India are 5 to 8% higher than in China, according to the Reuters source. Trump's tariffs on Indian imports are significantly less than those on Chinese goods.
This makes no sense.
The Trump administration this month imposed duties of 26% on imports from India, much lower than the more than...
This is a strange business decision from Apple. I don't know if this is just the old story that Reuters is coming out with, or if Apple is genuinely moving forward with it. Because, like I said, Donald Trump carved out a hole for phones and computers. What else does Apple make aside from phones and computers? They're exempt from the tariffs entirely. Aside from China not allowing, and maybe the only thing I can think of is that China will allow the export of rare earth minerals to India, but not the United States, including the phones and the computers, whatever else has the rare earth minerals in it. And so they're going to export the rare earth minerals to India, make the phones there, and then send them to the United States. It is, I have no idea though. It's not clear. All right. Talk about another U.S. business type situation as it relates to China. Beef. U.S. beef is disappearing from Beijing menus.
The US-China trade war means American beef, the star of the menu at this Texas-style smokehouse in Beijing, will soon be off the table. US beef is an unaffordable option after Beijing's 125% retaliatory tariffs, on top of an existing 22%. Come May, diners at Home Plate BBQ will be tucking into beef ribs, brisket, and sausages, still done in the style of the American South, but mostly sourced from Australia.
Making me hungry.
Operations Director Charles DePaulette says the switch to brisket from down under is 40% cheaper than continuing to buy American.
Once we deplete our stocks of that, we'll be switching fully over to Australian M5. We're pretty happy with it. We still think it's the same taste and quality and flavour, but we've had to switch just due to market pressures and the tariffs. Stocks are low in China and the prices have doubled.
Pork isn't exempt either. He says their ribs will soon come from Canada. Even before the trade war began, American beef was expensive, partly because of shortages caused by years of dry weather. Those higher prices were already hard to swallow for consumers in China's weak economy. Local university student Yan says he eats imported beef once every few months because the taste is so good. So he doesn't mind forking out the extra cost once in a while just to experience it. He also says that great flavor isn't exclusive to the US and that he's happy to try beef from anywhere.
There you go, China's middle class still packing in the pork and the beef. Something that's certainly increased in China as that middle class has grown. Uh-oh, space police. Can people hear those sirens? I always wonder. They're always going by here, trying to start shit. Okay. Let's get keep on talking about this trade war. What's been going on here? Let's see. CNN. 4 days ago. Trump chickened out. Chinese social media mocks Donald Trump on his wishy-washy trade policy.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Harry's right. Donald Trump is awful and weak.
Trump chickened out. At least that is what the Chinese are saying. I mean, that post with the viral hashtag Trump chicken out now has 150 million views in China and counting, after Trump all but caved to Xi Jinping.
We are going to have a fair deal with China. It's going to be fair.
Are you talking to them actively now?
Actively.
Actively talking.
Mr. President, has there been any direct contact between the U.S. and China on trade at all?
Very directly indirect.
And
every day.
Always talking to them.
Every day and active. I mean, you know, the implication.
Just, of course, we're talking. Even though they say we're not talking, we're definitely talking. Mo and Noep, thank you for the gifted Galactic membership. One of the only donations we've received all stream. Who got it? Nights and Days. Gifted a Galactic Memby by Mo and Noep. Thank you, Moe. So generous of you.
Here, what it sounds like is there's a big deal. It's being worked on. Things are happening. We're moving forward. Well, the problem is that he was undermined in that sentiment and rhetoric by his own Treasury Secretary, who told reporters this morning that, quote, both sides are waiting to speak to the other. Waiting to speak to the other. I mean, that's the whole waiting by the phone thing that's been going on for weeks now. Of course, talking takes 2 seconds in a situation like this if something real starts. It literally takes 2 seconds. In fact, the Chinese finance minister is in Washington, D.C. as I speak.
China!
We'll show him to you. He is there, not meeting with the Trump team right now.
Aww.
But why did Trump put...
Why is China's finance minister in the United States not meeting with the Trump team? That's the opposite of what one would expect. So stupid. God damn it. Why are we so incompetent? I was told we were going to get extreme competence. Now no competence at all. Oh my god, Sasha G. Coming in with 5 Galactic News Network membership gifts. Who got these ones? Nathan Nelson. Dr. Necrotech. Teddy. Becky D. And Amanda's Esoteric Corner. Thank you, Sasha. I appreciate you. Look at that. Look at that. People were just waiting to the end of the stream, apparently, to donate. That's fine, too. That's fine. I know I started at a weird time today. Yeah, I started at 3 in the morning, Eastern Standard. I know it's strange and crazy. Crazier things have happened, alright, chat?
...145% tariffs on China, only to back down. Why would that happen? I mean, because according to the Wall Street Journal tonight, Trump is considering major concessions, potentially slashing some tariffs on Chinese imports by more than half. And that's pretty incredible. To cut by more than half when you haven't even started negotiating means you are negotiating against yourself. And that comes as Trump sounds like a completely different person when it comes to Beijing. I mean, just listen to him over the past...
I mean, this is so strange. They did this freaking dick measuring contest. Who could tariff more? And then Donald Trump's like, actually, I take it back. This was a bad idea. When Melania said you're being a child, I was like, yeah, you're stupid. You're a stupid lady. And then later, I was like, actually, maybe doing this isn't a great idea. And maybe we should cut it in half. Maybe we should stop. Stop before it gets out of hand. After already taking it completely out of hand. This administration not only doesn't seem to have a real plan at all relating to foreign policy, They seem to just be making it up on the fly. Just like randomly. Subscribe if you're visiting from the Majority Report. Listen to MIDI. Listen to Mr. MIDI Doctors. He's making a very good recommendation right now. Yeah. Hold on. We're not going to watch this whole freaking Aaron Burnett thing. Cannot handle it. CNN is such a joke place. There's just one part I wanted. I can't remember where it was. Oh my god, it's 30 minutes long. You guys are the worst. CNN just... They're editing. Like, the people, whoever's editing the social media over here is trash. I don't know what they're getting paid, but it's too much, whatever it is. And then, I mean, we could talk about all the other problems. Ah, shit. Hold on. Okay. Alright. Sorry, I just needed to fix something with the airlock over there. It's probably AI. If CNN, with their budget, considering how much they pay their anchors, for them to use AI editing, I would be genuinely disgusted. I would be genuinely disgusted. Not gonna lie. They are garbage. Whatever. We're skipping past this shit. Point is, China mocked Donald Trump on social media. And they were kind of right. But I think it's not even just chickening out. I think he just has no actual concept of real, true understanding of his reality, of the reality of global, geopolitics. The guy just seems to be shooting in the dark all the time. Now, you remember how in that CNN video we just listened to, Donald Trump said that the U.S. was in trade talks with China? Well, here's China's foreign minister on South China Morning Post from the same day, confirming that? Let's find out. Let's see what he had to say. I'm sure Donald Trump wouldn't have lied again. That's crazy.
That's too much, man!
The reports are fake news. As far as I know, China and the United States have not held consultations or negotiations on the tariff issue, let alone reached an agreement. The tariff war was initiated by the United States, and China's attitude is consistent and clear. If you want to fight, we will fight to the end. Dialogue and negotiation must be equal, respectful, and mutually beneficial. What we have seen is that the U.S.'s abuse of tariffs has seriously undermined WTO rules and harmed the common interests of people of all countries. It's true. Donald Trump absolutely violated the WTO rules. 100%. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 30,573 times. Shame on me. But I hear that, but also, what's up with you trying to fool me 30,573 times? That's too many times. I don't understand. What are you getting out of this? 7th emotional support character. Did we not get it? I thought I rolled for it, didn't I? Maybe not. Maybe not. Could be wrong. I trust you, Jerry. Okay. All right. Now, here's France 24 English 4 days ago. Donald Trump softens tone on China tariffs. Soft tone from Donald Trump. France 24.
A hint at a U-turn by US President Donald Trump on his trade war with China, with a substantial lowering of tariffs on the world's second largest economy. Beijing said the door was wide open for trade talks with Washington.
We do not wish to fight, but we are also not afraid of fighting. If the United States really wants to solve the problem through dialogue and negotiation, it should stop threatening and blackmailing, and speak with China on the basis of equality, respect, and mutual benefit.
I have to have my China. Trump's shift in tone comes after weeks of tit-for-tat retaliation that pushed U.S. tariffs on China beyond a staggering 145% and a reciprocal 125% Chinese tax on U.S. products. The U.S. president now says that percentage will come down, but said Washington will set the terms if Beijing does not agree to a deal.
Ultimately, they have to make a deal because otherwise they're not going to be able to deal in the United States. So we want them involved. 145% is very high. And
it's very high. It won't be that high.
Not going to be that high.
Not going to be that high.
It got up to there. We were talking about fentanyl.
It got up there. It's like it just got up there. Who knows how anything gets anywhere?
Built it up to 145. No, it won't.
It's like somehow completely out of my control. Those tariffs got really, really high. Who knows how it happened? It happened, and therefore it's probably not going to be that high. But China, they have to come. They have to deal. They have to come to us and say, "Hey, we're very sorry for being so mean." And I'll say, "Okay, that's great. We can get along now." I'm sure that'll happen, by the way. China is definitely going to come to Trump and say, "Oh, we're so sorry for being so mean." Yeah, that's definitely going to happen. But you know what? I was trying to think to myself, what? Donald Trump doesn't care about people. He doesn't care that other people are going to have to pay more money. He does care supposedly about the stock market and money, like for himself. But I saw this video, which posted 2 days before Donald Trump changed his tone on China. And I do think this may be the reason for his sudden shift. Let's go to South China Morning Post from 6 days ago. When you see this, I think you'll understand what I mean. This little girl has impressive agility and strength. Mimi completed an indoor ninja challenge in just 3 minutes. The 7-year-old swung between bars and rings. And easily navigated the obstacles. Mimi started training only 2 years ago. Look at this girl go. Now she can finish the course on her own. Her coach watches to ensure safety. She seems fine. She seems fine. He called the course a ninja challenge on his Douyin page. Mimi participated in a competition last year. She was the only girl in her age group to make it to the finals. Look at her go. What a champion. I'm pretty sure this little Chinese ninja is the reason Donald Trump changed his tone. You see that? I mean, this is terrifying. This girl could kick all of our asses. Swear to God. The technique, the execution, the power. That's, you don't want to mess with China, okay? PB, holy shit, with a super sticker of epic proportions. This beautiful lemon bowing in front of a gorgeous bush, a shrubbery. Bring us back a shrubbery. Aww. Not too nice. We are no longer the Knights Husseini. We are now the Knights Hussein. Uwanga Shui Boing. Alright, sorry. No more Monty Python references. I just saw a shrubbery and I got excited. Thank you, BB. That's a beautiful and generous gift of yours. Sour Hour, initiated midday? What is this? Sunday Fun Day? My God. Pretend like it's still Sunday Fun Day. For a fact. Okay. All right, let's get back to talking about why Donald Trump gave up on those tariffs. TLDR News Global from 3 days ago. Thank God I don't have to read. Is Trump, in parentheses, already giving up on tariffs? I guess we'll find out.
This video is brought to you by Ground News. Donald Trump loves tariffs.
Damn it.
Most of his first 100 days
Son of a bitch.
threatening
Excuse me, sir.
them on basically all America's major trading partners.
Pause.
And memorably
For the love of God, pause. You are killing me. There we go. Volume. Fixed. Take 2.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
This video is brought to you by Ground News. Donald Trump loves tariffs. He spent most of his first 100 days whacking, or threatening to whack, them on basically all America's major trading partners, and memorably claimed that tariff is the most beautiful word in the dictionary.
So beautiful.
However, in the past couple of weeks or so, with markets recoiling at his trade policies, Trump has staged at least a rhetorical U-turn, and it looks like he's now winding some of the tariffs back,
That's
despite
flip-flop
no
for you
obvious
Americans.
concessions from America's trading partners. So, in this video, we're going to look at Trump's tentative U-turn and explain what went wrong.
Most competent, meritorious of all time. I would never give up.
And always feel in the loop by subscribing and ringing the bell. So, let's just start by taking a look at Trump's recent tariffs. The first round of tariffs really came just hours after Trump was sworn in on January the 2nd, when the new president announced an additional 25% tariff on all imports from Canada and Mexico, starting February the 1st. Then, on February the 1st, Trump whacked the promised 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico, as well as an additional 10% tariff on China, which was already facing an average tariff rate of about 20%. On February the 10th, Trump then whacked another 25% tariff on all foreign steel and aluminium imports, and on March the 4th, another 10% tariff on all Chinese imports. This was then followed by a 25% tariff on all cars on March the 26th, and Liberation Day on April the 2nd. As you probably remember, this was when Trump slapped a 10% tariff on all imports coming.
I'm sorry. I know that you're
ridiculously
from
high flat tariffs on
the
basically all of
UK.
America.
I know you're from the UK or
Trading
whatever.
partners,
But
which were apparently
Americans will never forget the greatness of Liberation Day. I mean, I thought July 4th, Independence Day was great, but I never knew we needed Liberation Day. I'm sorry, I can't finish this. So liberated. We were all incredibly liberated. No Americans could ever forget the greatness that was Liberation Day. Come on.
Come on! By just dividing each country's bilateral trade deficit with the US against its total exports to give a percentage, which Trump then halved if he felt like it. While most countries were sort of shell-shocked by this announcement, China immediately responded with retaliatory tariffs, sparking a tit-for-tat trade war that ultimately resulted in America placing a 145% tariff on all Chinese imports, and China placing a 125% tariff on all American imports. So, why was Trump so keen on tariffs? Well, when Trump praises tariffs, which happens pretty often, he cites at least 4 reasons. First, he thinks they're a good way of reducing America's trade deficit. The theory here seems to be that, by making
Our 4 chief weapons are surprise, surprise and fear, an almost radical devotion to the Pope, and fancy red outfit. Alright, I don't know why I'm making so many goddamn Monty Python references now. The shrubbery got me started. Hey. Hold on, we can't watch all this. We know how this all generally gone. Let's go here. If I'm not mistaken, this is one of the parts I wanted to snag.
At least rhetorically. Well, it's worth saying that, so far, the tariffs had failed to achieve any of their stated aims. America's trade deficit had actually grown. US manufacturing was struggling to deal with both the unpredictability of Trump's tariff regime and the increased cost of imported components, with US manufacturing stocks down about 20% from their January peak. Leaving aside the fact that no serious economist thought tariffs could ever replace income tax, or that this goal was incompatible with Trump's trade deficit-related aspirations, after all, less imports will mean lower tariff revenues, the revenue generated by tariffs so far has been underwhelming, with the CBP putting it at just $500 million in mid-April. And finally, Trump's tariffs have been surprisingly unsuccessful as a negotiating tool. While it's true...
That's not adding up. We've had the tariffs on for... how many months has it been now? 3 full months? Yeah, dude. 3 full months over. We've only made $500 million. The math doesn't add up. It's like $2 billion a year. We were told it was going to be $600 billion. And we're off by a factor of 300. PB. My God, doing another super sticker on top of the super sticker you were already had up there with a Mudang speeding somewhere. The fastest hippo alive, that Mudang. You can see by just how fast his little legs are moving. Her little legs are moving. My God. Thank you, PB. Showing so much beautiful support and getting some pretty sweet stickers to go along with it. But yeah, it seems like this whole plan, putting tariffs in and then negotiating, was a bad idea from the beginning. You know, I'm no economist, but it doesn't seem like it's done anything that Donald Trump said it was going to do. There's no new jobs that exist yet. It's already backing down on a bunch of this stuff. They've only brought in, what did they say, $500 million? I can't remember the number. It wasn't enough. It was too small. Certainly doesn't justify the tax cuts they're gonna do. We're still doing fun stuff, supposedly. Let's move on from the trade war to a war of the concrete. Still trying to bring in some of this on. I know I'm trying to make up for some of the stuff we missed from our failed show the other day. I'm also still trying to bring some of the Sunday Funday action to this stream.
A new professional skate park has just opened on the outskirts of Hong Kong. The Unlock Moon Street Playground cost 60 million Hong Kong dollars and took 2 years to build. It's a big deal for skaters because its skateboard has earned an international certification for hosting world-class contests for Hong Kong and the Greater China region. This park features a skateboard and a street course with ramps, railings, and stairs. Both have been certified by WorldSkate, the governing body for skateboarding and roller skates recognized by the International Olympics Committee. Authorities have also teamed up with US company California Skate Parks, which have built the skateboarding venue for the Paris Olympics, for the park's design and construction. Hours before the skate park opened, we spoke with Warren Stewart, better known as Hong Kong's godfather of skateboarding.
I'm excited. This is the best thing to happen to Hong Kong skateboarding.
Even though the park was finally ready, its grand opening was held up by some unpredictable weather.
Yeah, damn you, Mother Nature.
The delay sparked some tense exchanges between park staff and eager skaters.
I don't think. Doesn't seem like Hong Kong really thought this one through. Oh god. trying to force skateboarders to wear helmets and skate in the right places. That's a bad plan.
That's too much, man!
We gained 6 subs. Since when? Is that true? Since when? Just all of a sudden? That'd be pretty sweet. I'm into that. We do seem to have gained some number of subs today. I don't know exactly what number. $930. Getting so damn close. Getting so close. Alright, let's talk about something else with wheels. EVs. That's right, electric vehicles, cars, also have wheels. And one car manufacturer's quarterly profits has seen its fastest rise in almost 2 years. BYD. China's biggest, most successful EV manufacturer and Tesla's largest competitor worldwide, seems to be taking advantage of this moment and crushing it.
BYD's first quarter profit leapt more than 100% from a year earlier. It was the fastest pace in nearly 2 years for the Chinese electric vehicle giant, and it extends BYD's lead in its competitive home market after the carmaker launched an EV price war. A stock filing showed Friday net profit reached $1.26 billion, roughly in line with projections. Revenue came in at $23.3 billion during the quarter, up over 36% year-on-year. China's biggest EV maker has made waves in the market over the past few months as it tries to extend its lead in its home market. It offered its God's Eye driver assistance system as a standard feature at no extra cost across its lineup, and it unveiled a new supercharging EV technology platform. It led rivals like Geely and Toyota to follow suit with affordable EV.
Yes, indeed, BYD is making leaps and bounds in the EV market on all sorts of different levels, including that the hyper fast, whatever you call it, charging technology that is supposedly almost comparable to just filling up your car with gas, which is one of those hurdles that EVs have had taking their sweet ass time on clearing, and BYD made it look like it was nothing. And with Tesla losing share for completely unrelated reasons, like the tariff war or whatever, like this is what we were just talking about, and you know, I mean, most of their sales drop, from what I can tell, seems to be all related to Elon's political activity and people having a serious problem with Elon himself, unless the actual cars. But it doesn't help that BYD manufactures these cars for a lot less. At least their base model of BYD puts Tesla to shame. Okay. Speaking of cars, here's a Sunday Funday video for you. The Shanghai Auto Show 2025 happened on Thursday last week. Here's South China Morning Post. The world's largest auto expo opened in Shanghai on April 23rd. At least 70 car makers from 26 countries were on hand, showing off their latest achievements.
Aren't I a good guy?
1 million is the number of expected visitors to attend the 2025 Shanghai Auto Show. Approximately 1,300 vehicles are on display at this year's show, with new energy vehicles accounting for over 70% of the total. Overseas dealers from more than 100 countries and regions have shown up, but at least 15 of the market's most active companies did not show up this year. Industry experts say brands that sit out the event are seen as underperformers in the market. Wah wah. Among the no-show international marquees such as Hyundai and Lamborghini. Tesla has not attended the event since 2021. Yeah, no kidding. Tesla's been hiding, that's actually kind of hilarious. I'm sorry, but we gotta talk about that. So, I mean, Tesla has been trying to break into the Chinese market for years. They also manufacture a shit ton of cars there. And he's not even bringing Teslas to the auto show. It was seemingly out of fear for being compared to better electric cars, I guess. I mean, what other reason would he have for not doing this? I mean, the guy lives to prove himself. And he must just know that it would be an embarrassment for him to put a Tesla next to a BYD. I guess. I mean, I just don't see any other explanation for it. But the fact is Tesla has been struggling to make a foothold in China, no matter how hard he seemingly tries. This would be a way to do it. Unless you were scared bitch.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Okay, we are getting close to the end of this. We're not quite there yet. We still got a few videos, but we are getting closer and closer to the end of the stream. Made it through the whole thing, people. Great job. All right, let's talk about the state of shipping. People seem to be noticing between China and the United States.
I have to have my China.
Here's CNBC, the worst NBC, from 2 days ago. FreightWaves CEO. There's been a collapse of outbound freight from China to the United States.
His company compiles high-frequency data on the freight market for customers trying to navigate it. Joining us now is FreightWaves CEO Craig Fuller. Craig, no, we see you during the pandemic. Now we see you during this. We only see you when things are like seizing up and going really poorly. Please do tell, and we heard the Treasury Secretary reference this the other day, what's going on with activity at the ports and so on?
Yeah, tell us.
There's been a collapse of outbound freight out of China into the United States. It is really dark times for ocean shipping especially, but it's starting to actually show up in domestic markets. To your point, people bring me out when we have a crisis. People oftentimes don't think about the supply chain unless something's breaking. And we're certainly looking at similar conditions to what we saw in early COVID.
What are the differences? In other words, no one's hoarding toilet paper right now, as far as I know.
No, there's no toilet paper crisis, and we don't anticipate a toilet paper crisis this time around. But you are looking at softness that's showing up. There's so much uncertainty. This is slowing down investment. So that is slowing down companies making capital investments. That slows down freight. Supply chain shortages will probably show up sometime in late June, July. And I think when consumers will feel it, will be most likely back to school when they go to the stores and don't find the items that they're used to buying for back to schools, when those will start to get pinched.
With that chart we had a moment ago didn't look like a disaster. You know, it kind of had a crest and then a low point in 2023, and we're kind of back. You know, it doesn't look like a disaster, but when you hear the individual stats where it says, you know, Port of LA traffic down 40% or whatnot, can you give us some context around where we're seeing the biggest declines, but where things might still be pretty steady?
Yeah, so this data is a lagging indicator. It's a 14-day lagging indicator. So when you're showing that data, you're actually not getting sort of the real time on the ground. What we are seeing if you put this in perspective, during the height of COVID, sort of May of 2020, when China had shut down its economy and the U.S. was on lockdown, we saw the international container lines cancel 50 voyages to the United States. And what we've already seen is over 90 voyages have been canceled just to the lack of cargo.
I love when people talk about the lockdown like that, like the whole of the United States was locked down, like nobody was leaving their homes, and as if anti-maskers weren't like going to all of the businesses having freakouts from inside of them. I mean, yeah, there was a lockdown technically speaking, but it's just so annoying to me. But I mean, this is where we're at right now. The crisis is going to start happening slowly, starting over the next few weeks, honestly, but we'll be seeing even more so into the summer months. That's where we're at right now. Exactly. When did Walmart close down? When did the gas stations close down? Talk about the shutdown. It's like, yeah, but you weren't really locked down, were we? Some places decided to shut down things in the United States. Some places didn't. It was basically completely voluntary in almost every single jurisdiction. Not all. Technically, some places there were more restrictions than others. But generally speaking, everything was still basically kind of open, unless the owner themselves decided to close it down because they didn't think they were going to make any money. By the way, I noticed somebody talking about it. Who was it? Shakespeare? Oh, multiple people were talking about it. Yeah, I saw this story earlier about the Spain. Wait, Portugal and France also lost power? Okay, that's real fucking weird. Actually, I only saw it while we were streaming. I only noticed it, so I haven't been able to look into it all. But in response to your question about you don't know why Spain isn't run completely off of solar, we actually talked about this last year in 2024. Early on in the year, we were talking about how Spain was making too much clean energy, and energy producers were complaining that they weren't making enough money because they had so much abundant energy they couldn't charge more for it. And so they were trying to shift back out of solar because there's too much free energy. How are we supposed to make money off of this? They were very upset. And I honestly haven't spent enough time following up on what Spain's done with its energy grid to comment further since then. But they're in a real weird situation. Too much free energy. We can't have abundance that's free. God damn you, son. Why are you always shining? How are they supposed to make a market if it's just free energy?
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
All right. Let's go here now. This is from a couple of days ago. Donald Trump speaking to reporters. Talking about U.S.-China relations. Amongst other things, if I recall correctly. But here's Forbes breaking news.
I spoke to him numerous times. So we're leading and going to Rome, where we'll be attending the funeral of Pope Francis. Some of you are going to go. Anybody going? And it's going to be very interesting. We're going to meet with a lot of the foreign leaders. They want to meet. Trade deals are going very well. I think Russia and Ukraine, I think they're coming along, we hope. It's very fragile. And Iran, I think, is going very well. We'll see what happens. We're working on plenty of things that shouldn't be worked on because none of this stuff should have happened. This should have been taken place by Biden. It should have been fixed by Biden, but he couldn't do it.
Is it me, or does it?
Come close to do it.
Does it sound like the dentures are coming unstuck in there?
So, Anyway,
we're
going
going
Paris
to.
next, and we'll be leaving that same day. We'll be coming back home tomorrow night. And I'll see some of you over there. Otherwise, I'll see you on television.
I'll see you on television.
Such
a weird man.
I don't want to comment on that, but I've spoken to him many times. Yeah.
I've spoken to him many times.
From Japan, I'm getting along very well with Japan. We're very close to a deal. Will you be meeting the President? I'll be meeting with the Italian. Yes. Your Prime Minister? Oh, it's possible.
It's possible.
How would you with the First Lady? Remember Pope Francis, sir? How would you with the First Lady? Very well. Good man. He loved the world, actually, and he was just a good man. I met him twice. I thought he was a fantastic kind of a guy.
Time magazine that President Xi called you. When did that happen, and what did you discuss?
I'll let you know at the
I'll let you know at the appropriate time. I don't know if you heard the question, and maybe I didn't hear the question correctly, but he was asked, if I'm not mistaken, in the Time magazine interview you did, you mentioned that President Xi had called you. Can you tell us? I'll mention it at the correct time. You've already mentioned it, dude. You already mentioned it in that goddamn interview. They're asking for a follow-up. I'll tell you about it later when it's actually happened. But right now, I have no actual information that's true. All right, let's go here. Running out of China stories at this point. We are going to end the stream in Australia. Let's start here, though. Reuters. Why did I say start? Ending around here.
China exempted some U.S. imports from its steep
MR
tariffs
in 1
on
minute.
Friday,
Oh, God.
a sign the trade war between the two countries could be easing.
Oh, God.
Business groups said China has allowed some U.S.-made pharmaceuticals to enter the country without paying the 125% duties that Beijing imposed earlier this month.
Oh, my God.
In response to U.S. President Donald Trump's 145% tariffs on Chinese imports. Also, a list of 131 product categories said to be under consideration for exemptions was circulating among some businesses and trade groups, including vaccines, chemicals, and jet engines. Reuters cannot verify the list, and China has not yet communicated publicly on the issue. Trump's administration has...
This is such a fucking weird situation. How can anybody plan anything into the future with the way that Donald Trump is administering economic policy right now? It feels literally impossible, if you ask me. All right, we got two last stories of the day. Look at how we're lining up right with MR. I'm going to try and raid the majority report. I don't know if I can. I don't know if they have it set up or not, or if it will matter. At all, but I'm gonna try once we're done with these. Okay, to Australia now. We talk about whether or not Australia is currently caught between China and the United States regarding critical rare earth minerals. Here's Bloomberg Television from last Wednesday. How long did this stream go? Oh my god, we went over 8 hours. We never took a break. We just got like a half hour of uninterrupted content that should have been interrupted by a space break and space messages, of which you got neither. So I'm going to recommend that you consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways to do that. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, but the best way is, of course, Patreon, where you can become a Galactic patron for only $3 a month and get access to a bunch of super sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, Australia. Fuck a break. We gotta do this.
Is one of those industries that's long been touted as having tremendous potential in Australia, but do you feel that potential is being realised? And perhaps the most recent example of that has been the Future Made in Australia plan to put critical minerals front and centre. Has this initiative borne any meaningful fruit so far?
It's bearing some fruit, Paul, but there's much more
What kind of fruit
to come if post-election policy settings allow for it, and critically, if markets for critical minerals in the US, Japan, South Korea, and of course China, Australia's biggest minerals customer, allow for it.
Yeah, and to what degree does China cast a long shadow over this industry? Because it does control something like 90% of the world's critical minerals supply. Is it cost effective for Australian producers to compete with China?
Well, Australian producers are some of the largest suppliers of critical minerals, mined product, to China. Often those minerals go to China for processing. China controls much of the world's minerals processing, from copper through to rare earth elements and lithium as well. Of course, that's very important for battery minerals. And so Australia is very dependent upon China, and Australia is one of China's major minerals suppliers, critical minerals plus other minerals like iron ore. So China is and will remain very important. The trick is for like-minded countries to diversify and secure critical mineral supply chains, particularly in the face of Chinese market manipulation and withholding of supply, as we've seen in the last couple of weeks.
We're blaming China for market manipulation as it relates to rare earth minerals. I kind of find that a little bit unlaughable. I mean, a little laughable. It just the only real restrictions that they've even been putting on those rare earth minerals right now is to the U.S., at least that I'm aware of. And that was all in response to the United States unilaterally manipulating the entire global market. So it's a very strange way to talk about that. It's like, oh, it's actually China's fault. Okay, you say so.
Earth elements. So China is important to Australia as a market. The US is a small minerals market at this time, but an important future.
Oh, by the way,
market.
That's what I was going to say.
Of course, Japan and South Korea, and in the
all this talk about rare earth minerals, the way this guy's talking about it is like, oh, we should just all go out there and start mining rare earths immediately.
Immediately,
you might not know this, but mining and processing rare earths is really there's a lot of bad stuff that goes along with it. I mean, just the utter destruction of the environment from which you are mining these things from. It's a strip mining process. You just literally just decimate wherever these minerals are. It just becomes a massive fucking hole in the ground where nothing can live or survive. Then the processing element is incredibly dirty, difficult, potentially harmful to humans' work, of which none of the countries mentioned just now, including Australia, has the refining capacity right now. It's just, I don't see how we're gonna somehow make up for China, who happens to be the largest supplier of these minerals in the world. Just not checking out there, pal. Okay, great job for getting to the second to last video of the day. Final video. Talking about the United States once again. We have completely invaded the entire world. And certainly taken over the conversation everywhere. Let's go to ABC News Australia from earlier in the week. Talk about how holidaymakers in Australia are avoiding the United States.
Are you seeing Australians scale back their US travel plans?
Look, very much so, and it depends on what they're going there for. For example, in that March quarter, our corporate business was pretty flat, maybe up just a little bit on last year, whereas our leisure business was down a lot. But in April, it does appear to have got a lot worse. And I know our Canadian business of Canadians going to the States is down quite a lot. So, you know, it varies a bit, but I think the way it's heading, April and May are going to be a lot worse for travel to the US in terms of numbers out of Australia. And I was just talking to someone from G Adventures and Intrepid need some more adventure tour operators, and they're down 40–50%. And just people going to other destinations effectively.
So essentially avoiding the US?
Yeah, well, you know, for a couple of reasons. Some people don't like what Trump's saying and doing. Other people are worried about border control and, you know, the conditions of coming into the US and whether they've complied with everything. So there's a couple of reasons why that is down, particularly out of Australia.
You touched on it, but corporate travel seemed flat or a bit higher. Is it really leisure travellers that are driving this trend, or do you think it will spill over into the corporate market?
I think it'll spill over a little bit into the corporate market, but if people have got to go for business, they'll go. Generally, most of them are experienced travellers. They'll accept that going to the States is something they have to do. Whereas leisure travellers have a choice. You know, they can go to, instead of going to the national parks in the US, which are fantastic, they could go to South America, to Patagonia or something like that. So they have a choice, and that's what we're seeing, that a significant proportion of leisure travellers are choosing elsewhere because either they don't agree with what Trump's doing, or they are a little bit scared of you know, getting into the
Yeah, so it's basically just Trump, and it's not shocking. I mean, regardless of the trade war, if you've been paying attention to the stories of people just being held against their will indefinitely by border police, at Donald Trump's direction, right? I mean, that's basically where we're at right now. Giving out quotas to border police to just hold people, regardless of whether or not they have done anything to justify it. And I don't think anybody wants to go on vacation and find themselves in a jail cell for however long. I mean, some people have been reported of being in there for weeks and weeks, and I think I heard some about people being there for months, which is just fucking insane. All right, I was going to try and raid the majority report. As it turned out, I'm not shocked, they don't have it activated. So, you're gonna have to find your way over to the majority report yourself and tell people where you came from. How great the galaxy can be. Alright. Sorry, chat, but I think due to the fact that it's the middle of the day, we cannot do a super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. So just go to the majority report. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Well, I hope everyone enjoyed the stream tonight. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Norwal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Owen Noab, Skelts, Tracy Eva, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Impeccable Living, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, and Becky. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.